It began with a line many girls dream of. I want to shine like a star, proving my existence, even from afar. In a lavish hotel, the MC's introduction echoed as the wedding preparations neared their end. We are about to welcome today's protagonists, the groom, Chongu, and the bride, Man. Let's give him a round of applause. Please welcome the groom into the wedding hall. Like the other guests, a young woman watched him intently. There was something peculiar about her. Bundled in layers, she constantly adjusted her glasses, as if afraid of being recognized. The woman, radiating a palpable tension, repeatedly asked herself how she could let that traitor get away with it. Rewinding to the previous week, the wedding invitation lay coldly on the table. The woman stared at it, a question in her eyes, while the groom casually sipped his coffee. She looked at him, bewildered, seeking answers, only to receive the cruelest reply. I'm getting married. My future father-in-law is a top presidential candidate. Chongu added with a sting. That's why we've grown apart. I don't know if you're naive or just plain stupid. The warm, blissful moments they shared shattered in the young woman's mind. The deceitful man didn't stop there, his words like daggers. You didn't even question why he ignored your calls every month because of a shoot. So their romantic dates were all lies. He'd even feigned gratitude, saying, how would you know what an overseas shoot is like if you've never been on one? Hundreds, thousands of beautiful memories between them crumbled amidst the enthusiastic applause of the guests. In the wedding hall, quickly finishing her soup, the woman reminded herself to be patient, to endure for her own sake. He invited me here to eat, so I'll eat. Consider a final gift to him. She was about to take a bite of her sandwich when a voice interrupted her. Excuse me, Mississippi. The hotel staff member continued, apologetic and embarrassed. This seat is reserved. If I knew your name, I could guide you to your assigned seat. The woman's eyes widened, momentarily confused, seeing the puzzled expectation in the waitress's eyes. Shame washed over her. Her thoughts raced. What am I doing here? Why am I just sitting here eating? Perhaps it was a desire to feign indifference, or maybe a wish to make him worry when he saw her. If not that, then perhaps it was gratitude for Chongu's words when he'd found her in despair. Your parents died in an accident. It must be hard living alone. From now on, I'll always be by your side. And the gentle caress on her tear-stained cheeks. These memories flashed through her mind, a constant self-reproach. Yet, she remained trapped in the echo of those words. I hate to admit it, but no one is more foolish than me. Seeing the tears of this peculiar guest, the waitress, though embarrassed, gently reminded her, excuse me, ma'am, but this is his seat. The woman abruptly stood, and then suddenly declared, Hwang Jura, my name is Hwang Jura. The hotel staff continued, Miss Hwang Jura, please follow me. Led back to her own seat, she slumped down, dismayed to find herself relegated to a corner. Then, a sudden realization. What's wrong with my face? Better put my glasses on. Jura rummaged through her bag, muttering, where are my glasses? You might have left them on the table. Only a few broken shards remained in the soup bowl. The handsome guest suddenly fell silent, speechless. I thought he'd already eaten it. His friend beside him, surprised, remarked, Seunghyeon Kang, did they serve the soup as soon as you sat down? Seunghyeon immediately denied it. No, I don't eat this dish. He was still curious about the glasses when a sudden gust of cool air swept past. Jura nodded repeatedly, quickly saying, I sincerely apologize. At that moment, Seunghyeon suddenly realized she was the woman who had been eating their moments before. He continued to watch her, a nagging feeling of familiarity tugging at him. Where have I seen her before? While his table mates were distracted, Seunghyeon subtly pulled the other bowl of soup closer. He began to eat slowly, thinking, even if I remember, what difference would it make? Meanwhile, Jura fumbled with her glasses, bewildered by her own sudden fluster. A cheer erupted. Jura, her manager continued excitedly. You passed. You passed. It's time to go over there. Jura exclaimed, equally thrilled. What? Did time really choose me? A joyful embrace followed. While Jura was still in shock, wondering if she was dreaming, her manager quickly confirmed, it's real, you silly girl. You're crying again. To elaborate, this was a new film by Dong Han-do, a representative director in the Korean film industry. The movie was highly anticipated due to the casting of two box office stars, Seunghyeon Kang in Shanghai. Jura, still basking in happiness, recalled the past 2 months of auditioning for the female lead, almost giving up when no one contacted her. Finally, she had escaped 7 years of obscurity. Let's review Jura's artistic achievements. First, a beverage commercial CD, where she graced the screen for a whole 2 seconds. Then, a coming-of-age drama film, where Jura reluctantly played the lead's friend. Her most recent appearance was in a sports drink commercial, though not very noticeable. Just a supporting role to the female lead. Faced with Jura's barrage of questions, her manager quickly clarified, "This isn't the time to celebrate. Didn't they say we should go over there for the script reading? Can we hurry up?" Since the actress was replaced, maybe filming has been postponed. Her manager quickly corrected herself. "No, they said production is still on schedule. They said you have to go to Busan for filming in 3 days." Jura immediately looked worried. "Are you sure it's filming, not a script reading?" Seeing her manager nod again in confirmation, "Yes." A wave of disappointment washed over her as she realized she had no lines. Despite this, Jura tried again, asking, "Sister, is it really the role of harem?" The manager immediately responded, "Harem." She looked confused, but they said it was the role of Suzie. That answer made the world seem to crumble before her eyes. Jura gave a weary smile and slowly sank to the ground, her voice laced with bitterness. "Right." This was before her manager's worried call. "Jura, what's wrong?" To better understand her despair, the role of Suzie was the male lead's ex-girlfriend. Her face appeared multiple times in flashbacks, despairing and ultimately committing suicide, even though she had memorized all the lines. Despair gnawed at her, the thought of playing someone who had lost the will to live. Then she reassured herself maybe she could play it well. So, just a second later, Jura perked up again. "Okay, if I do well and get public attention, when can I be the lead again?" Her sister quickly encouraged her. "Exactly, and now you can pay them back directly." Her thoughts focused on the handkerchief, and she suddenly remembered, right, it's been a year. But the story from a year ago, after the director angrily yelled cut, he glanced at Jura, complaining, "Red ribbon girl, how many times have you messed up?" She was just a supporting character, yet she kept messing up. Even the lead actor hadn't made such mistakes. At that moment, Jura could only lower her head and accept the rebuke. Her manager looked genuinely worried, asking, "Jura, are you okay?" That director shouts at people when he's angry. Her manager added, "I'm sorry, Jura. You got scolded for no reason." Hearing this, Jura quickly responded, "Hey, no need to apologize. It makes me feel worse." She then excused herself awkwardly. "Sister, I'm going to the restroom." Jura strode forward, the words "red ribbon girl" echoing in her mind. The phrase stung, stopping her in her tracks. "Even though I've been acting for 6 years, no one remembers my name," she thought, questioning herself relentlessly. She quickly wiped away her tears. Why cry now? Filming isn't even over. Suddenly, a handkerchief appeared before her. "I thought he'd finished eating already," the friend beside him remarked in surprise. "Seunghyeon Kang, did they serve the soup as soon as you sat down?" Realizing it was Seunghyeon Kang, Jura tried to compose herself, addressing him respectfully. "Senior, I apologize. Filming had to be stopped because of me. I beg you." Jura was cut off by the man. "This outfit is sponsored, so don't stain it. Use this to wipe your tears." Accepting the handkerchief, she replied tearfully, "Thank you." Seeing Seunghyun hurry away, Jura quickly reminded him, "Oh, the handkerchief." His response, "You don't have to return it. Keep it." Even so, she felt a pang of guilt. It looked quite expensive. He seemed to suddenly remember something, abruptly stopping. "All right, what's your name?" Seunghyun's question about her name left her momentarily speechless. He then asked, a touch of awkwardness in his voice, "What's wrong?" Clutching the handkerchief, she exclaimed, "Senior, my name is Hwang Jura. Remember it. I was in a bad mood then, so I couldn't say thank you. He probably forgot me, but I was still honored to act alongside him," she reflected. Jura quickly scanned the road ahead, eager to arrive in Busan. The atmosphere on set was currently quite noisy and bustling. Jura's eyes widened in surprise. "Grum Chongu," she exclaimed. He too exclaimed in surprise. "Jura, Hwang Jura." Both angrily shouted simultaneously. "What are you doing here?" She then declared confidently, "Filming. of course. What are you doing here? Chongu was about to retort angrily when a call of his name brightened his face. Chongu, the director is calling you. Understood, I'll be right there. He then abruptly turned back to her, the arrogant man, saying, looks like you only landed a small role. Huh? You should watch your words. I don't want your reputation tangled with mine. Understood, she replied, forcing a smile as she acknowledged the crew, then walked directly over. Jura's manager rushed over, panicked. Jura, we have a problem. I just heard from the crew that Kim Young-woo is. Judging by your expression, you must have seen him already. The two women puzzled over his presence. I'm not quite sure, but they said Kim Chongu is replacing Chong-hai and Cho. With a disgruntled expression, Jura asked, how did he become the male lead? What are the details? Her assistant calmly replied, an investor suddenly pulled out, so the production budget wasn't enough. As far as she knows, his wife-to-be is. Jura suddenly recalled what Chongu had said on the day he delivered the wedding invitation. His future father-in-law was a promising presidential candidate. Her expression turned pensive, even though she had slowly forgotten him, even though the wounds had almost healed. Why was he the lead while she was relegated to a supporting role? Her manager, seemingly understanding everything, said kindly, Jura, do you want to tell them you can't film today? After a moment of downcast sadness, she declared firmly, no. Why should I avoid him? Landing a small role is more satisfying and prideful than getting the lead through dirty means. She still looked tense. Jura, her manager said, immediately brightening. You're right, my star actress. So, let's read the script in the car first. After handing out drinks to the crew, Jura's manager approached her. Jura eagerly offered to help, but was politely turned down, reminded to focus on her performance. Suddenly, Jura clutched at her manager's sleeve. She had been enjoying a moment of levity, but now froze. What's wrong? Her manager asked, her voice laced with concern. Jura felt a sting in her nose. Sister, she whispered, I'm sorry. I'm not charming enough. I can't compare to others. You always have to. Before she could finish, her manager rushed to comfort her. In my eyes, no one is more beautiful than you. If you keep saying that, I'm doomed. I have an underwater scene today, so wish me luck. Hearing these words, Jura felt a surge of gratitude. Manager Young, she said, using her manager's given name. I have to endure this. Keep it, Manager Young continued, referring to Jura's earlier resolve. We may have small roles, but we have a big impact. We should seize this opportunity. The voice on the other end of the phone continued. Seunghyeon Kang, so you skipped filming today, chose to protest, and locked yourself in your room? I should be the one resisting, not you. Seunghyun anxiously responded, yes. That's why. Are you angry? Why are you so quiet? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, then asked curiously, what good is being upset? Have you figured out a solution? The person calling Seunghyeon Kang was Chong-hyun Cho, another actor. He continued, no matter what I do, director Dong Han won't be surprised. Maybe he'll just ignore it and continue filming. Seeing Seunghyun still silent, he grew curious. Director Dong Han, are you still feeling guilty? If so, stop resisting. Seunghyun finally spoke. He knows the tricks they use over time, but we have no choice, so I have to be patient. It's just one film. There will be other acting opportunities later. Don't worry about me. Focus on doing your part well. Before hanging up, he and Cho made sure to mention observing Kim Young-woo, the actor who replaced him, and how he performed. With a satisfied smile, Seunghyun agreed to keep an eye on Kim Young-woo. Before the call ended, he suddenly remembered meeting him for the first time at the wedding party last month. He never thought he'd see him again like this. He came to greet me this morning, but just gave a quick nod. The entire crew is dominated by his wife's absolute authority. After a moment of thought, Seunghyun sighed in frustration. Everything's a mess. He was suddenly drawn to the urgent knocking at his door. The man entered, announcing frantically, Seunghyun, bad news. Seunghyun asked curiously, Kung Fu, what's wrong? He answered in a panic, why are you still asleep? Come quickly and help stop. Director Ji-yu, if this continues, he'll kill someone on set. The director's shouts echoed. Cut. Terrible. Terrible. He followed with an exasperated sigh. Hey, why are you hesitating and scared? You're supposed to act calm, submerging yourself. But why do you look like someone who needs help? Jura's voice trembled. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry, sir. Before she could finish, her manager rushed to comfort her. In my eyes, no one is more beautiful than you. The assistant director, standing nearby, quickly urged, hey, take a break. If you continue like this, you'll only burden yourself more. The director looked completely helpless. Why don't you just quietly announce a 20-minute break? Soaking wet, Jura approached the assistant director to thank him. She didn't expect his blunt reply. Don't thank me. You're already the third person to play Sway. The crew doesn't want to find anyone new. His harsh words nearly crushed her, but thankfully, her young assistant quickly rushed to her side. Jura, let's get you warmed up. Chongu stood in the distance, observing everything. His eyes suddenly reflected a flicker of sadness. After getting Jura into the car, her manager fussed over her. Jura, let me turn on the heater to warm you up. I also brought you some heat packs. She'd held it together admirably, maintaining a brave face until her manager turned away. Only when Jura was finally alone could she exhale, a shaky breath escaping her lips. How could she have messed up the same scene 15 times? Hwang Jura, she told herself fiercely, focus. Wake up. The words had barely formed in her mind when the sound of the car door opening startled her. Chongu was leaning in, his eyes wide with what looked like surprise. On the contrary, he seemed almost amused, a smirk playing on his lips. He quickly shut the door, locking it with a decisive click that resonated in the small space. The gesture felt pointed, somehow. Seunghyeon, where are you going? Kwang-soo asked urgently. I'm going to try and calm director Gu down, Seunghyeon replied, his voice tight with frustration. They said the actress playing Sway is about to collapse. Kwang-soo shared his concern. It's freezing today. That director has no sense of limits. Meanwhile, inside the car, Chongu's voice dripped with condescension. Jura, he began, I know you're not a famous actress, but I didn't think you'd volunteer to play a corpse in your first scene. Do you want to switch to a different role? A smug look spread across his face. Let me repay you for all the time you wasted on me, he offered, the words laced with a mocking sweetness. Jura's anger flared. No need, she spat, her voice sharp. Get out. Despite her vehemence, he didn't budge. Come on, don't treat me like a villain. I'm just trying to help because we knew each other before, and now I just pity you. You've been working so hard for the past 7 years. Aren't you tired? That same gentle concern, so familiar from before, sent an unwelcome shiver down her spine. Jura's expression hardened. Kim Chongu, she said, her voice low and steady. Let me ask you something. When we first meet, did you ever have even the slightest feeling for me? He was visibly struggling to contain his laughter. Then, he burst out laughing, the sound sharp and unkind. Preposterous question, Hwang Jura. Let me ask you, he continued, his voice still thick with amusement. Why did you start dating me in the first place? 8 months together felt like a childish game. Only you had the patience for me. Anyone else would have broken up with me within a month. You, so arrogant, yet so poor, with no impressive background, what made you so sure I'd stick around? You should be grateful I stayed with you for as long as I did. I hope you realize you're not worth much. The sun was beginning to set as Seunghyeon walked slowly, lost in thought, wondering if he should head towards the beach. He was startled by a sudden shout. Hey, stop! The girl in front of him looked distraught, her face streaked with tears. Seunghyeon paused, a flicker of concern crossing his features. What was wrong with her? You, Jura cried, her voice trembling with rage. Then, words failing her, she crumpled to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Seunghyeon had started to turn away when something clicked in his memory. Wait, long hair, white dress, in the middle of winter. A realization dawned on him. He spoke, almost to himself, Sway. He tried the name again, a tentative question in his voice. Suzie. As if jolted by the sound, Jura's sobs abruptly ceased. She looked up at Seunghyeon, her eyes red and swollen. He stared at her for a moment, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, and then slowly began to walk towards her, as if to speak. Jura, too, was momentarily confused. Then it hit her. This was Kang Seunghyeon, the senior actor. Recognition dawned on him as well. I saw her at the Mi Rant's wedding party. Jura managed a shy greeting. Oh, hello. It's nice to see you, Sunbi-nim. Seunghyun's gaze softened, tinged with pity for the fragile-looking girl before him. Why was she out here like this in the freezing cold? Her face was already so pale. Jura struggled to compose herself. I'm Hwang Jura, playing the role of Suzie. She introduced herself. Sorry for the late greeting. Seunghyeon remained lost in thought. That director is really something. Jura's mind raced. Why isn't he saying anything? Has he heard about it already? Just like a year ago, why does he always see me like this? Mortification washed over her. Then, she heard her name, Hwang Jura. She jumped, startled. Yes, she responded quickly. A moment later, Seunghyun carefully picked up a shirt. Then, gently, he draped the shirt around Jura's shoulders. Clutching it close, she murmured, Your shirt, it fell. She paused, then tried again. Thank you, Sunbi-nim. He felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps her mouth was numb from the cold, making it difficult to speak. If she continued like this, filming would be impossible. Seunghyeon had been calling her name, and Yura managed a small yes. He patiently repeated his instructions. The director is over there, so if you want to take a shower, go that way. His words confirmed her fears. He had heard about her breakdown. Shame burned hot in her cheeks. I'm fine, thank you, she insisted, desperate to clarify. I didn't mean with the director. Seunghyeon, mistaking her meaning, offered a comforting smile. Don't worry, I understand how you feel. But Yura's frantic denials continued. No, it's not like that. Ignoring her protests, he turned to leave. This can't go on. I'm going to see the director and ask him directly. Panic seized Yura. Please, Sunbi-nim, don't. She pleaded, her voice stronger now. Seunghyeon noticed the improvement. His eyes widened, a flicker of recognition sparking in their depths. Yura's hesitant demeanor, the way she looked at him, it reminded him of someone. The girl with the red ribbon. Wait, he said sharply. Yura stared, bewildered. What was happening? Then, she heard someone calling her name. It was Manager Young, hurrying towards them. Thank goodness, you're here, he exclaimed, relieved. He then noticed Seunghyeon looking at Yura, even greeting her warmly. Stunned, he stammered, oh my, Gangsung-hee unetetti. He quickly recovered his composure. His voice smooth and professional. He said, hello, Kang Seunghyeon SSI. I'm Yura's manager. Thank you for your kind concern. He felt a pang of regret. He would have liked to chat longer, but Yura's scene was about to start. Yura, hurry, he urged. The director is waiting. Her eyes widened in surprise. Really? Before leaving, she turned back to Seunghyeon. Sunbi-nim, I have to go now. Seunghyeon watched them go, his brow furrowed in thought. Hwang Yura. That name, why did she look so sad at me rant wedding? He replayed their encounter in his mind. Her awkward movements, her quiet voice. Hwang Yura. Or was it the times I eagerly called out Sunbi-nim? Even the bewildered look on her face when I offered her my handkerchief, the shy way she accepted it, so grateful. He was struck by the memory. Could it be the same girl? He realized with a start. This is our third encounter. I wonder what happened to her. Every time I see her, she's crying. I'm sorry for making the director and everyone wait. Yura apologized sincerely. The director frowned. Why? You still had a minute. Why didn't you wait until then to come out? Despite his harsh tone, Yura maintained a respectful demeanor. I'm truly sorry, she repeated, berating herself internally. Making the director wait was a rookie mistake. His voice dropped, laced with sarcasm. I heard you've been acting for 7 years. Is that right? Embarrassed, she admitted, yes. The reprimand continued, sharper now. So you're saying 7 years is enough? That because I've been in this industry for 7 years, the director and staff can wait for me? That I'm tired and deserve a break? Yura tried to interject. That's not. But he cut her off. If that's the case, then I understand why you're still mediocre after 7 years. His words stung, hitting a raw nerve. She was painfully aware of her own perceived inadequacy. Actually, this is the first time I've made a mistake like this, she explained, her voice trembling slightly. I rarely mess up, but today was an exception. I want to say these things, she thought, but if I can't even play the role of Sway properly, they're just excuses. The director lit a cigarette, his face etched with weariness. I've met many people like you before. Just because they've been in this industry for a while, they think there's something special. People like that. Suddenly, a hand snatched the cigarette from his lips. The director whirled around, furious. He found himself facing Seunghyeon, who calmly stated, why take it out on her? I told you I accepted the role because of Chong Hyun-cho, not you. The director sputtered. Apologize to Kang Seunghyeon. You're the one who rejected the role. Why are you causing trouble now? Yura watched the exchange, her gaze fixed on Seunghyeon. Seunghyeon responded coolly. I should be asking that question. We should be several scenes in by now. The director snatched his cigarette back. Is that any way to talk after rejecting the role? He roared. He then turned to the crew, his face still thunderous, and barked orders to prepare for the next shot. Noticing manager Young hovering anxiously near Yura, the director shifted tactics, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Humiliating the director to elevate yourself? How very professional. Seunghyeon didn't flinch. If that was my intention, he replied, I wouldn't have held back. He offered a faint smile as the director continued to berate him, calling him ruthless. Seunghyeon turned to the director, curiosity in his voice. Has that girl playing Suzie had any acting lessons? He asked. I don't know, the director grumbled. Maybe she auditioned for some harem film or something. Seunghyeon was taken aback. Auditioned? What do you mean? Didn't the casting director know? The director shook his head wearily. How am I supposed to remember everyone? I was already stressed out because of Chonghyeon, so my assistant handled it. He picked her, even after 7 years. He continued, turning back to Yura. You still get nervous in front of the camera? Seunghyeon was surprised. 7 years is a long time, he said, frowning. Why haven't I seen her in anything? Tired of the questions, the director snapped. I heard she's played a lot of bit parts, but I can't believe it myself. Figure out on your own. Explaining it to you will just give me a jaw ache. Meanwhile, Jura was still struggling to compose herself, preparing for her scene. Manager Jung watched her with concern. Jura, are you all right? He asked gently. She forced a smile. Just getting into character, she murmured. It feels so good to want to die right now. Manager Jung's eyes widened. He quickly took her hand, his voice soothing. It's just a moment in time. Just channel your emotions, okay? Jura nodded, her voice calm. Understand. Don't worry. But inside, her thoughts raced. I messed everything up because I wanted to be perfect in front of Chongu. Wanting to do well will make me look like I'm determined to live. Remember the times you wanted to give up. Hold on to those feelings. Manager Jung and the rest of the crew held their breath, waiting for the director's cue. Even Seunghyeon watched, his gaze fixed on Jura. When the director finally called action, Jura's face contorted in anguish, and she plunged into the sea. The director's harsh words echoed in her mind, a bitter reminder of why, after 7 years, she was still struggling. As her feet hit the water, Chonga's mocking voice resurfaced. 7 years, playing supporting roles. Aren't you tired of it? She heard him sneer. She moved forward, her steps slow and deliberate, lost in the painful memory. Then, another memory, this one of a whispered proposition. Hwang Jura, didn't I tell you that if you had dinner with everyone on the list, we'd make you a top star? Are you really going to give up such a great opportunity? The water rose to her knees. The criticisms continued to swirl around her, each one a sharp jab. I told her to do it my way. She can't do it on her own. At least someone like her has a chance. The water reached her waist. Then, the memory of a devastating phone call. Jura, a choked voice had sobbed, Mom and Dad, my parents. The memories, instead of breaking her, hardened her resolve. She stood firm against the encroaching waves. The waves crashed against her, growing stronger with each passing moment. The look in Jura's eyes, the expression on her face, captivated everyone on set. Seunghyeon watched, a flicker of understanding in his gaze. That doesn't look like the expression of someone who's made 10 mistakes, he murmured. The director, however, remained tense. He watched intently, a stubborn glint in his eye. Just wait and see, he muttered, prompting a near chuckle from Seunghyeon. How obstinate can he be? He thought, wondering if Jura's captivating performance, tears and all, had been an act. Finally, the director yelled, Cut. Seunghyeon remained silent, momentarily stunned by the flawless take, while the rest of the crew erupted in cheers. Manager Jung's voice, laced with worry, cut through the noise. Jura, he cried. The director, finally relaxing, grumbled, Why put me through all that if she could do it perfectly the first time? He hadn't even turned off the engine of his golf cart when Seunghyun's voice stopped him. Wait! Seunghyun was already sprinting towards the water. Manager Jung shouted helplessly, Don't do it, Jura! Seunghyun, his face etched with alarm, plunged into the sea. Confusion rippled through the onlookers. I thought Suzie drowned herself after diving to the bottom. Someone whispered. Seunghyun quickly spotted Jura. He reached out, his hand closing around her wrist, and pulled her to the surface as Manager Jung cried out in terror. Jura, Hwang Jura, wake up. You're not going to leave us like this, are you? Open your eyes, Jura. Seunghyun continued his efforts to revive her. Seeing a flicker of breath, he began CPR. After a few tense moments, Jura began to cough up seawater. The coughing continued, racking her body. Then, her eyes fluttered open. Jura, are you awake? Can you see me? Manager Jung asked frantically. Oh my God, Jura, you're alive. Jura's voice was weak. Kang Seunghyun, he saved me. I'm okay now. She lifted a trembling hand. Seunghyun, really? Seunghyun took her hand, his voice gentle. Thank me later, he said. He and Manager Jung sat with her for a moment, watching her closely. Jura, finding her voice, complained weakly, It's so salty. Seunghyeon, his gaze still filled with concern, leaned in and whispered, "It's all right." Back at the hotel, Kwang-soo's eyes widened in surprise. Recognizing Seunghyeon, he blurted out, "You're back? Did you sort things out with Director Gu?" He stopped mid-sentence, taking in Seunghyun's soaked appearance. "What happened?" he asked urgently. "Don't worry, I'm sorry," Seunghyun replied quickly. "But can you give me some dry clothes?" Kwang-soo, ignoring Seunghyun's nonchalance, fretted. "Did you fight with Director Gu? Were you pushed into the sea? Seriously, what if a top star catches a cold, especially in the middle of winter? Or did I miss something? Can you please tell me what happened?" Despite brushing off the questions, Seunghyun couldn't shake the image of Yura after he'd pulled her from the water, her weak complaint about the salty taste echoing in his mind. He found himself chuckling softly, the chuckle growing into a full-blown laugh. Kwang-soo, bewildered, asked, "So, did you beat him up?" Seunghyun, still lost in thought, murmured, "She's really something, that girl." Emerging from the bathroom, he let out a weary sigh. "Already showered?" Kwang-soo asked, surprised to see Seunghyun reach for the script. After quickly scanning the pages, Seunghyun asked, "Why? Why did you take the script?" Kwang-soo, cautious, explained, "Director Gu said if you stopped resisting, took a shower, and accepted the role." He trailed off, then relayed another message. "And why are you staying up late? Have you ever seen him so unreasonable? He's making you, the one who always sticks to the schedule, mess up your day, so you have to stay up late." Kwang-soo sighed again, complaining, "I was planning on playing poker with some managers on the 15th floor. Guess that's not happening." Seunghyun gave him two options: leave or film with me. Kwang-soo, seemingly thrilled, asked, "Is that okay?" Then a thought occurred to him. "But what you said is a bit hard to understand," he added, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seunghyun snapped the script shut. "So, you want to pull an all-nighter with me?" he asked Kwang-soo. His manager, ever practical, chimed in, "Let me take you to the set, it's getting late." As they strolled towards the filming location, Kwang-soo suddenly pointed. "That's Jura's manager," he observed. Seunghyun nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, right," the production assistant said to manager Young. "Just go to room 205. Seunghyun will be filming all night, and some staff didn't show up, so she shouldn't be uncomfortable." Suddenly, Seunghyun's unexpected appearance startled both men. "No rooms left?" he asked. The production assistant, visibly surprised, blurted out, "You scared me. How did you get here without making a sound?" Jura's filming is over, so she was planning on heading back to her room. Because he refused to complete the scene, the schedule's been pushed back. Seunghyun's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Really? I'm sorry. It's my fault Jura's schedule got delayed," he apologized. Manager Young quickly reassured him. "It's all right. I would have been in trouble if it weren't for Seunghyun. Thank you so much." He hesitated, then added, "Don't mention it, but wouldn't it be better if she saw a doctor?" Before Seunghyun could voice his own concerns, Manager Young continued, "I offered to take her, but she insisted she was fine, so I figured it should be okay." He was still looking at Seunghyun when Jura's voice called out, "Manager Young?" She peeked around the corner. "Manager Young, what about the room?" she asked, then, spotting Seunghyun, exclaimed, "Seunghyun." As Manager Young explained that they were just talking about him, Seunghyun found himself thinking how radiant she looked. He quickly asked, "Are you all right?" Jura, a shy smile gracing her lips, replied with heartfelt gratitude, "Yes. Thank you for saving me." Noticing his guilt, she added, "Oh, it's nothing. I'm sorry you have to work another day because of me." Jura brushed it off lightly. "It's really okay. The longer I'm on set, the happier I am." Seunghyun, even more impressed by her naive response, simply attributed it to her passion. Before leaving, he thoughtfully reminded her that she'd feel terrible tomorrow if she caught a cold, and urged her to go inside and rest. In return, he received a sweet, deep bow. "Yes, Seunghyun, thank you so much for today." Suddenly, she remembered something. "Seunghyun, wait a moment. I have something to give you. It's in the car. I'll be right back." A flicker of anxiety crossed Seunghyun's face as he waited. She quickly returned, holding out a handkerchief. Seeing his puzzled expression, she explained, "Do you remember that commercial you lent me a year ago?" Seunghyun, curious, replied, "I told you not to return it." She insisted, but it looked expensive. Left with no choice, he reluctantly accepted it. "Thank you anyway." Then, a torrent of gratitude poured from her, taking him aback. "No, I should be thanking you. I didn't think you'd remember, but thank you for noticing that scarf. It gave me a lot of strength. Really, thank you. And thank you again for today. Thank you for always being so kind. Thank you for everything. Thank you for everything. Unable to bear it any longer, Seunghyeon interrupted her. Enough. Go inside and rest. Your manager is waiting. Kwang-soo, let's go. The director's calling. Finally, they said their goodbyes. I'll be going now. Okay, good luck. After the two left, Kwang-soo suddenly spoke. Seunghyun seems to have a good temper. He asked again, curious, and Manager Young explained that it was the manager of Jin Hyung, the one they had just met. I thought she was younger than me, but she's already 34, isn't she? It's not easy for a woman to be a manager. Jin Hyung must have a hard time. Seunghyun's non-committal grunt irritated Kwang-soo. What's with this kid? Didn't you hear what I said? He demanded. He suddenly stammered, Hyung. Actually, that's all there is. There isn't any more. Before Manager Young could even process his disappointment, Seunghyun delivered more surprising news. Tell the director I'll be there soon, he said. But I need to go somewhere first. I'll be there shortly. Kwang-soo stood there helplessly, calling after him in vain. Hey kid, where are you going? I just said I'd give you a ride, and then go play poker. Meanwhile, in room 205, Jura's voice was laced with surprise. Yes, Seunghyun. What are you talking about? Seunghyun held out a key. I said, sleep in my room, he emphasized. Jura's confusion deepened, convinced she'd misheard him. Seunghyun's gaze was steady, his tone serious. Jura, he said, what are you thinking? Are you going to take the key tomorrow? She hesitated. I'm not sure if I heard you correctly. He almost laughed. What did you hear? He asked. Jura mumbled, sleep in your room. Seunghyun pressed his advantage. Yes, you heard correctly. So, you're not going to take it. Jura suddenly darted a suspicious glance at him. He, not understanding what had just happened, stared intently back. To his utter disbelief, she turned and fled with a startled cry. Hey, he shouted in exasperation. I'm not that kind of person. Jura, in her haste, even injured herself grabbing her script. Despite Seunghyun's efforts to get her attention, Jura was resolute. I need to read the script. Please leave. Suddenly, a friend's words echoed in his mind. Seunghyun often misses the important parts, so don't misunderstand. He realized his mistake. Hwang Jura, I think you misunderstood, he said. Try to remain calm even after the sharp, please leave. Anyway, the room is empty today, so go there and rest with your manager. Unconvinced, Jura still refused. Patiently, Seunghyun explained again, I'll be filming all night. Because of me, filming will continue until tomorrow. I thought you'd have a hard time staying composed after everything that happened today. The dawning comprehension flickered in Jura's eyes. All night? She asked, seeking confirmation. He assumed she meant the filming. Finally, Jura relaxed. Ah, I see. Seunghyun added kindly. I left the key at the door before I left. Get some rest. I'm going to film now, so I'll get going. See you tomorrow. Knowing he was truly gone, Jura's embarrassment flooded back. Manager Young, still oblivious, said cheerfully, that feels so much better. You're back to life now. He turned to Jura. I thought I heard someone talking. Who's here? She sat huddled on the floor, whispering, Manager Young, did Seunghyun know I was staying up all night? Manager Young replied calmly, yes, I told him some of the staff had to go film. Jura immediately looked sheepish, awkwardly blurting out that she hadn't said Seunghyun was filming. Their voices dropped to a murmur in the hotel corridor. Room 1701, right? Yes, 1701. Jura's voice was hesitant. Manager Young, are you really okay with this? What's wrong with the room? Manager Young immediately reassured her, explaining what Seunghyun had said about being worried she'd have to stay out because of him, and how it would be rude to refuse. Seeing her continued anxiety, he offered, you can give it back if you're uncomfortable. Jura just shook her head, embarrassed. After saying goodbye, Manager Young said, all right, you can go in now. I'm going upstairs to play poker. She quickly encouraged him. Okay, Manager Young. In truth, she was a light sleeper. The first week she'd lived with Jin Hyung, she'd suffered from insomnia. Jura had actually planned to stay up all night. Stepping into the room, she was immediately struck by its sleek, modern design. Collapsing on the plush bed, she groaned, I'm so tired. The lingering scent on the pillow brought a sudden realization. It smells like Seunghyun, she murmured. So much has happened today. I've been okay these past few days, but today I suddenly felt exhausted. Jura thought, sinking into the mattress. A silent gratitude bloomed within her. Thank you, she whispered to the empty room. If you hadn't looked after me, I think I would have been in a terrible mood, and tomorrow's filming would have been affected. Most importantly, Seunghyun SSI, I'm glad I didn't disappoint you. And, she added, a newfound determination hardening her resolve. I don't want to disappoint anyone else. unseen outside the door. Manager Jung observed quietly. The next day of filming arrived quickly. Seunghyeon was still absorbed in his script when a bright voice broke through his concentration. Seunghyeon SSI, you worked hard yesterday. He looked up to see Yura, her face cheerful. Did you sleep well? How are you feeling? He asked. She beamed. Yes, I slept very well. Thank you so much. Relief washed over Seunghyeon. Good. Then I'm free until filming starts. Would you like to grab a coffee? Manager Jung, how about you? Manager Jung looked startled. How did you know my name? He asked. I heard Kwang-soo mention it, Seunghyeon replied. Manager Jung chuckled. Your memory is impressive. Suddenly, curiosity sparked in Jura's eyes. Seunghyeon SSI, she began. Where are you planning to sleep after the shoot? Me? Right here. He paused, then added in English. Well, it's cold and my back hurts. I was about to go back to my room, but I heard I slept well. His casual comment sent a jolt of alarm through Jura. What was he supposed to do? Was he sick? But Seunghyeon quickly reassured her. Nonsense, he said with a smile. I'm sleeping in Manager Jung's room. My sincere apologies. Jura's gaze softened, a thoughtful expression replacing her concern. I did think about that yesterday, she mused, but that senior is really mean. Suddenly, a greeting startled all three of them. Hello, Gang Seunghyeon et. Jura's face fell as she recognized Kim Chongu. He feigned innocence. Oh, is this the actress playing Sway? Hwang Jura SSI, right? Jura shifted uncomfortably, tried to maintain her composure. She wanted to jump up and tell him to shut up. Curiosity gnawed at her. What was he going to say? Chongu continued. Thanks to the scene you filmed today, I saw last night that you went to Kang Seunghyun's room. Perhaps you two stayed up late working? While Jura was still struggling to respond, sputtering a confused what? Seunghyun calmly replied. Excuse me, your name is Park Chu, right? I apologize. I'm not good with names. Chongu quickly corrected him. Kim Chong-vo. You know my wife, right? I know you attended the wedding. Genuine shock registered on Jura's face. What? You went to the wedding? Where did you go sightseeing yesterday? She asked, bewildered. Chongu looked surprised. What? Seunghyun answered for her. It seems you're the only one who doesn't know. I was filming until morning. Chongu was momentarily speechless. He quickly recovered, forcing a knowing smile. I went back to rest early after filming, so I didn't hear anything. I'm sorry, he added. Seunghyun's voice dripped with sarcasm. Sorry? Is that all? The tension between them crackled. Suddenly, Kwang-soo appeared. Seunghyun, aren't you getting ready to leave? He called out, then immediately turned on the charm. Oh, hello Kim Chong-woo SSI. Filming must have been tough today. He leaned in, whispering to Chong-woo. What are you doing? It's an open shoot today. There are reporters everywhere. Do you want to make headlines? Chong-woo visibly deflated, letting out a sigh. Then, grabbing a tissue, he sneered at Chong-woo. Kim Chong-woo, so eager for power he married a congressman's daughter. Wipe off that cold sweat. Seunghyun's anger, barely contained, flared at Chong-woo's blatant attempt to smear Jura's reputation. Scared now? Show some reaction. Let's go, Jura. Let's go, Seunghyun repeated. Fury choked Chong-woo's voice. Why did you go to Kang Seunghyun's room? Did you stay up all night? If it's about Kang Seunghyun, you're in trouble. Want to see? Outraged by the absurdity of the accusation, Seunghyun glared at him. Really? Show me, he challenged, not wanting the situation to escalate. Jura quickly stepped between them. Please, Chong-woo SSI. Jura pleaded, exasperated. You're so naive it's driving me crazy. Can't you think of something more innocent? He was still stubbornly arguing when she cut him off. Did you forget what Seunghyeon SSI said about wiping off the sweat and pretending to be strong? She snapped. I don't know how you can even memorize your lines with that brain. Instead of being offended, Chong-woo seemed almost thrilled. He even chuckled, saying, quite impressive, huh? Jura trembled with frustration. Hwang Jura Coco, she roared, resorting to a childhood nickname in her exasperation. She's pretty good too, you know, Chong-woo taunted. If you're so brave, just stand still on the beach. Everyone bustled around, preparing for the next scene. The director addressed the actors, clarifying some details. There's been a slight change in the plot, so I'll explain. All the dialogue during the beach walk scene will be cut and replaced with different audio. What you say while walking isn't important, as the audio will be removed, the director continued. I'll be focusing on the emotions, especially for Sue. The character doesn't know anything yet, so she just needs to smile happily. Sue is recalling her last memories while hiding her decision to commit suicide. He explained further, so don't express any sadness or joy. Hwang Jura quickly responded, Yes, director. The director went on, you two will talk face to face, capturing the emotions, then move into an embrace. How like a couple? I'll add more details later. They both replied in unison, yes, director. The director seemed to have something else on his mind. Yura Hwang, he began. She immediately responded, yes, director. He noticed Seunghyeon looking at her. He quickly changed the subject. Oh, never mind. Just need to memorize the lines, and then we can start filming. Yura politely replied, oh yes. Meanwhile, Seunghyeon stood silently, thinking, why is she looking at me anyway? He and Yura took their positions, ready to film. An assistant touched up Seunghyun's makeup. Yura was also getting her makeup retouched. The director's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Get Do Jin-soo in position. Yura felt a surge of anxiety. Oh my god, I'm so worried, she muttered under her breath. Seunghyun drew her closer, pulling her into an embrace. She looked at him, surprised. Seunghyeon says, you seem relaxed, she observed. Yes, you're right, he replied. This isn't Seunghyun, but Sway Do-jin's lover. Like they're really in love. She reminded herself not to repeat yesterday's mistake. The director yelled, action, and the cameras started rolling. They walked along the beach, happily, like lovers. To create genuine emotion and lessen her anxiety, Yura initiated a conversation with Seunghyun. It was the first take, and she was nervous, unsure of how the director would perceive their performance. He smiled and offered simple advice. Don't talk too much. Just mention you skipped breakfast, had this for lunch, and that for dinner. That's enough. She laughed. Oh, I wasn't going to say that. Putting his suggestion into practice, Yura leaned her head on his shoulder and asked, so, what do you want for dinner tonight? Seunghyun, momentarily surprised, played along. Of course, I want to try pork dipped in tapaka sauce. She looked up at him curiously. What kind of dish is that? You've never had it? Yura asked incredulously. It's really delicious. The camera captured the tender, happy moment between them. The director watched, nodding in approval. Good, he praised. The conversation between the two actors hadn't ended. Seunghyun turned to her, a question in his eyes. It seems you and Kim Jong-woo have met before, he said, his voice low. So, Miran also came as a guest after the wedding party? The question hit Yura like a lightning bolt. What? She stammered, a flicker of unease in her chest. Had he seen? Hesitantly, she asked, oh, did you already see? Seunghyun replied, I think I just glimpsed it. Her composure crumbled. Mustering all her courage, she whispered, oh, I was just curious how you two knew each other. Seunghyun continued, you and me ran. Inwardly, Yura felt a tremor of panic. I'm sorry, she blurted out. It's actually the first time in my life I've seen something like that at a restaurant, but I didn't know you knew her before. I didn't see her at the restaurant either. Seunghyun clarified, our fathers are friends. If this conversation goes on, I'm in trouble, Yura thought frantically. She quickly changed the subject. I'm supposed to be feeling sad right now, but the problem is I can't control my emotions. Seunghyun offered a gentle compliment. You're doing well. Your emotions and expressions yesterday were great. Yura was taken aback by the praise. Seunghyun continued, perhaps. Did you think about what it felt like at that moment? She was fighting an internal battle, the hazy memory clinging stubbornly to the edges of her mind. I can't tell him the truth. She forced a lightness she didn't feel. You've been in this industry for years. Why are you still like this? Why are you so naive? She teased, pushing the dangerous thoughts away. Seunghyun stood there, a thoughtful expression on his face. It's a long story, he began. One day, I went to film a commercial, just some extra work. That day turned out to be the worst because the director went crazy. Have you heard of the ginseng drink commercial? He asked. Yura's eyes widened in recognition. He's really famous, she replied. Seunghyun nodded. I thought I had nailed it. The veteran actor in the commercial asked for my name. Back then, I was completely unknown. When someone asked for my name, I didn't want them to know. So I decided. He paused for a few seconds, letting the suspense hang in the air. Yura suddenly realized, and then it was all about you. Seunghyun said nothing, just stared at her with an intense gaze. What is this? She thought, flustered. What am I supposed to do now? Tomorrow, I'll go back to that pathetic life, she murmured, lost in the moment. I know those adoring gazes are just acting, but I wish time would stop. I don't want to let go of this hand. If only it were Hiram. If only I weren't Sue, but the main character, Hiram. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was about to pull away and turn to leave when Seunghyun quickly caught her hand, pulling her into a tight embrace. Everything seemed to blur, a warm flush rising in Yura's cheeks. He whispered in her ear, look, you can do it. Yura's voice was barely audible above the sound of the waves. Thank you so much, Seunghyun SSI. When asked for your name, you'll always remember that he noticed you during the entire shoot, Seunghyeon said, looking into her innocent eyes. If you cherish it, you'll succeed. If you value it, you'll succeed. If only we could meet again as leads. Jura smiled at him, a genuine, happy smile. Seunghyun hesitated, as if about to say something. He reached out, his fingers gently brushing her cheek. Jura's eyes widened in confusion. What? Have you kissed anyone before? He asked, his voice soft. Completely taken aback, Jura stammered. Kiss? What? Well, I've never kissed anyone. But you probably think it's possible now, right? Seunghyun chuckled at her response. He leaned closer. Jura closed her eyes, her mind a whirl of anticipation and confusion. Whatever happens, happens. Seunghyun gently kissed her forehead. She hadn't expected such a bold move. Seunghyun calmly said he was really looking forward to going back to Seoul. Don't cry too much before I get home, he added softly. Jura was still lost in the moment, replaying the scene in her mind. Manager Young turned to see her standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Jura sighed. Are you all packed? He asked. She snapped back to reality. Oh yes, I'm only going for a day, so I didn't bring much. Young pointed to a broadcast playing on a nearby screen, telling Jura to look. It appeared to be an entertainment news program, likely there to interview the lead actors. A single chair sat in the center of the stage. When will I ever get to sit there, Yuni? Jura asked suddenly. The woman walking beside her, her manager, Young, chuckled. Why are you so jealous? She teased. Jura sighed, a weariness settling over her. I don't even have the desire anymore, she admitted honestly. It's just draining. Why can't you outrun exhaustion, no matter how far you go? Manager Young put a comforting arm around her, offering words of encouragement. Then run harder, she said firmly. Don't you want to experience that refreshing feeling? Jura asked, a naive hope flickering in her voice. Exhausted to the bone, unable to even stand up straight, utterly spent, Manager Young shared a knowing look, drawing on her own years of experience. How about a cold drink, and then we keep going? You've trained your stamina for 7 years, so let's start with Bona Mana, she suggested, a hint of playful challenge in her tone. Jura leaned her head against Manager Young's shoulder, finding a moment of solace in the solid support. Suddenly, her manager's face contorted in a grimace. Wait, hold on a second, she muttered. The handsome young man appearing on stage right now is Kim Chongu. Manager Young scowled. You saw something you didn't want to see before leaving, didn't you? That cheap guy. Let's go, Jura. Your eyes will rot if you keep staring at that spot. Jura quickly agreed. Okay, she replied, though she couldn't resist a quick glance back. To her surprise, Seunghyun was on stage as well, chatting amiably with everyone. He seemed so different, she thought, a strange pang in her chest. Seunghyun's smile was brighter than the stage lights. A sudden thought struck Jura. It's strange. The man who was standing next to me just an hour ago feels so distant now. No, I'll forget it, she told herself firmly. He was just being nice to me. In reality, he's in a very distant place. He was known for his tall, athletic build and handsome features. An actor with impeccable skills. You could admire the beauty, but not touch it without permission. A Hollywood star adored by fans across Asia. Their lives were unlikely to ever intersect again. Well, until yesterday, that had been the reality. Why? Jura's cheeks flushed as she remembered the intimate moment with Seunghyun. She quickly fanned herself, trying to dispel the awkward heat. What am I even thinking? She muttered under her breath. Manager Young looked at her quizzically. Hwang Jura, what are you doing? She asked. Jura immediately turned around, snapping back to attention. Yes, I'm coming, she replied. But her mind was still buzzing with strange thoughts. The feeling of regret, the lingering attachment to Sue's character. If I didn't still have feelings for her, this wouldn't. The recording session came to an end. The host, beaming, expressed his sincere gratitude to the guests. Despite your busy schedules, all 3 of you made time for this interview. I'm truly grateful and look forward to seeing you all again soon. The staff bustled around, packing up the equipment. Everyone did a great job. I'll handle the machines, one called out. Meanwhile, Seunghyun was looking around anxiously, wondering if Hwang Jura had already returned to Seoul. He returned to his apartment late that night. Outside in the hallway, his manager, Kwang Soo, said, I'll wake you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. You worked really hard today. Seunghyun ziplit politili, okay. Get some good rest. As he stepped into his room, the exhaustion of the day was evident on his face, filming from morning till night, and then again the next day until 11 a.m. The director seemed to expect him to be superhuman. He glanced at his beloved bed, surprised to see it perfectly made. I made my bed before filming so I could rest well. But now it's too clean, and my room is too tidy, he mused to himself. He walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. The water cascaded down. Even while showering, the handsome actor exuded an undeniable charisma. The image of Yura kept flashing in his mind. He remembered every nuance of her expressions, the smallest details of her face, even the carefree smile of the innocent girl she seemed to be. He quickly turned off the shower, droplets of water still clinging to his hair. Suddenly, he froze, standing motionless and silent as a statue. The next morning, a scream echoed through the film studio. Panic rippled through the set. Seunghyeon, people cried, rushing towards him. Kwang-soo, his manager, shoved his way through the crowd. Are you all right? He demanded, his voice laced with anxiety. A young supporting actor, clutching a wooden prop, stammered apologies. Are you okay? I think I hit you. I'm so sorry. They said we should do it like this during rehearsal. Seunghyun, ever the professional, managed a reassuring smile. No, it was my fault. I wasn't focused. I'm sorry I startled everyone, he added, his voice calm despite the blood welling up on his hand. Kwang-soo, still hovering anxiously, repeated his question. Seunghyun, are you sure you're okay? He turned to his manager, forcing a smile. Yes, I'm fine. The manager, pale and speechless, could only stare at the blood. The director, seeing the severity of the situation, insisted Seunghyun be taken to the hospital immediately. Get him treated first, then we'll see if he wants to continue. The director conceded, his voice tight with concern. Kwang-soo, already ushering Seunghyun away, agreed readily. All right, we'll be right back. The actor who caused the accident, still trembling, mumbled apologies. Kwang-soo, his mind racing, focused on getting Seunghyun to the hospital as quickly as possible. As they sped towards the hospital, Kwang-soo turned to Seunghyun. Did you send it to Seoul yet? He asked. Seunghyun looked at him, confused. What? Kwang-soo sighed, realizing his client's mind was elsewhere. He simply smiled, offering no explanation. Kwang-soo's voice took on a serious tone. This isn't the time to be smiling. You've been acting strange these past few days. You've never had trouble with lines, been this tired, or had insomnia. Look at your shoulder. How many times did you practice and still get hit? Seunghyun, subdued, replied obediently. I'll be more careful. Kwang-soo pressed further. Then tell me. But Seunghyun quickly looked away, avoiding eye contact. The hospital was just ahead. The moment they arrived, Seunghyun practically bolted from the car, leaving Kwang-soo calling after him. I'm talking to you. What are you so afraid of? I know what you're thinking. Seunghyun, feigning pain, called back. Please, I'm in pain right now. We'll talk later. Kwang-soo, exasperated, yelled after him. You think I don't know you're faking the pain to avoid this? Fake blood, huh? Want to see if it's real or not. He narrowed his eyes, suddenly channeling his inner detective. Based on my keen deduction skills, ever since you left Busan, your life has done a complete 180. From the moment Hwang Jura and manager Jung left Busan, Seunghyun remained silent, offering no explanation. Kwang-soo's intense stare made Seunghyun shift uncomfortably. What? Why are you looking at me like that? He asked, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. Seunghyun smiled. You don't realize you just exposed your weakness, do you? Kwang-soo was completely bewildered. What? I didn't do anything. Seunghyun continued to be cryptic. You should know. Kwang-soo, frustrated, demanded an answer. What do you mean? Seunghyun teased. Then why do you keep bringing up manager Jung, as if she's constantly on your mind? Kwang-soo's face flushed crimson. He stammered, trying to explain himself. Hey, Seunghyun, it's not like that. I'm just a manager, like manager Jung, that's all. We just played Go Stop together. Because she's always with Hwang Jura, I remember seeing her. Receiving no response, he asked awkwardly, Hey, Kang Seunghyun, are you listening? But in Seunghyun's mind, one name echoed. Hwang Jura. It was undeniable. They had arrived at the general hospital. The doctor examined Seunghyun's wound. It's not too deep. It won't scar. Just take care of it for the next 2 or 3 days, and don't overexert yourself. Seunghyun breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate. Meanwhile, Kwang-soo sat worrying, wondering if Director Du would understand the situation. 2 or 3 days later, after hearing the doctor's recommendation, Seunghyun was told to rest for 2 to 3 days to recover from his injury. Both Kwang-soo and Director Du stared at him intently, prompting him to ask, surprised, What's with you two? He had expected the director to push him to film non-action scenes, but the unexpected break caught him off guard. Hwang Jura had also been injured not long ago. He wondered if she was doing all right. Night had fallen as he and Kwang Soo returned to the familiar comfort of his apartment. Back at his apartment, Kwang Soo scribbled diligently in a notebook. Seunghyeon, curious, asked what he was grumbling about. Seunghyeon, Kwang Soo explained, if I'm filming Man on Wednesday, I should reschedule tomorrow for the day after. The director asked if I could move the schedule to next Wednesday. Man has a lighter theme, so it won't affect your injury. After listening, Seunghyun simply sighed, exhaustion etched on his face. You're not even giving me time to rest. I think I need to find a new manager. Kwang Soo, far from being offended, perked up at the suggestion. I'd appreciate it if you did. Well, get some rest. I'm going to grab a few drinks. Seunghyun, a flicker of concern in his eyes, tried to stop him. Wait a minute. A moment later, Kwang Soo returned, not with alcohol, but with a stash of barley drinks. They settled in to watch television, the non-alcoholic beverages between them. Seunghyun, restless, questioned Kwang Soo's choice to stay and drink. I need a quiet place to rest. Kwang Soo pointed at him, a knowing look in his eyes. You can fool everyone else, but you can't fool me. Seunghyun stood there, listening, a mixture of confusion and apprehension on his face. He muttered under his breath, "Oh no, how can I not fool him? What were you going to say, buddy?" Kwang Soo asked, glancing at him over the rim of his barley drink. Suddenly, he slammed the can down on the table, the gesture sharp and declarative. The two men sat in silence for a moment. Finally, Kwang Soo spoke, his voice tinged with a nervous energy. I'm really impressed with Manager Young. I know her pretty well, so I know why I like her. I find people who are passionate about their work really attractive, like my ideal type. Seunghyun offered some pragmatic advice. Then tell her, you two should exchange numbers. Kwang Soo deflated. How can I talk on the phone? If I want to chat, we have to meet. But no, even if we meet, I don't know what to say. Well, enough about that. What happened between you and Hwang Jura that made Kang Seunghyun so distracted during filming? Seunghyun immediately deflected. What's the big deal? Why are two men playing truth or dare? Kwang Soo, exasperated, raised his voice. Don't change the subject. You know you wouldn't be like this unless something was bothering you, right? Kwang Soo's words seemed to hit a nerve. Seunghyun didn't deny it, only clicked his tongue, a silent acknowledgement. I've been through something similar, he finally admitted. Kwang Soo brightened. See, I knew it. Seunghyun, curious, asked, why are you so excited? Kwang Soo, slipping into manager mode, launched into a lecture. You're not in your 20s anymore. You've grown up. I don't want to stop you from dating, but don't be so obvious. If the public finds out, it could affect your work. It's not good for either of you. Seunghyun, slightly annoyed, retorted, but wait, why are you always nagging? Kwang Soo pressed on, explaining that his advice was for Seunghyun's own good. I'm worried that if he keeps acting like he has recently, he might lose control and cause a lot of trouble at work. Seunghyun sat quietly, absorbing his manager's words. The air cleared between them, and Kwang Soo's demeanor lightened. The scene shifted to the bustling streets of the city, the start of a new day. Cars filled the roads, horns blaring. Jura sat listlessly in a car, the energy drained from her. Manager Young, sitting beside her, offered a tired greeting. Have a good day at work. Jura responded weakly. You too. Exhaustion and lack of sleep clung to her like a second skin. Manager Young, her voice laced with concern, asked, are you all right? Maybe you stayed in the water too long during the lake scene, and it affected your health. Let's go to the hospital and get you checked out. Jura forced a smile. I'm Fine. I've been filming that movie for 3 weeks. I've also practically stalked his activity on every social media platform. Manager Young, trying to lift her spirits, suggested, Jura, remember that great coffee shop we went to before? Do you want to grab a coffee to wake up? Jura agreed readily. I'd love to. They arrived at Eden Cafe, heading upstairs. Jura was surprised to find it so empty on a weekend. Manager Young calmly explained that she had rented the entire space. I'll get some water, Manager Young said, leaving Jura staring at her phone screen. Jura was completely absorbed in her puzzle game. It was proving frustratingly difficult. The cheerful chime of matching gems replaced by the insistent buzz of failure. Her brow furrowed in concentration. She leaned closer to the screen, determined to conquer the level. Manager Young returned with water. Your timing is terrible, Jura grumbled, not looking up. Please help me clear this stage. I really can't do it. Suddenly, she froze, her words hanging in the air. For 5 long seconds, she stared, speechless. Sitting across from her wasn't Manager Young, but Seunghyun. He gently took her phone. a questioning look on his face. What's this? Is this image making you dizzy? Is it May's gem? Jura was too stunned to speak. Confusion swirled within her. Am I dreaming? I thought you were filming in Busan. She huddled in her seat, watching him play the game, the mere sound of his voice enough to make her nerves jangle. He looked up hesitant. Can I play one more round? Can you answer what you're doing here? He mumbled something about having work in Seoul, then returned to the game, his brow furrowed in concentration. Silence descended, thick and awkward. Finally, Seunghyeon broke the silence. He began, then hesitated, the words catching in his throat. That thing is... He trailed off, his eyes meeting hers. Jura held her breath, anticipation thrumming through her. He continued, his gaze unwavering. You? Jura stared at him, utterly dumbfounded. He sat there, still as a statue, watching her reaction. Then, a slow smile spread across his face. He stood abruptly, tapping the table with his hand. He handed her back her phone and turned to leave. Jura picked up the device, bewildered, and saw that he had entered his phone number into her contacts. Manager Young emerged, beaming. Absolutely perfect. What just happened? What did Seunghyeon eat to be able to say something so cool? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Did you see that? I got goosebumps. Jura sat with her head in her hands, still reeling from the encounter. Manager Young waved a hand in front of her face. Hey, Jura, did you hear what I said? Jura looked up, dazed. So you saw all that? Manager Young laughed. What did you think of my acting? Should I quit being a manager and become an actress? Jura stammered. What just happened? Manager Young smiled gently. Do you know Kwang Soo, Seunghyun's manager? Jura nodded, still confused. Manager Young began to explain. She and Kwang Soo had exchanged numbers when she was in Busan. He'd contacted her a few times after she returned to Seoul. Then, yesterday, he called to tell her about Seunghyun's injury on set. Jura had been worried. Why? How did that happen? Manager Young pointed at her, a playful glint in her eye. It's your fault. Jura's eyes widened. Why is it my fault? Manager Young continued. Apparently, he's been so preoccupied with you that he got distracted during filming. Kwang Soo said it was practically an accident waiting to happen, so he set up this meeting for you two today. Jura blushed, a shy smile playing on her lips. What do you mean lost focus because of me? Manager Young, do you see me smiling right now? Didn't you hear? He asked if you still remembered him or if you missed him. Anyway, I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand. He's back in Seoul for a magazine shoot. I'm not privy to his schedule, so I wasn't sure about this meeting. Jura interrupted. Wait, so you're saying Seunghyun got hurt because he was thinking about me, and he asked if I missed him too? Manager Young confirmed. That's what he said. The realization of what had just happened began to sink in. So that means Seunghyun. Manager Young beamed. Absolutely perfect. Still can't believe it. Jura, flustered, could only nod. That's right. A deep blush crept up her cheeks, the shock of the encounter still evident in her wide eyes. Oh, what should I do? Manager Young seized the opportunity. What should I do now? Should I call him? He'll probably answer right away, right? Should I tell him I miss him too? Honestly, if you hadn't been so oblivious, I wouldn't have had to orchestrate this whole post-filming meeting. You've talked to Seunghyun privately, haven't you? Jura, caught off guard, could only admit yes. A thought flitted through Jura's mind. This was certainly an unexpected and interesting experience. Seunghyun, the man she'd met on set, turned out to be so impressive and perfect. But in that respect, he was similar to Kim Chongu. No one in the world could be more considerate, kind, and charismatic than him. I never imagined he'd be that kind of person. Of course, Seunghyun might be different, but I still don't have the courage to face him. Please confirm. A silence fell between them. Manager Young, ever enthusiastic, broke the quiet. Look, Jura, there are so many audition opportunities at the beginning of the year. This upcoming movie looks good, don't you think? It's director Lim Jo's end-of-year project. In contrast to her manager's excitement, Jura remained focused on her phone, a look of determination on her face. But after only 3 seconds, she reverted back to her shy demeanor. Jura dejectedly put down her phone. Seeing this, Manager Young snatched it up. Handing it back, she calmly typed a message. Please contact me. Jura pleaded. Yuni, please don't do this. The words barely left her mouth before she quickly grabbed her phone back. Manager Young's voice took on a serious tone. Come on, he told you to contact him, didn't he? If you don't, just forget about him. Why torture yourself? Jura, huddled in the corner, mumbled, I'm just so worried. I don't know what to do. Manager Young looked at her with sympathy. Finally, she sat down and put an arm around Jura. Jura, I understand, but Seunghyun doesn't seem like a bad guy. He's caring, affectionate, and kind. Suddenly, memories of the past flooded Jura's mind. At first, Kim Chongu was like that too, pretending to be perfect and kind in every way, as if no one in the world could compare to him. She hadn't realized it then either. Manager Jung quickly defended her point. It's not like that. If that jerk, Kim Chongu, could act in front of a camera, he'd have won awards by now. She softened her tone. Anyway, if you're attracted to him but don't trust him yet, there's no need to start dating right away. Just stay in touch and get to know each other slowly. Jura said something that rendered Manager Jung speechless. But what if it's not like that? Manager Jung quickly changed tactics. Hey, don't say that. Let's have some soju. Who knows? Maybe the alcohol will give you the courage to call him. Jura responded shyly. Well, it's even more impolite to call someone when you're drinking. I wouldn't even know what to say. Manager Jung continued her persuasive efforts. Why not just tell him you miss him? A little liquid courage. Jura remained resistant. Enough, Yinny, I'm not drinking. Manager Jung tried to reassure her. Don't worry, if you call him and start rambling, I'll stop you. Jura couldn't help but laugh at the teasing. That's the problem. Despite Manager Jung's almost relentless coaxing, Jura stubbornly refused. I don't want to drink. I thought she was strong, but in the end, your Yinny got drunk instead. What are you doing? Keep drinking. I didn't expect Jura to hold her liquor better than Manager Jung. Manager Jung, now thoroughly inebriated, rambled on. Manager Jung, my dear Yinny, you invited me for drinks. Don't pretend to be asleep just because you're drunk. She told Jura to stop pushing her. Jura sat helplessly, staring blankly into space. A few seconds later, she collapsed onto the bed. My head is spinning. I still didn't call Seunghyeon. I need to tell him something so he doesn't wait for me. Is it too late to call now? Well, who would answer the phone at 2 a.m.? I'll just send him a message. She tossed and turned, pondering until around 3 a.m., a truly adorable expression on her face. The clock struck 3 a.m. Jura had made her decision. With a deep breath, she mustered all her courage and picked up her phone. If I send it now, he'll see it in the morning, she reasoned. That way, it'll be harder for him to avoid since he'll have just woken up. Either way, this will keep me up until I'm fully awake. Carefully, she typed each word. Seunghyeon SSI. It's Jura. Even after writing the message, she hesitated, lost in thought. Then the moment arrived. She pressed send. The message sent. She immediately buried her face in her pillow and screamed. I sent it. A long, shaky sigh escaped her lips. Composing herself, she murmured, go to sleep. I've done what I needed to do. I'll deal with everything tomorrow. Having just drifted off to sleep, her phone rang. Jura jolted awake, reaching for the device. Surprise flooded her features as her eyes fixed on the screen. Seunghyeon was calling. Confusion swirled within her. What should she do? What if I don't answer? She wondered, the phone still ringing. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. A soft voice whispered, hello. Silence hung heavy on the other end. Mustering her courage, Jura began, Seunghyeon SSI. But before she could finish, Seunghyeon asked if she was drunk. His voice sent shivers down her spine, her soul feeling as if it were wandering in a dreamlike realm. Your voice is so nice, she blurted out before regaining her composure. How did you know? She asked, her voice calmer now. Seunghyeon replied, you sent me a message. I couldn't understand any of it. Jura's jaw dropped. Really? Why? I was so careful. Did I wake you? She asked, worried. No, I wasn't asleep yet. Are you out drinking? I'm not at home drinking, she clarified softly. So, what are you doing tomorrow? He asked curiously. I don't have any plans tomorrow, Jura replied. You asked for this meeting, so let's meet tomorrow and clarify the message you sent me. Jura was taken aback. See you tomorrow, Seunghyeon continued, teasing her lightly. What's wrong? Did you curse me out in the message or something? Jura quickly denied it. No way. I wouldn't dare. All right, I'll send you the address and time tomorrow, he said. Wait, hold on, Jura exclaimed, but she was met with the long beep of a disconnected call. What just happened? She thought, trembling at the thought of tomorrow. What am I going to do? I might not be able to sleep tonight. Early the next morning, the weather forecast predicted heavy snow in Gyeonggi and Seoul. However, due to the higher temperatures, those venturing out would only feel slightly cold. Arriving at their familiar cafe, Jura waited, having arrived early. I couldn't sleep at all, she thought. Maybe I was already awake before you messaged me. I was too anxious and afraid of being late, so I arrived half an hour early. Suddenly, Manager Jung called. Jura quickly answered. Are you out? Where are you? Manager Jung asked anxiously. I just arrived, Jura responded. Yes, I thought I'd be late because of the snow, but luckily it's just lightly snowing now, she added. Where are you right now? Manager Jung asked, her voice sounding like she was walking. I'm in Myongdong. Jura replied. Suspicion creeping into her voice, Jura asked, "Are you really meeting with a colleague? You're dressed up so nicely today. It's suspicious. Do you have a boyfriend?" Manager Jung immediately denied it. "But you know I don't have time to mess around with men. I'm always with you." Jura, sensing something, pressed further. "Hey, you're acting nervous. You really do have a boyfriend, don't you?" Manager Jung continued to deny it. "I told you I don't." Just then, a waving hand caught her eye, causing her to fluster. Hey, I have to go. See you at home." Jura stared at her phone, a suspicious look on her face. She began analyzing Manager Jung's recent behavior. It's possible she gave Kwang Soo her number in Busan, and they've been in contact since returning to Seoul. But there haven't been any signs of that, so maybe not. I should worry about what's going to happen to me. Lost in thought, she reapplied her lipstick, freshening her appearance. Opening her camera, she adjusted her hair, experimenting with pinning it up. "I still have plenty of time for pictures," she thought, snapping a few selfies. Suddenly, Jura's eyes widened as something caught her attention. Those sparkling eyes held a captivating allure. Seunghyeon had been standing behind her for a moment, unnoticed. "Hi," he greeted her. He leaned in slightly, his face close to hers. Jura, flustered, managed a small smile. "How did you get here so early?" she asked. Too shy to lift her gaze, Jura wondered why she was always so awkward around him. He settled into a seat across from her. "Sorry, have you been waiting long?" he asked politely. "Not at all," she quickly replied. "It's not even our agreed-upon time yet." He didn't seem like a celebrity at all. Searching for a casual topic, she commented, "It was snowing heavily on the way here. Did you have any trouble?" He surprised her with his response. "Jura, have you ever taken an express bus during the day?" Confused, she answered, "No, I haven't tried that yet." "But why do you ask?" Expecting a sweet reply, she was taken aback by his next words. "You should try it sometime. I think I'm getting sick." After mimicking the phrase, Jura asked, surprised, "Did you take a taxi here?" Seunghyeon confirmed, "Yes, it's more convenient than dating separately." Jura agreed wholeheartedly, relieved he felt the same. "Ah, you're right," she said brightly. His response was a flat yeah. The conversation stalled. Silently, Jura thought, "This is so awkward." She snuck a glance at him. He was looking right at her. Quickly, she averted her gaze. Why was he staring? Suddenly, he spoke her name, startling her. Yes, she responded quickly. Seunghyeon reminded her of the previous night, suggesting that if she was sober now, she should explain the message she'd sent. Recalling the message, Jura froze. He held out his phone. "I don't understand what you were trying to say." Taking the phone, confusion clouded her features. "That's strange. I checked it carefully before sending it yesterday." To him, Jura's expression shifted dramatically. Her hands began to tremble. "Did I send that message?" She could only gasp. "Oh my God, did I really send this?" Seunghyeon Eti. "I apologize for bothering you at this hour. It's Hwang Jura. I'm happy and grateful for your care, but at the same time, I feel a little uneasy. Truthfully, I've been through some very hurtful things recently, so I might need some time to feel better and figure out who truly cares for me. Could you please just treat me as a senior caring for a junior? If so, that would be great. Thank you for reading this message." Even drunk, could I really have sent such a long message? She wondered. I thought I wouldn't get drunk even if I drank a lot, but clearly I was wrong. Lowering her head, she handed the phone back to him. "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to do something so stupid." Seunghyun responded, "Find the answer." She had written it, so she could explain it. Jura hesitated. The man across from her waited expectantly. Fear gripped her, forcing her to think carefully before speaking. The image of Seunghyun, so handsome and composed, filled her mind. This might be a polite rejection, she thought, but when I see him, my heart races. I can't speak. He watched her, waiting patiently for her answer. "I don't know what you mean, but you don't need to give such a long answer. I only have one question for you. I think about you often, and I miss you. Do you feel the same?" Jura was stunned by the directness of his question. This question shouldn't be something to worry about, she thought. "I think about you every day after filming, even to the point of mistaking the person in front of me for the growing feelings in my heart. How will he react if I say that?" she wondered, a mixture of fear and curiosity churning within her. What should I do? She remained sullen, refusing to express her true feelings. Silence fell between them once more. Seunghyun recalled an earlier conversation. Kwang Soo had been surprised by the news. Why would she say that and then hang up? "So you met Jura today?" He'd replied, "I sent the address in time this morning, so I'll go to the studio at noon." Kwang Soo had cautioned him. "Seunghyun, it's too early to say those things. Do you think Jura will accept?" He'd responded confidently, "I don't think so." He'd asked 100,000 questions, are you afraid of being rejected by Hwang Jura? His answer was always no. Kwang-soo had said exasperatedly, see, this is why I'm saying this. I also think no one would reject you when you confess, but everyone has their own way. You might not need to worry, but Hwang Jura won't feel the same. Those words had unsettled Seunghyeon. After a moment of contemplation, he admitted, I'm starting to get a little scared now. The silence stretched, then Jura finally spoke. Seunghyun, your phone's ringing, she pointed out. Seunghyun quickly apologized. So Jura forced a smile. It's okay. He decided it was best to answer. It wouldn't stop otherwise. He answered the call. Hello? No, I haven't asked yet. Of course not. Jura sat there, listening to the one-sided conversation. Who is that? She wondered. Suddenly, a stranger appeared. I'm here. I didn't even know the name of this place, so I've just been wandering around. Seunghyun looked perplexed. What am I supposed to do with you showing up like this so suddenly? Jura stared, utterly surprised. He was so cliché. The newcomer replied, well, I waited a long time, and you didn't call. I wasn't sure if your phone had died. He looked helplessly at Seunghyun. I tried calling, but what did you say? He slid casually into a seat at their table. Come on, let's move over here, he said with a grin. Jura racked her brain, trying to place him. I've been thinking for a while, but I just can't remember. Noticing her, he immediately introduced himself. Oh, you seem to recognize me. Anyway, it's our first time meeting, so maybe I should introduce myself properly, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Jang Min-soo, the director of some of the most popular dramas. Seunghyun muttered under his breath, wondering if that was really necessary. Jura stood up immediately, a polite smile on her face. Oh yes, nice to meet you. I'm Wan Yuda. They shook hands. Min-soo responded enthusiastically. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you too. He's friendlier than I thought, she mused. Jang Min-soo, a former model, was now the director of countless impressive projects. Such talent, she thought. Jura asked him why he was there. He said something rather thoughtless. Yeah, quite an honor, right? I'm so glad to meet you, he continued, pumping her hand repeatedly. Seunghyun, looking concerned, asked Jura if she was all right. She pouted, turning to him. How did things turn out like this? Seunghyeon SI. He explained, I'm sorry, I actually wanted to ask for your opinion before inviting him. Min-soo interrupted their conversation. Never mind that, he said dismissively. Jura, startled, responded yes. He extended his hand, asking, Hwang Jura, do you want to be famous? At the mention of fame, her eyes lit up like headlights. The thing is, Seunghyun began, Director Jang ran into a big problem last night. Not really, Min-soo corrected, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. Seunghyun, startled, asked softly, what's wrong? Min-soo practically screamed in despair. The character. It seems you're quite used to this situation by now, Seunghyun observed. Director Jang ran a hand through his hair in frustration, nearly beside himself. How can everything be okay? They acted so well when they met, but during filming, they did nothing. It seems I only got 100 views. He wondered aloud whose film it was. Seunghyun supplied the answer. New York. He knew the film too. Min-soo continued to complain. The comeback is coming soon, and I'm going crazy. I thought the audition would go smoothly, but who knew there would be a problem? Seunghyun asked what was wrong with the character. Min-soo was exasperated. It wasn't about the character itself, but the portrayal. A woman deeply wounded emotionally. One day, a new love appears, but because her wounds are so deep, she's afraid to love again. She's drawn to this love, yet terrified to embrace it. She's on the verge of giving up, but she can't stop thinking about him. But no male lead could express that kind of emotion. Of course, I'll look for other actors. Though I could find previous actors, there are a lot of new faces now. Listening to Director Jang's script, Seunghyun sat thinking about that woman, deeply emotionally wounded. Tam's character was very similar to this role. Even under harsh conditions, the director was strict about acting. I think she could perform well in this role. So he immediately suggested to his friend that there was a candidate. But upon hearing that, Min-soo sat up and asked, really? Who is it? Seunghyun said confidently, Hwang Jura. Min-soo's face stiffened. He searched for information about this girl online. Hwang Jura. What was going through his mind as he read the message on his phone? Min-soo suddenly shouted, making him curious. Do you know her? What's going on? He hesitated for a few seconds. She's charming, but seems a little too old for the role. Seunghyun was completely shocked. What? If you think she's old, how young do you want? Tell me straight up, even if your work involves societal standards. The search results showed Hwang Jura, a culinary researcher born in 1956, a South Korean actor from E Company. He wondered helplessly if he was genuinely useless or just not thinking. Finally, he found the right person. Is it the actor with the same name? Actress Hwang Jura? Her profile picture is not bad, but there aren't any outstanding works. How do you know her? To recommend her to me? Seunghyeon replied, we filmed together before. Min-soo thought, really? If King Seunghyeon thinks it's okay, then she'll be fine. He turned and said, oh, you've already met her. Seunghyeon was confused. Me? When Seunghyeon mentioned M's wedding, Min-soo remembered the person eating crab soup with glasses. He was shocked. How could it be her? Oh my, what a strange relationship. It seems like something's going on between you two. You have feelings for her, right? He immediately denied it. No, I don't, but I want to. Min-soo was embarrassed for him. Oh my god, Kang Seunghyun, what's wrong? Say something, speak up, and then act. He said flustered, okay, stop. A phone notification went off, waking director Jang in a daze. He turned to see Seunghyun fast asleep. When did he fall asleep? I was in the middle of listening to a Hollywood star's love story. The message wasn't his. Kang Seunghyun, you have this message. He answered unconsciously. Yeah. He stood there staring at his phone, unsure what to do. Don't you want to read it? What if it's from someone you care about? Hearing this, he immediately jumped up like a spring. Min-soo joked, no private declarations at all. Seunghyun sat down and read Jura's message, apologizing for the late reply. This is Hwang Jura. It was nice to be guided by you. He suddenly stared at his phone. Actually, I've been going through some hurtful things lately, so I might need time to feel better and figure out if anyone truly cares for me. Could you just be a senior who takes care of his junior? It would be great if you could. Reading this part, did you feel like something wasn't clear? What was this? Director Jang's curious expression was clear. Why are you saying that? He decided to call Jura. Had she fallen asleep while texting? The voice on the other end answered, hello. The sound transported him to a sweet and moving world of emotions. She spoke quickly. Seunghyun SSI, were you worried I might be drunk? Jura was surprised. How did you know? He told her, I didn't understand your message at all. Min-soo still couldn't believe it. Is it really her? She asked fearfully. That's strange. I was being careful. Did I wake you? He answered seriously. No, I wasn't asleep yet. Are you outside? His friend stood beside him, laughing. You weren't asleep? You have to deal with a phone call and this annoying friend at the same time. So what are you doing tomorrow? Let's meet up and clarify the message you sent me. Okay, I'll send you the time and place tomorrow. Min-soo kept teasing him. Kang Seunghyun is really cool. He turned around awkwardly and asked, are you sure you're okay sleeping like this? Min-soo shot back. You're meeting her tomorrow anyway, right? Why don't I come along and see? It's best not to meet people introduced from the outside, isn't it? Seunghyun refused. Not tomorrow, another time. Min-soo ignored him. What should I wear tomorrow? First impressions should be good, right? Did I show you the jacket I bought at the market? Seunghyun exclaimed in exasperation. Jang Min-soo, please don't go. Min-soo chuckled. Yeah, that's the perfect outfit. I can't wait. Seunghyun said weakly. I told you not to come tomorrow. Did you hear me? Back in the present, Min-soo beamed. Right, that's why I'm here. Jura smiled, bewildered. Yes. Min-soo chatted with her like an old friend. I'm curious about her too. Honestly, Seunghyun only introduces talented people. As soon as she heard his name, Seunghyun immediately said, it's what I should do. Those words made Jura's heart skip a beat. She suddenly asked, did you think my performance in Tam was good? He invited me to audition. What do you think? He said, I really liked Jura. She was surprised. Of course, it's an honor for me. Min-soo asked excitedly, really? When can you audition? She said, like I said, I'm a bit pressed for time. Seunghyun suggested, we don't have anything scheduled today. Let's go now. The surprises kept coming, one after another. Jura asked, now? Really now? As soon as they finished speaking, both men stood up. All right, let's go to my studio now. She was confused. That's not what I meant. These two were like bulldozers. Seunghyun turned and asked, can't you go now? She looked at him shyly and said softly, actually, suddenly auditioning like this feels a bit, but why should I miss this precious opportunity? After careful consideration, she made a confident decision. No, I'll go. Min-soo and Seunghyun smiled, their gazes fixed on her. Min-soo said, Jura, Seunghyun will send you the address, and you can go after I leave. I really wish I could go with you, but it would be too complicated if we're caught. She stood behind, watching the two of them. Thinking back, celebrities should be mindful of this. For 7 years, I've never felt this way. I need to talk to my sister about the audition, but if I say I'm going to an audition, she'll definitely rush over. I won't bother her, so I'll tell her after I get back. A huge scream echoed, almost sweeping Jura away. She quickly turned to see what was happening below. A group of fans were surrounding Min, Soo, and Seunghyun. Amazing, Min Soo. I'm going crazy. Behind them was Kang Seunghyun. He was really tall and handsome. She stood there thinking, it's a good thing we didn't go together. The snow outside was still falling heavily. Inside the luxurious car, Min Soo sat and said, "So, my brother, were you about to discuss something important when we got to the second floor? Did I interrupt the mood?" Seunghyun replied with a hint of annoyance. You already know why ask, but he wondered if she felt the same way he did. Yes or no? It shouldn't take this long to answer that kind of question. Maybe it was a blessing that Min Soo showed up. Why did I feel worried? The studio gradually came into view. Everything inside was imbued with tremendous care and professionalism. Min Soo handed her a stack of papers. This is the script, Yura. She accepted it politely with both hands, thanking him. You might want to take some notes too. The audition is a bit sudden, so I apologize for it not being too detailed. Just focus on the emotional dialogue scenes. Would you like to look at script number 10? That part is really important to me. She looked surprised. Okay. Suddenly, she stopped as she read this part. Min Soo, finding it strange, stood still and asked, "What's wrong?" Yura, startled, quickly replied, "Nothing. I just really like the script." He smiled, his nostrils flaring. "Really? I knew it." She smiled back, easing the awkwardness. "Oh my God, this is just a story, right?" Before the wounds have even healed, another love appears. She carried an unexplainable sadness in her heart because she was afraid. You don't need to create emotions, just express them. She looked around, then walked towards Seunghyun, calling out, "Sunbae, have you watched my audition?" Seunghyun glanced at his watch. "If it's not too long, I still have to rush to the set." She expressed her determination. "I'll try my best not to delay you." He asked curiously, "So?" Yura clutched the script tightly, hesitating. "So, I was hoping you could take a look." He was quite surprised by her actions. After a moment of thought, Seunghyun said gently, "Okay, keep smiling, stay strong. I'll watch carefully." Yura closed her eyes, thinking, the main character's heart hasn't healed from past love. It seemed like the day she would trust someone again would never come until I met him. Back then, she was just an insignificant spectator in the vast stands. Kang Seunghyun always shone brightly, no matter where he was. His graceful movements were deeply imprinted in her mind. The ball was skillfully thrown into the hoop, a satisfying swish. She blended into the surrounding crowd. That smile, that figure, had stolen her heart before she even realized it. When our eyes met, Yura's face flushed red. Then she was glad she didn't tremble. Will I get hurt again like in the past? I kept hesitating until my heart was ready. Her heart was filled with unease, unsure if she should ask him to wait a little longer. Would that be too selfish? Seunghyun quietly watched her, his gaze never leaving. Director Min Soo was also sitting nearby. He had a sly smile on his face. Seunghyun suddenly piped up, asking, "Who's the lead for the New York MV?" Yura's face was full of anticipation. She continued, "Director Jang Min Soo?" Yura nodded continuously like a puppy, continuously saying yes. The two embraced excitedly. "Oh my God, my little sister. How did you get such an amazing audition opportunity?" Young suddenly jumped up. "Time's up. I need to buy alcohol and make a cake." She was full of energy, but suddenly froze, her whole body losing strength. Yura quickly comforted her. "It's okay, just lie down. How could someone who hasn't been hurt in a year become like this?" Her voice was flat, but she felt guilty because Kwang Soo had specifically gone to the store to see her. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly exclaimed, "Yura also sprayed glue in that spot." After a moment, she teased, "Are you and Kwang Soo? Are you dating?" She stammered, "Not yet. We just decided to get to know each other." Yura wondered why people were like this. Young said softly, "I'm happy for you, but I'm also worried." Seeing the other's expression, she immediately lost her composure. "Hey, don't look at me like that. What happened between you and Kang Seunghyun?" Hearing that name, Yura immediately made an excuse to escape. "Really, eat something, take your medicine. I'll be right back." Young couldn't react to the sudden shift. Oh, okay. I didn't want to eat anyway. Besides, you and Kang Seunghyun." She quickly interrupted. "I'll be right back. Just lie down." Before she could lie down, a crashing sound reached her ears, filling her with dread. What was that? It was snowing outside. Yura slowly walked, step by step. She couldn't help but take out her phone to check. My mood feels off. Did Sunbae contact me? Did he watch my audition? By the time the audition ended, he had already left. The weather was cold, just like how she felt inside right now. Why? I don't want anything, but why do I feel lost when we lose contact? What a selfish act. Suddenly, a beep rang out. Jura couldn't believe her eyes. It was real. Sunbae Kang Seunghyeon was calling. Without hesitation, she immediately answered the call. Yes, Sunbae. The voice on the other end asked, "Are you home?" Jura hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, "I'm sorry because I was in such a hurry. I didn't tell you anything, but the audition went well." A secret thrill coursed through her as she realized he had watched it. Seunghyun continued, after a pause, hearing no further response, she simply replied, "Yes. I wasn't sure I understood correctly. Until you're ready, if you want me to wait." Jura worried if she was being too selfish. He seemed to answer her unspoken question. "It's okay." Seunghyun's voice was warm and deep. "Take your time. I'll wait." The 3 words warmed her like a flame. The party atmosphere was lively. Director Jang Min-soo spoke up. "Come on, let's greet each other." He extended his hand towards her, introducing, "Our precious Hwang Jura." She bowed deeply. "Hello, I'm Hwang Jura. Please take care of me." A welcoming applause echoed throughout the room. Jura stood there, momentarily bewildered. Then, touched, she said, "Thank you for the welcome. This is the first time I've received such a warm welcome." Min-soo laughed. "Jura, today's the lead's day, and you've already made such an impression. What am I supposed to do?" she asked, puzzled why. Standing in front of Hwang Jura's dressing room door, young, and she looked at the gleaming nameplate. "Jura, you're not dreaming, are you?" she replied. "Right? I can't believe it, but it's real." Her heart sang. "It's a private dressing room, Yuni. Can I take the nameplate as a souvenir?" Young was equally thrilled. "Of course. I want to frame it and hang it up." Jura still hadn't calmed down. "I still can't believe it. All of this is prepared for me." Even now, she fondly recalled the time she ate boxed lunches in the cold. The rice was so hard, I had to change clothes in the corner of the set and wait in the car. These things happened every day. Until today, Jura had her own dressing room, hairstylist, makeup artist, and a prepared lunch. These are celebrities' dreams. She sighed inwardly. "If this is a dream, please don't wake me up." Young exclaimed excitedly, "What should I do? What should I do? You're so beautiful, Jura, from head to toe." She radiated a gentle beauty. "Isn't it pretty? It's my first time wearing such bright clothes, so I'm a little shy." Young said sincerely, "It's a bit strange but wonderful. After all, professionals are professionals." Tears welled up in her eyes. "Thank you, teacher, for making Jura so beautiful." Jura also bowed politely. "Thank you." Suddenly, Young noticed something, and she gasped in surprise, then opened the door and stepped out of the room. Jura said, "I'll be out for a bit." The woman replied casually, "Okay, go ahead." A knowing smile played on her lips. "When I went out to get takeout, I noticed Kwang Soo, didn't I?" Jura checked her phone and saw a message from Sunbae Kang Seunghyeon. "This is the road I walked after filming all night. It's the first day of filming, right? Fighting. Don't worry too much." Receiving his encouraging message made her incredibly happy. She immediately replied, "Yes, I'll do my best. You must be tired. Get some good rest after working all night, Sunbae." Jura remembered that day Seunghyun had said, "Take your time. I'll wait," right? She quickly stepped back, laughing. "Yes." Young replied with a dangerous glint in her eyes, "I just hope he performs well, because we're filming late at night." She continued, "Wasn't Seunghyun talking about Kim Chongu?" Jura asked, "Why are you mentioning that name?" She replied, "Nothing. It seems the extended filming time is because of Kim Chongu. You know his acting." He suddenly encountered a shocking incident. What's the director supposed to do now? And there are quite a few scenes where the actors have to do their own stunts, but they take care of their bodies like that. After all, one fish going off track caused the other actors to suffer somehow. Jura diligently searched throughout the filming. Young suddenly asked, "But Jura, when are you planning to date Kang Seunghyun? It seems like you really like Kang Seunghyun. What if you keep hesitating and lose him in the end?" Jura feigned composure. She sighed, thinking that if it were just texting for 2 weeks, he would easily change. "Do you know if that person is like Seunghyun?" A growing unease tightened her chest. Thinking back, Songdina had said in an interview, "The actor I want to work with the most is Kang Seunghyun." Singer Lena had said, "My ideal type hasn't changed. It's still Kang Seunghyun." Even model Do So Din, when mentioning Kang Seunghyun, smiled and said, "I want to meet him too." Her expression dimmed, forcing a smile, thinking, "Let's see who wins this game." Kang Seung-hyun Jura wished he could remain indifferent. She started to sweat, unsure of what to do in this situation. Chongu carefully examined himself in the mirror. Damn, is that a scar? Why does this film have so many action scenes? The assistant said, it's just a small wound. It's not visible, but you're so upset. How can you be so indifferent when your artist has a wound on his face? Was Seunghyeon doing that on purpose? The assistant only dared to think it, but in reality, Seunghyeon was just following the practiced moves. But you dodged the action and got hurt. Chongu still hadn't calmed down, still angry. You know, right? The assistant confirmed. Your face is fine. Suddenly, a phone call came in. He hesitated, unsure whether to answer. After a moment, his face brightened. Am I ran? Yes. She replied, Chongu, are you okay? Of course I'm fine. You're not hurt anywhere, are you? How's your face? Hearing them bicker back and forth, the assistant thought, oh, your face, still the same. Iran placed her coffee cup in front of the camera. You have to do this. Okay, that's good. We're meeting with friends next week. So when you come to Seoul, stop by, because everyone says they miss you. Chongu became perplexed upon hearing this. Next week? She questioned, yeah, why? His hand clenched. No, of course he'll go. Iran said cheerfully. Thank you. Take care, and have a good shoot. He replied with a smile. Okay, I'll contact you later. The sound of the call disconnecting echoed, and Chongu's expression immediately changed. His voice was filled with anger. Damn it. Jura now regretted and cursed everything. Young quickly reminded her, lead actress, your expression doesn't look right. She collapsed onto the sofa. I don't have the energy to put on a friendly face anymore. Yinny, what time is it? She took out her phone to check the time. It was 10:55. Jura thought it had already been 17 hours since she left home. Young tried to help her sit up. Actually, 24 hours isn't enough for filming. There are many cases where the schedule gets extended. Keep fighting, she forced herself to say. Of course, compared to filming on a winter beach, this is much easier. Jura's face looked blank, as if she had just realized how difficult this would be. Fixing her makeup and the countless changes were proving harder than anticipated. There are many things I envy now, but it turns out everything has its own challenges. She announced the schedule. The next interview is with director NY and artist Tin TUC, and it will take about 30 minutes. You can rest and have lunch before that. Her voice was completely drained. Okay, I'll go sleep for a while now, Jura said. Wait, can I come in? Just then, a knock came at the door. Young said, yes, please come in. A man walked in, apologizing for interrupting their rest. Jura, you must be very tired. She quickly replied, I'm fine. The staff here also work very late. He gave a strained smile. This is just what we should do. What can I do when that strange director on our team wants to take up a little of your precious time? Both of them replied in confusion simultaneously. Okay. Night fell, and everywhere Seunghyeon was being called. Come here quickly. You're still so aloof. What happened? Kwangso told Jura that she was on TV. His expression suddenly did a complete 180. Jura is truly beautiful, and to appear on television. I can only say it's an honor for me, Director NY said to the staff. She looked perplexed. Oh, I'm sorry. Thanks to them, I had a lot of fun throughout the filming. Everyone was very kind to me. Kwangso looked at Jura and said, you seem too worried. Seunghyeon watched her quietly. The host continued to lead the conversation. While waiting, I took a quick look, but the director didn't find any mistakes from Jura. Director Jang is known for being very strict, but it seems he's a little lenient with Jura. He spoke up. Oh, if you watch, you'll know Jura is perfect. The moment I saw her at the audition, I liked her, right, Jura? The host was excited, and the atmosphere grew more lively. Jura blushed, stammering, he means he liked my acting. Director Jang almost wanted to cry. Jura, you saying that makes the atmosphere even more awkward. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Her eyes accidentally met the director's. Then she gave a sweet smile. Seunghyeon couldn't take his eyes off her. He couldn't hide his feelings. You're so cute. Kwangso felt bored, but looking back now it felt great. What happened? He asked, not even looking at Kwangso. Even though you said you'd wait, it's been 2 weeks and Jura hasn't called you. Or are you waiting? You too. Seunghyeon remained calm. She texted me. The assistant asked anxiously, do you think texting and calling are the same? How can you suppress the urge to see her and be content with just hearing her voice? It's not like that. At first, you wanted to meet someone stable and calm. I think this is a little different from your ideal type. Seunghyeon looked thoughtful. I don't know anymore. His face softened. Just because of Hwang Jura, you change your type. Kwangso sighed after hearing this. Your tone is sarcastic. Seriously, even the amazing Kang Seunghyeon has no choice when in love, right? Oh, I suddenly remembered, by the way, have you sent out the tickets for the premiere this Sunday? Seunghyun replied confidently, oh, I already got the address from Din Hyung and will send them out today. Seunghyun thanked him warmly. Kwangso mustered his courage and asked, so, on the day of the premiere, do you want to tell Din Hyung about this? What do you think? He assured him, no problem. He looked at her on the TV screen. That event, no matter what happens between you and Yura, I'll keep going. The car was on the road, and Jura's voice rang out. Yuni, she said, I think I should take this opportunity to improve my stamina. I've already signed up for a gym. Suddenly, the car accelerated, startling her. Where are we going? There are gyms near us too. Young was very excited. Whether it's Young, Din Sung, director NY, or my main character, we can't just go anywhere, right? You have to go to Gangnam, where there are many celebrities. Jura shrieked in a panic. That's too much. Young retorted, what's too much? This is an investment. It seems you haven't realized your videos will be played everywhere. You have to become a keyword on real-time search engines. Hearing this, Jura became even angrier. Let's worry about that later. Someone who's still worried about heating bills this month isn't going to care too much about a luxury gym. Young stopped the car in front of the gym. So noisy, she muttered, shaking her head in frustration as she got out. I'm going crazy, she thought. Even though Jura didn't want to go, she had no chance to resist. The gym appeared before her eyes, everyone working out enthusiastically. Jura couldn't lift her head. Young kept shouting in her ear, you're so perfect for this place, a true celebrity actress. Hwang Jura, even in sportswear, you still shine. You look beautiful in anything. I couldn't take it anymore, so I playfully put Young in a headlock. Can you be a little quieter? Please, she whispered. I'm trying to keep a low profile, but you're shouting like we're at a celebrity fan signing at a gym. Young quickly said, no, if anyone recognizes me, it's definitely because I'm pretty. Call me when you're done working out. I'll be at a nearby cafe. Jura quickly stopped her. Wait, aren't you working out with me? Young put on an innocent expression. What are you talking about? Do you know how much it costs to train here? And you want me to train with you? Her voice echoed throughout the room. Fighting actress Hwang Jura. Jura just wanted to find a hole to crawl into and disappear. Yuni, you're really something, she muttered, pulling up a random workout video on YouTube. Now, this move can adjust a misaligned pelvis, and this one helps promote blood circulation. Jura gritted her teeth and endured. She had no choice. Since she had already paid for the training, she could only work hard. Extend your legs in this position, pressing down on your partner to form a straight line. She silently lamented that she was doomed. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. Let me see him. I'm going to wring his neck right now, a man said. Calm down. D say, oh, another replied. It's all in the past. No, even if I forget, I'm still angry. Jura quietly observed the two of them. To her surprise, they were D say, oh, and Chong Hyan-cho. D Seo was frowning, clearly unhappy. He had prepared a lot for that role. Such a pity, Hyan-cho said calmly. It will be useful. When the dating rumors surfaced, Jura had been completely shocked. They denied it, but it seemed they were actually dating. Although unintentional, D Seo's voice still reached her ears. The director is such a disappointment. No matter how high the production cost, it's unfortunate that he left, choosing someone like Kim Chongu. Unfortunate for Sir Ankine, who has to act alongside him. Jura guessed their story. Yes, they were talking about time. D Seo changed the subject. Seunghyun, it's been a while since we last saw each other after the premiere last Sunday. It's almost time. Hyan-cho was surprised. What? Jura also remembered. Right, the premiere. The seniors also gave me a ticket. She worried. I still don't know what to wear. The other girl continued gossiping. Okay, after the premiere, should we have Seunghyun sit next to Dina? I was speechless when Dina forced Seunghyun to introduce her. Jura felt a pang of empathy. If it was Dina, was she talking about actress Dina? That person publicly admitted to wanting to work with senior actor Kang, Seunghyun. Everyone knew that Doondi Say, oh, and Song Dina were good friends. Well, Seunghyun wouldn't agree. She thought to herself with a secret glee. That's right, say no, Seunghyun. It seems we haven't seen each other in a long time. We should stretch. Jura felt like she was about to fall off a cliff. Seunghyun. She suddenly remembered Young's words. What are you going to do if you keep hesitating like this and lose Seunghyun? If their dating rumors were true and her senior was attracted to Song Dina, it actually made a lot of sense. If that's the case, I have no right to stop him. D say, oh, sense someone approaching. Jura's face darkened. "We're nothing to each other," she blurted out, startling herself. She quickly explained, Yes, we're nothing. Are you a reporter?" Seunghyeon started to soothe say, "Oh, this person is so strange. What's wrong with her?" Jura berated herself. "I'm going crazy. What am I doing?" Her lips silently mouthed the words. "Okay, think straight, Jura." Her mind raced. Finally, she found an excuse. "Actually, I'm a big fan of both of you, but I was too shy to say anything. Can I get your autographs?" 2 autographs landed in Jura's hands. She had escaped the danger. Young, curious, asked, "Whose autographs are those?" Jura, sitting in a corner, muttered to herself, "Yes, when he comes to the gym, he's very, very friendly." "Yuni, can we change our workout spot?" The trainer immediately objected. "No. Do you know how high the penalty fee is?" Jura glanced at her phone after hearing a notification. It was a message from Kang Seunghyun. "The weather is warm today, but it's still cold in the mornings and evenings, so dress warmly." She couldn't believe her eyes. Her spirits soared. Even though Seunghyun cared for her throughout the day, she still felt her heart race. "How can I wait?" she thought, even though he hadn't received a reply. Staring out the window, she thought, "Seunghyun has always approached me with warmth and patience, while I've been hesitating. Make a brave decision. Give him your answer now." Early the next morning, Young shouted, "Jura, get ready. It's Sunday. The traffic will be terrible." Her voice echoed back, "Okay, I'm ready." Jura slowly walked out, checking her appearance. Young looked at her in surprise. "Seeing you so bright, spring has arrived." A little worried, she asked again, "Really? Do I look okay?" Young confirmed firmly, "Of course, in my eyes, you're number one." Jura was exasperated. "Oh my God, that's why I shouldn't ask for your opinion." Opening the door, she looked back. "I'm serious, my little princess. Put your shoes on." Jura replied cheerfully, "Okay, Mom." Finally, the premiere day had arrived, and Jura still hadn't found the right moment to confess her feelings to Seunghyun. Jura felt a little nervous, even though they hadn't talked about meeting after the screening. "I haven't seen him in a while, so I'm really nervous." After a while, the two arrived at the cinema. The atmosphere was buzzing. Jura's eyes widened in surprise. "They've all been invited to the premiere," Young remarked. "No, it's mainly fans here to see the celebrities." "Oh, and Kwang Soo." She immediately answered her phone. "Yes, Kwang Soo. We just got to the second floor. Food. We've already eaten." When did dating become so casual? Jura wondered. "Oh, really? I'll be right there." Young hung up and turned to Jura. "I'm going to the restaurant on the first floor. You just need to go from the hotline to the ticket office to start the premiere. You know where the hotline is, right? It's over there." Jura waved her hand. "I know, you should go now. You haven't seen Kwang Soo in a long time." Young grinned. "Okay, call me after it's over." Jura responded obediently. Looking into the distance, the clicking of cameras began. "Oh, they're starting to take pictures," she observed. Chong Hyan Cho and D-Say over there. Jura blended into the crowd. "They look great at the gym, but they're different at work. I hope I can stand there someday." Suddenly, she noticed all the cameras turning in one direction. A figure stepped gracefully into the spotlight, radiant. Jura stood frozen. Songdina, she thought. She's mesmerizing. No wonder the crowd was going wild. She was stunning, a talented actress with a successful career. Compared to her, Jura felt she could never measure up. According to the conversation she'd overheard a few days ago, it seemed Songdina and Seunghyun were meeting after the premiere. An announcement echoed through the air. "The premiere is about to begin. Honored guests, please take your seats." Jura slipped into the middle aisle, trying to avoid attention. When they meet, it'll be over. If it were me, I'd fall for her in real life too. Her mind raced, desperately searching for a way to prevent this from happening. The host's voice boomed through the speakers. "Now, please welcome to the stage. Let's give a round of applause for director Kim Dong-ho and the cast." Jura realized the premiere was about to begin. One by one, each person walked onto the stage, Seunghyun being the last. He seemed to radiate an aura of captivating energy. Jura's gaze remained fixed on him. "It wasn't long ago that he was sitting in front of me, expressing his feelings." He took the microphone. "Thank you all for coming to see our film, Red Forest. Our team has worked tirelessly from the scorching summer to the freezing winter, and now the film is finally complete. Thank you all once again." Jura's worry gnawed at her. "I hope it's not too late." Now, director Kim Dong-ho and the actors will conclude their greetings. Everyone will slowly enter the cinema. The director and actors will be watching Red Forest together, so we hope you'll join us. All the lights in the cinema dimmed. Jura breathed a sigh of relief. "Now it's time to focus on the film. This is the one I've been wanting to see. You should switch to vibrate mode." She pulled out her phone and saw a message from Seunghyun. have you arrived? Where are you? She surreptitiously glanced around. Silently calculating the seat positions, she carefully typed out each word. 6th row right side. Seunghyeon is sitting in the front row. Suddenly, he glanced back, then immediately turned away. Jura's heart pounded. Asterisk, what should I do? My heart is about to explode. Oh no. Asterisk, messages from Seunghyeon continued to arrive. She was too flustered to speak. Please come outside in 20 minutes. I've already told Kwang, Sue to wait outside. 20 minutes passed, a long and agonizing wait. Jura gently opened the door. Young had just arrived. Jura, are you here? She immediately recognized the two Kwang Su's. Yuni, Kwang Su said with a smile. It's been a while, Jura. I hope you're happy to know I haven't had lunch yet. She responded nervously. I'm sorry. Young playfully punched him in the stomach. Don't tease my little sister. You just ate. Jura felt a pang of unease. Yuni and Kwang Su seem so natural together. Just the thought of facing Seunghyun makes me nervous and shy. The elevator arrived. Young pointed. Jura, do you see the last room over there? Let's go. Jura was stunned. Are you two really leaving? Kwang Su replied excitedly. Jura, we're not that careless. Young gave Jura a reassuring nudge. Jura, you can do this. She quickly denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Suddenly, the atmosphere around her felt heavy. Being alone with him will be so awkward. She stood in front of Seunghyun's waiting room, contemplating. There was no other way. They hadn't seen each other in a while, so she couldn't interrupt them. Jura tried to control her breathing. She needed to clarify things with him. Nervously, she opened the door to the room. Her head peeked inside. Seunghyun, may I come in? Seunghyun was drinking water, waiting for her. He spoke. You came. Jura froze, her heart doing a little dance. She willed it to slow down, to be calm. Seeing her standing there motionless, he called out, What's wrong? Kumain. Yes, she whispered, stepping inside and closing the door. A thick silence settled between them. Seunghyun spoke first, the hanging awkwardness making her heart race. Yes, Seunghyun, she responded. Seeing her like that, he couldn't help but smile. He walked directly to the corner of the room and sat down on the sofa. His hand patted the space beside him repeatedly. Sit here. His eyes never left her. Jura felt a blossoming warmth inside. She walked over slowly. As soon as she sat down, her face flushed. I really wanted to watch this film, but next time I have to go with Din Hyung. She turned her head. Oh, there's a screen over there. We can watch the movie from here. Seunghyun asked directly. Why aren't you looking me in the eyes? It's been a while, so it feels a bit awkward, right? Jura let out a small sound, then lowered her head. Actually, yes. It feels a little shy to look at you like this. His voice held a hint of amusement. Good. At least you noticed. He continued. I look more like a man now, right? Jura outwardly tried to control her emotions, but inwardly screamed, Of course. No one is more manly than him. Wait. Something suddenly occurred to her. A fierce battle unfolded in her mind, unsure of how to proceed. Is now the right time? Jura clenched her fists. Well, to speak my mind, Sunbi Nim, the main issue is... Before she could finish, a phone ringing interrupted her. He turned to answer the call, and she immediately breathed a sigh of relief, thinking her heart was about to explode. He suddenly mentioned the name Chonghyun. I'll go in now. I've been out for a while. What? Let's talk after it's over, okay? Jura thought. Was he just invited on a secret date? Seunghyun said politely, I'm sorry. She replied, Oh, it's okay. So, is he going or not? He suddenly asked Jura, Do you have any plans after the premiere? She hesitated before answering, I don't have any specific plans yet. How about you? I have a press conference, he said. She sighed in disappointment. He continued, It will be over soon. Do you want to wait for me somewhere else? Jura's cheeks flushed pink. If I'm waiting for him, does he want to see me after the press conference? Seunghyun looked a little shy. Chonghyun said he wants to introduce his girlfriend to me, so let's go together. The words hit Jura like a bolt of lightning. She stared at him, unsure what he had just said. Asterisk that phone call was to arrange a meeting with Songdina. Nothing else. Asterisk go together? The excitement was barely concealed in her voice. What do you mean by go together? Seunghyun answered bluntly. Sit next to me. Make them jealous. Stunned, she asked, What are you talking about? Are you kidding me? His expression remained unchanged. He wasn't joking at all. Sang had asked for her opinion, so he said, Then I'll just go alone. Jura couldn't keep up. Gosh, I really don't know what you're planning. She clasped her hands tightly. He's going on a date with Songdina after all. What can I say? Songdina is the one who looks better standing next to Sunbinim. She lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Seunghyun, losing patience, sighed and turned away. his voice tinged with sadness. He confessed he was going on a date, but she didn't seem to want to stop him. "You've been gone for a while. Let it be." He came in and saw her stand up and say, "Yes," looking confused. She watched Seunghyun's retreating figure. This means he walked to the door and is about to open it. Suddenly, he paused. Jura grabbed his shirt. "If you stay, if you don't go." Unable to look directly at Seunghyun, she stared at the floor. She tried to express her feelings, hoping he wouldn't leave. During that encounter, her face turned crimson. Why does he feel a little happy inside? Of course, these are the words you translated. He turned around, wanting an answer from her. Jura stammered, unable to speak. "Because everyone knows." She murmured, "Then, because I have you." Seunghyun couldn't believe she had said those words. Even Jura herself couldn't believe it anymore. A blissful smile spread across his face. His hand gently touched her face. Then he hugged Jura tightly. At such close proximity, she thought, I can almost feel Sunbi Nim's heartbeat. His warm voice thanked her for stopping him. She stole a glance at Seunghyun. He always seems so calm, but you and I are no different. Jura hugged him back. Young, having overheard everything, exclaimed, "Amazing. Just like a movie. How can Seunghyun be so dramatic in real life?" Jura looked around, embarrassed, and gestured for him to be quiet. "Oh, sorry, I got a little too excited. Thanks for your time, but is Kwang-soo okay?" Young chuckled. "It's all right. Kwang-soo is with Seunghyun." Jura replied helplessly. "I see." Curiosity piqued. She asked, "How did you get out of that situation? I really admire you, compared to me." Jura took a sip of water, recalling what had happened earlier. "I do feel a little guilty. After all, I'm going into the theater." "Jura, are you coming too?" She had no choice but to decline Seunghyun's offer. "Oh, I'll watch it later. I'm going to a nearby cafe." "Really? Okay, then I'll go in first." Hearing him say that, she felt a pang of disappointment. Such a pity. Seeing him still standing there, unmoving, she asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Seunghyun leaned against the door, frankly admitting that he didn't want to go in. Her spirits soared, overjoyed that her son Bae felt the same way. "Kwang-soo, are you done?" Yes. Hearing Young answer the phone, she guessed that the press conference was probably over. Jura held her phone, waiting for a message. Her son Bae would text her soon. "Got it. See you later." Young hung up as soon as he finished speaking. Then he stood up and said, "Let's go, Jura." She looked confused. "Go where?" Young replied that it was Incheon Park. She stood there bewildered, wondering what was happening at Incheon Park. Incheon Park appeared before her eyes in the blink of an eye. Director Myongdong was already waiting, calling out, "Jura, Din Young, over here." Young responded enthusiastically. "How's the director doing?" Jura asked in surprise. "What's going on with Director Min Yoongjang?" "Please take good care of Jura, okay? I'll do my best." Watching the two of them improvise, she was speechless. Young started the conversation. "The weather has gotten much better, hasn't it, Jura?" She thought. "Really? Where did our director go?" she asked, looking at him shyly. The director explained, "It happened again. It seems Seunghyun isn't clear enough yet. Anyway, he needs to break the habit of saying important things first. We planned to meet after they were done, so I thought I'd take Jura to Seunghyun's house since it's my car, and no doubt, I go to his place often." She hadn't anticipated this turn of events. "What? Sunbi Nim's house?" Min Yoongjang calmly replied, "Oh, don't worry. It's snowing heavily outside." Suddenly, neither of us wanted to go out. "So, isn't this better?" Kuda exclaimed. "No." Young, smiling, reassured her. "Jura, don't worry." She gazed out the window just like that. "But the city is full of Sunbi Nim's pictures, so it'll be difficult to meet outside because there are too many people. In a way, that's normal." Jura remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Min Yoongjang asked, "Do you understand?" She looked bewildered, but answered softly, "Yes." Now, it was Young's turn to be silent. She replied awkwardly, "Oh yes, of course." Her mind was a jumble. It wasn't a matter of understanding or not. "I'm Seunghyeon Kang's girlfriend. I don't want to reveal my name to the public, so there's nothing to be sad about. It's just that I wanted to share those small moments with you. But it's a little bit of shame to have to give up." The director parked the car. "Oh, we're here, Jura." She replied, "Yes." Then glanced at the tall buildings outside. She was too stunned to speak at that moment. Chonghyun suddenly remembered, "Right, I've thought about Sinsadong and decided to move to a Gyujong. I have to really work hard." Seunghyun's expression remained as calm as ever. Director Kim and Kwang-soo have been working hard too. The renovations are almost done, but I haven't been there yet. Chonghyun asked anxiously, "Are you okay? You've been waiting for this moment for a long time." He replied calmly, "Yeah, what matters is what kind of person I'll become and how I'll face it." Min Yoongjang's voice interrupted them. "Seunghyun, your mail's here." Jura hesitated, then apologized to everyone. A voice echoed in English. Please come in. Chonghyeon said cheerfully, long time no see, Myongdong. She stared at him in surprise, wondering why Chonghyeon and director Kim Dong-ho were here. Seunghyeon asked suspiciously if the car was locked. Myongdong scolded him for not even explaining to Jura why she was brought here, leaving Jura utterly bewildered. Young pointed at her the gym. Jura didn't know where to hide her face. The director looked at her curiously. What gym? Seunghyeon asked, puzzled. Do you two know each other? He immediately recounted the story. After a while, everyone burst into laughter. Myongdong clutched her stomach, trying to suppress her laughter. Jura is amazing, Chonghyeon added. Somehow, her actions were a bit suspicious for a fan. Jura lowered her head in embarrassment. I'm really sorry. Then she looked up and admonished. Hey, you guys are laughing a little too loud. Seunghyeon quickly changed the subject. Oh, sorry. Let me make you something delicious. Jura couldn't believe her ears. You can cook, Chonghyeon replied, surprised. He played the role of a chef and ended up really enjoying it. Now he's actually quite good at cooking. Soon, a magnificent meal was served. Wow, these aren't ordinary skills. Seunghyeon, unfazed by Jura's praise, said he just made something simple. Try it. She immediately took a bite. Delicious. Kim Dong-ho also chimed in with praise. Kang Seunghyeon, this meal is amazing. Thank for the meal. Jura thought to herself, we were all strangers before, but now we're sitting together, chatting and laughing. After all, the power of good food and good company is incomparable. Suddenly, her glass of wine was snatched away. Seunghyeon cautioned, don't drink anymore. You'll get drunk. She retorted, I'm not drunk yet. He took her hand and pulled her away. I just think so. Go inside and rest until Young comes to pick you up. She insisted, I'm fine. Beside them, the other two whispered, what music was playing just now? Then some kind of musician. Are you okay? He asked with concern, helping his director up. Finally, Jura was sitting on his bed. She paused here, obediently replying yes. Her eyes fixed on him. Why do you look more tired than me? Seunghyeon patted his head. Oh, I filmed until morning yesterday. Her gentle voice followed. Let's rest for a bit. She grabbed his hand and pulled him back. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. You really are drunk. She insisted, no, I'm not. Her words caught him slightly off guard. Jura reiterated, I said it first. I'm not drunk. The two were chatting. Jura, I was really surprised when you suddenly came home today, because you didn't mention it before. Seunghyeon said sincerely, I'm sorry. By the way, I hear from a lot of people that I often overlook the important parts, but I can't seem to fix it. Jura laughed. Director Jang Min-young also talked about that. He asked, surprised, really? What did he say? She berated herself. Oh my God, I'm crazy. She made an excuse to avoid the question. He didn't say anything. It's true that he often forgets the important parts. Sunbae. She recalled her own words. You said you weren't drunk. What were you thinking when you grabbed Sunbae? Seunghyeon looked directly into her eyes, waiting. She couldn't bring herself to say a word. Only thinking. I said it while I was sober. Then he suddenly spoke. Anyway, naturally, with just the two of us at home, I was worried it might be awkward, so I asked them to come over. Weren't you comfortable? She quickly replied, not at all. Actually, I was more happy. Her voice was more relaxed than at the beginning. Those two are really funny. I laughed a lot. Jura looked up. It was my first time seeing you cook. I couldn't believe it. You don't seem like someone who cooks often. But from that moment, she stopped abruptly. She stared silently at the man in front of her. His eyes, until the very last moment. Your warmth, all of it filled my heart. The air thick with unspoken emotion. They shared their first kiss. Seunghyeon held her close. Both were captivated by each other. The only image in my eyes was my significant other. Jura's face flushed crimson. They're still outside. Is this okay? His fingers gently traced her full lips. He asked, his voice a low rumble. Did you like it? She pushed Seunghyeon away hurriedly. Is this your usual style? He replied, I'm sorry. It's not like that. Jura's mood lightened. I'm glad it's not. He chuckled at her cuteness. It's the first time I've seen you act so naturally in front of me. Really? Yeah, I used to get so nervous whenever I was around you. She asked skeptically, Sunbae, weren't you nervous? Suddenly, she burst out laughing, finding Seunghyeon amusing. Wait, that tickles. She gasped. Young's voice echoed. Really? Kwang-soo, this whole building belongs to Kwang-soo. Young grinned, admitting that's right. She looked around in disbelief. My boyfriend is the representative of the entire company? Kwang-soo replied. Well, Seunghyeon and I are co-owners. She couldn't hide her astonishment. That's so cool. A company partnering with someone as famous as Seunghyeon. I can't believe it. What did you prepare all this? Young reminisced and explained, it's been a while. Like director Kim Dong-ho said, because of Seunghyun's reputation, he couldn't be careless. It took quite a bit of time, but thanks to that, the staff and system are all organized now, and there are a few artists signed and in negotiations. Simply put, the company isn't newly established. It's already operating. After listening to her, Seunghyun immediately replied, that's right. Kwang-soo placed his glass on the table and took the opportunity to declare, we truly respect Jura's talent. I don't understand why an actress like her doesn't have an agency. Seunghyun's whole body trembled. Oh, meaning? Young continued. Yeah, bringing Jura to the company makes perfect sense. As for director Kim Dong-ho, he's absolutely thrilled. Of course, she suddenly hesitated. Oh, but I'm a little worried because Jura mentioned having bad memories with agencies, but he doesn't understand what those bad memories are. Young recalled, we did receive an invitation from a fairly large company. At first, we were called to the company, and they spoke very persuasively. We were completely satisfied and trusted them. However, shortly after, only Jura was called to sign a contract, and it was at a bar. Kwang-soo angrily asked if they were crazy. She continued, and then they tricked the girl into signing a contract, becoming partners with those damn scammers. Hearing this, Seunghyun erupted. They're insane. What happened after that? The girl didn't do anything else. She left without signing and never looked back. We endured a lot because of those bastards. Kwang-soo worried. She probably suffered deep trauma. Seunghyun said gloomily. Actually, back then, he couldn't bring up those companies in front of Jura. On top of that, it was tough for him because directors and sponsors were already contacting him because of the girl. Young started to interrupt, but director Kim Dong-ho looked up and said, yes. Kwang-soo's voice became serious. If that's the case, you should invite Jura to work for you at Incheon International. A girl shouted, hey, look over there. The man turned around, confused. Huh? Isn't he a celebrity? Oh, he's the one who recently married Ki Sung-man's daughter, right? Oh, Kim Chong-woo. All eyes were on him. Heartwarming, just like a movie character. With such a sweet smile, he greeted everyone. Authenticity is the real charm. A car door slammed shut. Kim Chong-woo got into the car and immediately complained, my ears are killing me. Just leaving the airport was exhausting. Myung-ho glanced at him. You're tired? He frowned in displeasure. Of course. What else would you expect? Why do I have to go from Busan to Seoul without even a day off? Myung-ho replied. Miran has been away for a while, so she really misses you. It's true that you just got married. Chong-woo suddenly asked, do you think Miran did this because she wanted to see me? He answered bewildered. He gazed out the window, murmuring to himself, if that were true, why would she keep calling me when she already has plans with someone else? She's never even been to Busan. The handsome actor, a newlywed husband, was stunned by her words. She just wants to show off to everyone how she treats me. Myung-ho thought to himself, you knew that full well, yet you married her to exploit her family. He tried to tell himself to shut up. Chong-woo mused, damn, I have to go back today. How to escape? He suddenly leaned forward. Oh, didn't you postpone a TV show last time? Myung-ho thought the filming schedule would overlap with his own. Chong-woo's face brightened. He made a call, saying I'll do it now. He shouted frantically, get the script now. What? Say that again. Myung-go sighed. Fine, this damn job. He immediately made a call. Hello, this is Kim, Chong-woo's manager. Is everything all right? Chong-woo chuckled to himself. Perfect. If the film production company calls for an emergency meeting, I won't have to go to that damn place. It's a plausible excuse for me, Ran, too. She'll say Chong-woo couldn't come because he's filming a movie and everyone will understand. He's a famous actor, after all. He was quite pleased with his plan. I'm just too clever. Miran will verify your situation immediately. You know what to do. Myung-ho quickly responded, understood. I understand. By the way, what's the name of that movie? Chong-woo further explained, because our stories have to match. Myung-ho tried to recall. Maybe this very moment, Jura, holding an audition script, wondered if it involved a luxurious dining table. Her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. It was Seunghyun. A smile bloomed on her face. She immediately answered the call, launching into a sweet conversation. Yes, Sunbae. What are you doing? Oh, I'm on my way. Where to? I'm going to the supermarket because the fridge is empty. I have an audition this afternoon. I get anxious if I just sit still on audition days, so I wanted to do something. Seunghyun chuckled, saying it was indeed unusual. Jura and I have been together for 10 days. He's still busy filming in Busan. It feels like a long-distance relationship, which is a bit of a shame, but gradually Keeping in touch every day has become the norm. Which supermarket? Wait, is it Hack Supermarket? There are many big supermarkets in my area, so I have to go a bit further. Bye. Good luck with your audition. She replied with a bright smile. Yes, Sunbae, you too. As the two entered the supermarket, Young's curiosity piqued. Jura said, what I told Seunghyun was what I'm doing today about the audition. Young exclaimed, surprised. You talked about that? Jura asked, yes, why? Young felt a little awkward, or perhaps it was just the plan. She asked innocently, plan? Young deflected, let's plan our shopping. Jura said confidently, don't worry. I've written everything down. Tears welled up inside Young. I promised Kwang Soo I'd tell Jura about the company, but I haven't had the chance. Now I'll worry her while she's preparing for her audition. She chided herself, boldly declaring, I'll handle it. Trust me, I'll wait for the right moment. Just then, Kwang Soo called Jura. You go ahead and look around. I'll take this call and be right there. She agreed cheerfully. Okay, I got it. I'll go to the appliance section first. See you later. Afterward, Jura went upstairs alone. Her attention was caught by something, Seunghyun's image. Even though she was getting used to it, she still couldn't take her eyes off him. It was hard to believe he was her boyfriend. Every time she saw him, a familiar voice echoed in her ears. But the real person must be even more beautiful, she gasped, turning her head curiously. Someone was standing completely concealed behind her. He slowly removed his mask. It was Seunghyun. He asked, right? The movie star materialized before Jura like a giant, shadowy figure, clad entirely in black. She froze, her mind struggling to process the sight. It wasn't until Seunghyun spoke her name that she snapped back to reality, realizing the man before her was real, not a figment of her imagination. Seunghyun, dressed head to toe in black like a ninja, had ridden a scooter, complete with a helmet and glasses as a disguise. The shock of recognition jolted Jura. What are you doing here? She blurted out. Seunghyun had actually come to check on the entertainment company's sign before leaving. He'd been told that Din Hyung's agency would speak with Jura first, so he shouldn't mention anything to her. Faced with Jura's bewildered expression, he smoothly deflected, claiming urgent business in Seoul. Jura blushed, flustered. So, like last time at the cafe, you plan this with Din Hyung again? Seunghyun, deploying his acting skills, replied, not this time. Even Din Hyung doesn't know. I deliberately didn't say anything because I have to go back to Busan immediately. But I happened to be near Hack Supermarket. Jura felt the awkwardness of their situation unfolding in such a public place. So, she quickly tried to usher him away. Okay, let's get out of here. What excuse are you going to use if someone sees you? Seunghyun, on the other hand, remained confident, believing his disguise would prevent recognition. Jura, however, thought that even standing still, he'd attract attention. There was no hiding him. She kept glancing around, her eyes practically crossing, checking to see if anyone had noticed him. In that moment, Jura was like a possessive wife, terrified that her beloved would be snatched away if she let him out of her sight. Seunghyun drew her attention back to him. It's been a while since we've seen each other, he said. You don't seem very happy, Seunghyun added, his head downcast, a picture of dejection, like a child sulking after being scolded. This seemingly simple tactic hit Jura like a hammer, leaving her speechless and feeling as if she were in the wrong. Flustered, Jura stammered, Of course, I wanted to see you, but where are you going? She hurried after him, thinking he was leaving in a huff. While she was still bewildered, he'd already grabbed a shopping cart and her grocery list, gently reminding her they had a lot to buy and needed to hurry. Come here, he said. The image of her boyfriend, despite being somewhat blurred in her mind, was now kindly accompanying her on her shopping trip. Jura blushed, feeling a rush of affection. The two strolled through the supermarket like any ordinary couple. As they walked, Jura worried aloud, asking if he was sure this was okay. Seunghyun, maintaining his composure, told her to act natural, as her constant worrying would only draw attention. Jura, slightly hesitant, asked why she hadn't known he was so enthusiastic about grocery shopping. Just then, following her list, Seunghyun reached for the chili peppers, but mistakenly grabbed a bag of green bell peppers. Jura had to point out his mistake. She didn't miss the opportunity to tease him. Someone who cooks, but can't tell the difference between bell peppers and chili peppers. Seunghyeon Kang. Usually, the ingredients are delivered to my house. This is my first time grocery shopping like this. The answer caught Jura off guard. She stared at him, intrigued. So that's why he's as excited as a kid with a new toy. He must have lived a very different life from mine for a long time. Looking back, I realized I couldn't ask him to leave, so no one recognized us. With that thought, she continued to help him reach for a bag of ingredients on a high shelf. The gentleness and care he displayed. Warmth filled Jura's heart, making them feel like newlyweds shopping together. Everything was just beginning, she thought, as she excitedly found a bottle of water and rushed back to show Seunghyeon. "Sunbae, have you tried this? It's really good." However, when she turned around, he had vanished. "I can't believe I'm this old and still searching for lost children," she muttered to herself. Jura darted from aisle to aisle, scanning for her missing boyfriend. As her gaze swept towards the checkout area, she spotted him. Seunghyun's signature all-black attire was unmistakable. He was casually sampling food at a small stall. Jura's inner scream echoed. Seunghyun stood there, in plain sight, without even a mask. The saleswoman gave him a scrutinizing look. Whether or not she recognized the famous face, she definitely noticed something. Jura rushed over, practically wanting to yank him into a hole in the ground. She grabbed his hand, panic etched on her face. "Sunbae, what are you doing?" The oblivious Seunghyun offered her a skewer from the stall. "Try this, Jura. It's really good." Jura hissed. "That's not the point." Jura paled as the saleswoman looked directly at Seunghyun. "Young man," she began, making Jura brace herself. "I've been thinking, aren't you an actor? I've seen you on TV." Jura froze, thinking this was a complete disaster. He shouldn't have brought this Avenger to the supermarket. In contrast to Jura's boiling blood, the culprit seemed utterly carefree. He flashed a fake smile. "Thank you. A lot of people say I look like an actor. The meat is delicious. I wish you prosperous business." Seunghyun smoothly steered Jura away, leaving her stunned and full of questions, while the unsuspecting vendor complimented them both on their actor-like appearances. They had narrowly escaped disaster. Clutching his shirt, Jura demanded, "Was that just great acting, or are you really that good at lying?" Seunghyun casually met her accusing gaze. "Let me see, probably both," he replied, a smirk playing on his lips, an enigmatic and fatally charming expression. Jura froze again, uncertainty swirling within her. Seunghyun's shout, "What are you doing? Come on," snapped her out of her stupor. She realized she'd been standing there for what felt like ages. As her mind re-engaged, frustration surged through her. Could she really put up with this man? Meanwhile, Kim Jong-gu briskly approached the drama producer to retrieve the script. The director greeted him warmly, offering drinks, assuming only the manager would be coming. He was surprised to see Jong-gu himself. "Sorry for the sudden visit, director," Jong-gu said politely. "No, you're always welcome," the director replied. "But what can I do?" the director continued, sounding slightly regretful. "I wanted to treat you to a good meal, but there's an audition tonight." Jong-gu, realizing his plan was about to crumble, backpedaled. "An audition? Oh, then never mind." His plan was doomed. The director went on to explain that Min Yeo-young, an actress Jong-gu frequently worked with, would also be auditioning for a role. An idea sparked in Jong-gu's mind. "Director," he began, "I'm sorry, but could I be on the judging panel? If it's someone I often work with, I feel it would be better to check personally." To his surprise, the director was delighted. "We'd really appreciate that, Jong-gu. If you have the time, please join us." "Really? That's great. I hope I haven't overstepped." As the director headed for the door, she added quickly to Jong-gu, "We'd really appreciate it if any actors showed up, so please wait a moment." By the time Jong-gu politely replied, "Thank you," she was already gone, the door clicking shut behind her. Noticing Jong-gu's silence, his manager called out curiously, "Jong-gu, are you playing it cool again?" He replied, "Got it. Now, turn it into an opportunity." In the end, isn't being a judge more reasonable than having a meeting? After a day of shopping, Jura reached Seunghyun's car in the basement parking lot. Before opening the trunk to store their purchases, he asked, "Did you get everything you need? Anything else?" She quickly waved him off. "No, I'm all set." Truthfully, they had bought a lot, and Seunghyun had paid for it all, leaving her feeling a little guilty. He calmly picked up a small carton of milk. "It's okay. I bought this for you." Jura stared at the inexpensive milk, pouting, "With the money you spent, I could have bought you 100 of these." Seunghyun, on the other hand, wore an incredibly pleased expression, as if he cherished that single carton more than 100. Jura shyly looked at him, a cute blush creeping onto her cheeks. Their moment might have continued if not for an interruption. Din Kyung appeared, beaming. Jura, I've been waiting for you, and Seunghyeon. Long time no see. Jura rushed out to greet her, the two sisters exchanging warm greetings. Seunghyeon also greeted Din Kyung, remarking that it had been a while. He asked if she had seen Kwang-soo, and Din Kyung replied that she had, mentioning Kwang-soo had gone straight to the parking lot. Seunghyeon then said, "Well, you should get going, Jura." He smiled gently. "Good luck with your audition. Don't be nervous." A wave of happiness washed over Jura. "Yes, Sunbae," she replied, echoing his well wishes. "Have a safe trip to Busan." They waved goodbye, and Jura thought to herself how surprised she was to see him there. Maybe I got an energy boost before the audition. I've practiced enough to be satisfied after that day. It was time for the drama audition. Finally, the assistant called Jura's name. She bowed politely and entered the audition room. Din Kyung, waiting outside, gave her an encouraging wink. "Ace it." Jura, in high spirits, returned her friend's confident gesture. She had a feeling things would go well this time. Standing before the judges, her energy still buzzing, she greeted them. "Hello, I'm Yura. Number 47. I prepared the role of Minute de Ong from the provided script. I hope for your kind consideration." She smiled brightly, confidently meeting the gazes of the judges. Everything seemed to be going smoothly, until Chongu, like a ghost of July past, materialized on the judging panel. Jura's shocked silence morphed into instant fury, her smile vanishing. Chongu waved at her shamelessly, seemingly oblivious to his jarring presence. His unexpected appearance wiped away all her carefully cultivated confidence. Why is he here of all times? She wondered. The producer, noticing the intense stares and awkward atmosphere, chuckled naively. "So Hwang Jura is a fan of Chongu too. Many contestants are surprised to see him here. He must be popular these days." Jura, feeling utterly humiliated, wished he would just disappear. As she rushed to explain, Chongu cut in, telling the director that Jura had recently starred in a film with him. He even glanced at Jura with an air of unearned superiority. "Yes, she's been a brilliant actress so far, and I'm really looking forward to her performance today." The director beamed. "Really? We're all looking forward to the performance." Their thinly veiled mockery sent Jura's blood pressure soaring. She was about to explode. Staring at his obnoxious face, Jura couldn't help but curse him silently. That disgusting jerk. Her anger reached a boiling point, but she couldn't just lunge across the room and knock him down. Clenching her fists, she thought, how could that man suddenly appear here? In Busan, they were lead and supporting actors, and now they're judge and contestant. Kim Jong-gu is going to judge my acting. In this mortifying situation, Jura had no choice but to accept it. The director picked up the script. "Okay, Jura, are you ready?" Jura wished she were auditioning for an action film, so she could request a scene where she got to bash the judge's face in with a rock. The disgust of having to perform in front of this loathsome man was almost overwhelming. She hated to admit it, but she was trembling. She had no choice. And that's why she hated that it was ruining an audition she had worked so hard to prepare for. Quickly composing herself, Jura offered the judges a tight smile. "Let's begin." Meanwhile, in the lobby, Din Kyung waited anxiously. Why isn't she out yet? She wondered. Just as Jura finished her thought, the actress emerged, wearing an expression that suggested she didn't want to talk. Seeing this, Din Kyung rushed over, putting an arm around Jura's shoulders. "How did it go? Why did it take so long?" Jura hesitantly replied that, in addition to the prepared piece, the judges had asked her 2 impromptu questions. Din Kyung's eyes lit up like headlights. "What, 2 questions? I think they really like you." Contrary to Din Kyung's eager anticipation, Jura wore the funereal expression of someone about to crack under pressure. "Yeah, it would be nice if it were like that." Her attitude puzzled Din Kyung. "But why do you look so unhappy? You look like you messed up the audition." Jura hesitated, reluctant to say it. There was trash sitting inside. Din Kyung, momentarily confused, was slow to react. Jura scratched her head in frustration. Who else could be trash? It took a few seconds, but then Din Kyung gasped, her expression a mixture of shock and horror. From the look on her face, Jura guessed her friend had understood. Din Kyung's eyes widened, her jaw dropping. "Why is that person here?" Jura was equally bewildered. "I don't know. It seems like he's a judge, but of course, they wouldn't involve someone unrelated. Looks like the main character is Kim Jong-gu. Yini, the worst-case scenario is more accurate than winning the lottery." This sent Din Kyung into a near panic. What a terrible situation. This is unacceptable. Just then, Jura heard someone call her name from behind. It was Myongdong, just a few steps away. His posture, his voice, still trembled with fear. I have nothing more to say. I'm not listening, and I don't want to hear it. She was about to tell him to leave, but he shook his head miserably. Unable to fault his logic, Chongu threatened. So you want to go out and talk about it? You've been quite popular lately. It must be fun playing with celebrities. This seemed reasonable enough, so she allowed him to stay, telling him to wait for the police before leaving. Then she searched her pockets for her phone. Looking at her empty bag, Yura paused. It was right next to the door. Only now did she remember that in her panic, she dropped her precious phone. Yura quickly ran over and grabbed the phone, catching Chongu's surprised gaze. Just as she picked it up, he grabbed her hand. Chongu held her hand up, bringing it closer to his own face, and demanded, "Yura, what's really going on between you and Kang Seunghyeon?" At this unexpected question, her eyes widened in surprise. "What?" Yura wrenched her hand away, furious. "Are you crazy? You barge in here and start spouting nonsense." Chongu pressed her for an answer. "Even that night in Busan, whether or not you were flirting." Ignoring him, Yura rapidly typed on her phone, hitting the button to call 112. Chongu immediately stopped her. "Okay, I get it. If you tell me whether or not you're dating Seunghyeon, I'll leave." Yura looked up at him, suspicion etched on her face. "Can you stop with the accusations and just listen to me?" At this offer, Chongu looked slightly surprised, quickly composing himself and agreeing to her terms. It seemed he'd already gotten his answer. Disappointed, Chongu turned and left, the door slamming shut behind him. Yura rushed to lock the door, then collapsed on the floor, the fear evident on her face once more. Where did that damn jerk hear that from? She wondered. Yura remembered his bruised face from being hit. Seunghyun's hand had also been injured. Connecting the two, she realized the unsettling coincidence. Chongu walked out of Yura's building, turning back to look at her apartment. A bitter laugh escaped his lips. "Are you two really dating?" Hwang Yura and Kang Seunghyeon. Seunghyun's name echoed in Chongu's mind, the reality seemingly difficult to accept. Consoling himself that it was just a rumor, he walked away resolutely. His phone rang. At a cafe, Kyung was startled by Yura's call. She spoke to the person with her. "I have a call coming in." "What?" "Hold on. Let me take Yura's call." The director agreed. "Yura, what's up?" On the other end, Yura spoke with a serious tone. "Yuni, I'm sorry, but are you with the director?" Kyung asked again. "Why? Do you have something to ask him?" Kwang-soo was looking at Kyung with affectionate eyes. Yura repeated her earlier request. "Can I talk to him for a second?" Kwang-soo moved to take the phone. "Ah, Yura, you went somewhere quiet. Do you have something to ask about Seunghyun?" Feeling guilty for interrupting their date, Yura apologized. Kwang-soo brushed it off, asking, "So what's going on?" She hesitated. Mustering her courage, she asked, "Sunbae, what happened in Busan?" At the mention of this, Kwang-soo looked uneasy. He didn't answer immediately. "What do you mean?" Yura chose not to reveal the truth, fabricating another reason. "I saw Sunbee's hand was injured. I heard he got hurt in a fight while drinking, but I was worried if he was okay." The lie made her heart race. Doing something underhanded did make her uneasy. Kwang-soo played along. Seunghyun asked if there was a fight there. Her eyes widened, surprised that Kwang-soo was agreeing with her fabricated story. Lowering her voice, Yura pressed. "He didn't." On the other end, Kwang-soo scratched his head repeatedly, his eyes darting around as he spoke vaguely. "Well, if Seunghyun says so, then that's how it is." He gave an awkward laugh, letting it slide. Yura, on the other end of the line, couldn't take it anymore. She immediately raised her voice. "Kwang-soo, do you want me to tell you the truth? This is related to Kim Jong-gu, right?" Kwang-soo fell silent, knowing he couldn't hide it any longer. He confessed, "Oh, that incident made Seunghyun really angry. You're telling the truth. In fact, not long ago, you went to Busan to take care of something for Seunghyun." Kwang-soo recalled that fateful night. "Seunghyun, aren't you going to the after party?" "Yeah, I'm so tired, so I'm going to go to a bar and have a drink to relax." Upon hearing this, Kwang-soo didn't stop him, only reminding him to call when he arrived. Seunghyun agreed with a nod, and they parted ways. From there, Seunghyun slowly made his way into the bar. Suddenly, I ran into someone I didn't want to see, also drinking there. Kim Jong-gu was focused on something on his phone, oblivious to his surroundings. To avoid a confrontation, Seunghyun turned to leave, but a conversation he overheard stopped him in his tracks. "Jong-gu, have you been searching for Yura online when you have free time lately?" He froze. Jong-gu replied calmly, "If you search, you'll find it. It's amazing. Her face is on the main page." "Yeah, I was just curious." Myung-ho stared at him, trying to decipher his thoughts. Young-go's demeanor suddenly shifted. He turned to Myung-ho, his voice rising. Don't you think you're being too harsh on her? Already accustomed to these outbursts, Myung-ho simply asked, what did you do at her audition? It was like poking a sore spot. Chongu responded angrily. Because she dared to seduce my girl. Myung-ho sighed inwardly. Such a hassle. Looking at the drink in his hand, he advised, stop it. You should feel guilty for leaving her and marrying Marone. Yongu schnapped, irritated. Are you drunk? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Myung-ho replied, it's out of concern. You know Jura's situation. Chongu remained unapologetic, even scoffing. Sorry for what? The company already gave up on her. Why should I feel sorry? How did Jura even get accepted into MNK anyway? Actually, I know Seunghyeon. When she sneaked into his room, only her face. Myung-ho quickly interrupted Chongu's increasingly outrageous words. Stop it. What if someone hears you? Indeed, every word the man uttered fueled Seunghyun's rage. All this time, Seunghyun had been approaching, unbeknownst to the oblivious Chongu. He retorted calmly, who's listening? It's just the two of us here. A large hand grabbed Chongu by the collar, yanking him up, causing him to yelp in surprise. Seunghyun glared at the obnoxious man in front of him, his voice a low growl. Go on, say it. Myung-ho was startled by his sudden appearance, while Chongu, still being held up, gaped, speechless. He stammered, fear rendering him unable to form words. Without waiting for an explanation, Seunghyun landed a punch squarely on Chongu's face. He crumpled to the floor, Myung-ho standing by, powerless to intervene. The punch, combined with the alcohol in his system, sent Chongu into a rage. Hey, you crazy bastard, he shouted. This seemed to ignite the fury already burning within Seunghyun. He quickly pinned Chongu to the ground, raining blows upon him. Seeing his junior being beaten like that, Myung-ho froze. After a moment of stunned silence, he rushed forward to intervene. Kang Seunghyun, stop. Making a scene won't be good for either of you. Seunghyun glared at the interruption. Get lost, he ordered. Kwang-soo appeared in the doorway, a bright smile on his face. Seunghyun, you left your phone in your coat. The smile vanished, replaced by shock at the scene before him. What are you doing, Seunghyun? Kwang-soo exclaimed. The scene shifted to the company building. Seunghyun, his voice calm, issued a command. Do it, or I'll quit. He added the threat for good measure. The man with glasses stared, incredulous, at what he'd just heard. Are you slamming your fist on the table again? He asked darkly. Kwang-soo scratched his head. This guy hasn't calmed down, even back at the dorm. Taking a deep breath, the man suddenly burst into laughter. Seunghyun couldn't help but ask, are you crazy? What's so funny? Tears streamed down his face as he replied, amazing, truly amazing. What could make Seunghyun this angry? Shouldn't we be showing Chongu some respect at a time like this? He started laughing again, as if the brawl had been truly amusing. Seunghyun sighed in exasperation. After a moment of thought, Seunghyun spoke hesitantly, apologizing to the staff member. The man with glasses stopped laughing, his expression turning serious. It's okay. Kim Jong-gu can exploit that kid, so there's nothing I could do either. He offered a suggestion. Then let's make a change. Seunghyun looked slightly surprised. Hey, the man explained. After all, Jong-gu won't make a move lightly. Now is the time to be cautious, even with the smallest of whispers. Seeing the unfavorable turn of events, Kwang-soo quickly spoke up. I don't think they're likely to sue. Since Kim Jong-gu's father is a presidential candidate and close to Bae Seunghyun, he'll understand. In this situation, it's Kim Jong-gu who's really feeling the heat. Seunghyun turned and instructed, hey, don't let Jura know. And don't let Din Kyung know either. Kwang-soo nodded in agreement. He stared out the window. Lost in thought, Seunghyun recalled Jura's acting scenes, tears tracing paths down her beautiful face. He wondered if it was because of Kim Jong-gu. In a high-rise building, the lights in the upper room hadn't yet been turned off. Seunghyun sat in the living room, reading his script. The doorbell rang, breaking his concentration. Seunghyun walked towards the door, curious about who would visit at this hour. He was greeted by Jura's small figure wrapped in a thin coat, a hint of sadness etched on her face. Seunghyun stared at her in surprise. What are you doing here at this time? Jura finally looked up at him, and without a word, threw herself into his arms. Seunghyun held her tightly. burying her face against his warm chest. Jura whispered, "I have something to tell you. I said I knew Marone, but that was a lie. Of course, I wasn't invited to the wedding either." She remembered that jerk, Kim Jong-gu, meeting her to deliver the wedding invitation, the day she was officially dumped. Fueled by anger, she had gone to his wedding. The relationship had ended badly, leaving her unsure how to act in front of him. She had been deceiving her senior, Seunghyeon, all this time. Jura hugged him tighter, apologizing sincerely, while Seunghyeon gently stroked her hair. She suddenly looked up at him, tears welling in her eyes. Jura sobbed, grateful for the chance to speak her mind, even though he already knew everything. Seunghyeon looked at her tenderly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Seeing the young woman cry, he couldn't help but sigh. He gently wiped away her tears. "Are you Kwang-soo? If so, you should keep this a secret." Touched by his words, Jura happily held the warm hand on her cheek. "I can't believe I'm this lucky. You have no idea how precious you are to me." Seunghyeon lowered his head, nuzzling against her, replying that he couldn't believe he was so fond of this naive, silly person. "Still, I wish you would get angry if I do something wrong, not like today. I'm really sorry." Jura spoke shyly, a little afraid of his anger. Seunghyeon reassured her, "You don't need to do anything to make me angry." Relieved, she said, "Okay." He pulled her inside. Jura immediately refused. "No, I just came for a bit. I came because I couldn't see you right away." Seunghyeon sounded slightly annoyed. "Are you planning to leave now? I can't send you home when you're drunk." Then he suggested, "It's late and dangerous, so just stay the night." Taken aback by the sudden invitation, Jura froze, her face flushing pink. Too embarrassed to speak, she remained silent while Seunghyeon simply stared at her, understanding her thoughts and feelings. Seunghyeon thoughtfully placed his hand on his chin. He hadn't considered that perspective, but he was feeling a little emotional. His words startled Jura. What? She exclaimed. "Seunghyeon Jukka, you're thinking wrong." Suddenly realizing her slightly overeager attitude, Jura stammered. She bowed her head slightly, mumbling an explanation. "Of course not. I don't think that way anymore." Involuntarily, her body curled up tighter. Seeing Seunghyun's playful expression as he repeated her words, just to tease her, Jura quickly straightened up. "Of course you don't think that way, right?" He looked at her and smiled gently. Seunghyun gently stroked her soft, long hair. "Do you want me to think you're really rude?" His words sent a wave of heat through her, not just in her face, but in her chest as well. Flustered, Jura was about to turn and leave, but Seunghyun, in an attempt to make amends, kept apologizing. He pleaded, "Don't go. Stay, and help me study the script." It sounded reasonable enough, so Jura agreed to stay. Seunghyun placed the script on his shoulder and looked at something. There's no sleeping scene in the script. Jura realized he was looking at his little girlfriend, sleeping peacefully on the comfortable sofa. Even curled up in sleep, she looked beautiful. Seunghyun smiled, not wanting to wake her, guessing she must have been exhausted. He gently scooped her up in his arms. Slowly, he moved towards the large bed, laying her sleeping form gently upon it. Seunghyun gently tucked the covers around her, careful not to disturb the sleeping girl. Not quite asleep yet, Jura felt the warmth of his gesture. She couldn't believe she was loved so deeply, and he didn't know how precious he was to her. Seunghyun gazed at Jura, softly stroking her hair. He didn't even realize how much strength simply being near her gave him. So caring for her, he placed a tender kiss on her forehead. Taking one last look, he left the room, closing the door softly behind him so as not to startle her. Seunghyun blushed, a foolish smile gracing his lips. In the room, Jura suddenly smiled blissfully. It was the first day of filming the labor scene. Seunghyun shouted, "Wait, just keep going like that." Han Hae-ju, the beautiful actress, once again played Song Jina. In this film, she played the female lead. The two stood there for a moment, simply gazing at each other. The director yelled, "Cut. We're done. Let's do another take with a change of scene." Everyone on set was talking about how well the two of them acted. Jura was lost in the crowd. She was also quite surprised, thinking to herself, what a difference. Her assistant's voice broke through her thoughts. "Jura, let's go." Okay. The two drove straight down the road. Kim chatted with her, commenting on the beautiful weather. Jura responded enthusiastically, admitting she really didn't know how to get through the summer. Jura looked forward to working more with Seunghyun, but he was like a senior in the A team while she was in the B team, each film having different scenes. They arrived at a luxurious place, shimmering with gold. Jura wore clothing not quite suited for the weather, leaving her breathless. The dress was beautiful, but going out in winter clothes in this heat, she trailed off. A girl with short hair looked at her hesitantly. "Sister, It must be hard. Let me fan you. Jura politely refused with a smile. Thank you, Mina, but you're working harder, having to fix the lining messed up by my sweat. Mina couldn't help but smile brightly. It's my job. You always look beautiful, no matter what you wear. It's fun working with you. Touched by such sincere words, Jura's eyes sparkled as she looked at the young girl across from her. Jura jumped up and hugged Mina tightly, exclaiming, "Such a sweet girl." Mina hugged her back, jokingly saying, "Class is over. Let's do your makeup." Suddenly, a knock interrupted their conversation. "May I come in?" Jura called out. "Yes, please." Kang appeared, seemingly dressed in winter clothes just like her. The guy raised his hand in greeting to his senior, and Jura responded with a smile. "Hi, it's quite hot today, isn't it?" Sensing a comrade, Kang quickly unbuttoned his thick coat, sighing, "I'm suffocating. Filming outdoors today was scorching." The young man voiced his resolve. "Should we confront the writer, sister?" Jura gave a faint smile and said, "Okay." The logistics team came to inform them that June and Jong-so's scene was about to begin, so they should get ready. These are the names of the female lead and Kang's character in this film. The B team had been filming for a week now. Thanks to Kang's easygoing personality, it was easier to get along, and the two worked together seamlessly. For Jura, everything was going well, except for the lack of response to the messages she sent to Seunghyeon. Jura stared at her silent phone, clearly upset. Noticing Jura's disappointment, Mina tried her best to comfort her, offering excuses and justifications, saying filming dramas was different, and yes, the release date had indeed been pushed back. "Don't worry too much. Try this. It's delicious." The two kept trying to cheer Jura up, but she wasn't paying attention to them at all. They were utterly defeated, wishing they could go back in time and slap their past selves. Remember the Jura of the past. No matter how busy you are, can't you spare 5 minutes to meet? If you love, those 5 minutes will be precious. Thinking back on it now only made her more frustrated, forcing her to slam her hand on the table. Resentfully, she thought, not even 5 minutes, not even one. Seeing her like this, the other two didn't dare disturb her, retreating to a corner to talk amongst themselves. Jura slumped onto the table, feeling dejected. Is my senior really distancing himself from me? Seunghyeon leaned back in the car, exhaustion etched on his face. His assistant turned to remind him, "You've barely slept for days now. Even I've noticed." Seunghyeon opened his phone, reading Jura's messages. "I think I can visit the A-team. Can I see you for a bit? I'm already on set, but why aren't you in any of the scenes? I have to take some pictures." Fighting. The encouraging words had been sent long ago, but the lack of response filled him with guilt. Seunghyeon was typing a message. "Sorry, I've been having to run around." He was about to press send when Kwang-soo called. Seunghyeon answered the call, immediately hearing the voice on the other end. "Hey, Seunghyeon, are you okay? Are you so busy you can't even breathe?" He replied wearily, "Stop watching movies. It's not your style." Kwang-soo reluctantly agreed, "Fine." Then, while reviewing some documents, Kwang-soo casually informed him, "Anyway, I want to discuss the contract. I've contacted them about you wanting to extend for another 3 years. Hope you can make a decision soon. But you haven't seen anyone for a year or two like this. Is it okay to continue?" Seunghyun replied tiredly, "Okay, go ahead." Kwang-soo encouraged him, "All right, got it. Work hard. You know Jura's birthday is coming up, right?" This jolted Seunghyun awake, and he quickly asked again, "Coming up?" Kwang-soo added, "She can't organize anything because she's busy filming, and if I send a gift, I don't have time either. Can you buy it for me?" Seunghyun refused, saying it wouldn't be sincere. Kwang-soo asked for his opinion, "So what do you think?" Seunghyun suddenly didn't know how to respond. His assistant called him softly, holding up his schedule book. The person on the other end of the phone grew impatient, asking, "You're buying it online, right? Shouldn't you pick it out yourself?" Seunghyun stared intently at the schedule. His lips curved slightly upwards as he replied, "No, I'll go myself tomorrow." A crowd gathered tightly in front of a shopping mall entrance. Someone asked, "What's going on? Why are so many people gathered up ahead?" A girl who had been eavesdropping turned around and replied, "Hey, awesome. I think they're filming Seunghyeon and Kang, and Songjin is the director." The director yelled, "Cut, break for dinner, prepare to film again in an hour." That was enough to make everyone happy. Songjina called out excitedly, "Seunghyun, have dinner with me." Before she could finish, Seunghyun had already hurried off. Seeing his urgency, she was stunned for a few seconds. Gina went to the manager. "Where are you rushing off to?" Seunghyun, a beautiful girl, started chatting with him, leading him to shyly admit he was shopping for his girlfriend. Gina was surprised, and the marketing manager suddenly realized he had misspoken. He quickly smacked his lips a few times, stopping his habit of speaking before thinking. and Gina was curious who this girlfriend was. The sales associate greeted him politely, asking what he was looking for. This left Seunghyeon a bit bewildered. He looked down, avoiding eye contact. I don't have anything specific in mind. The girls around had already noticed the handsome man was Seunghyeon Kang. Sorry, I was going to buy something casually during lunch, but now that I'm here, I don't know what to get. Everything around here looks like it would suit Jura. A woman's voice interrupted his thoughts, saying, "This is beautiful." Gina bent down to admire the jewelry, enthusiastically praising, "Oh my God, this is beautiful too." Looking at Seunghyeon, she said, "Isn't he handsome? Should I try it on?" She kept complaining, "But it's so expensive. Looking at these things is stressful, right?" Her words not only surprised you. Not only that, but the sales associates noticed someone was watching. Gina paused, then explained cheerfully, "It's our 5th anniversary, and the director asked me what gift I wanted." So I answered quickly. Seunghyeon, caught off guard, was interrupted before he could speak. "You know, right, Seunghyeon? You're the director of our company." He called Gina's name, but she pretended not to hear, her eyes glued to the jewelry. Not only that, but she leaned closer to him and said, "Hey, this one is really pretty." "Oh, right," Gina whispered. "Honey, if you don't play along, I'll be so embarrassed. Not just me. What about you and the movie before it airs? Don't let bad news spread." Hearing her say this made a lot of sense, and Seunghyeon didn't say anything more. Seeing Gina satisfied, she continued her charade, saying, "Can I see this one? I want this one too. The design is so cute." Seunghyeon rubbed his head in frustration, feeling like he was going crazy. Back on set, Gina bowed her head apologetically, with a surprising sincerity. "You went too far." Seunghyeon looked at the girl bowing before him, not understanding what was happening. Gina explained, "The manager told me you were buying a gift for your girlfriend. If you were planning to buy it yourself, you should have told her. If your girlfriend is exposed, it will cause huge problems before the movie is released. If there are dating rumors, the project will be ruined. I wanted to help you because I was worried you might feel uncomfortable with how people see you and wouldn't dare to buy it. I really just wanted to help. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first." Seunghyeon pondered, "I don't know if she's being sincere. I can't be angry. I'm not sure anymore." Gina suddenly burst into tears, and Seunghyeon felt a flicker of fear. "Gina, why are you crying?" he asked. She lowered her head, hiding her tearful eyes as she replied, "I'm really sorry." Something paternal stirred in Seunghyeon, and seeing her cry brought unexpected tears to his own eyes. He reached for a tissue and handed it to Gina, comforting her, all right, don't cry." She took the tissue, and seeing that she had stopped crying, Seunghyeon continued, "Anyway, thank you for helping. If something like this happens again, don't do that. If it happens again, I won't do it again." Gina nodded and hurried away. Seunghyeon finished speaking and turned to leave, reminding her to wipe her tears. Gina grabbed his collar, stopping him, her face beaming as she said, "That means you forgive me, right?" Seunghyeon was speechless, utterly defeated. He left without a word, ignoring her gleeful shout, "I knew you would. Thank you." At this moment, a look of worry crossed Seunghyun's face. He had a bad feeling, unsure how he would explain this to Jura. On the B-team table, a spread of delicious-looking desserts was laid out. Jura exclaimed excitedly, "These were sent by your fans? Your fans are amazing." Kang, beaming, was clearly proud of his fan base. "That's right, my fans are really cool." Jura took a bite and immediately praised, "This is so good." Kang said, "I told you it's true. They really are a good match." Cheong, observing this exchange from the sidelines, felt the same. It seems like those two have great chemistry. Kang took out his phone, preparing to take a picture to post on social media. Jura supported the idea, suggesting Kang send a thank you message to his fans. Kang paused abruptly, seemingly having read some news. A surprised expression crossed his face. "What's that?" Jura, unaware, still asked cheerfully, "What's wrong?" The more he read the news, the clearer it became that the A-team had been exposed. Seunghyun and Gina were mentioned. The smile on Jura's face froze. She couldn't believe her ears. Din Kyung quickly asked, "What did you say? Give me the phone." Seeing this strange reaction, Kang timidly handed over his phone. "Ah, here. It's already all over the internet." Mina patted Jura's back, seemingly trying to comfort her. The headline caught her eye. Seunghyeon Kang and Song Gina enjoy a romantic break at the mall, accompanied by photos of the two at the jewelry store. Below were countless positive comments. "Is this for movie promotion? Are they dating? This is amazing." Jura stared at the scene before her, dumbfounded, unable to believe it, yet forced to. Kim Jong-gu announced excitedly, "Jura, I'm so happy. The script I'm starring in with Seunghyeon finally arrived. Filming starts tomorrow, so you can probably tell how quickly the script came out, right?" In stark contrast to her manager's joyful demeanor, Jura sat motionless, like a statue, her emotions plummeting. Kim Jong-gu sat beside her, attempting to console her. "Hey, don't overthink it. The headline says it's a gift to celebrate Song Jina's 5th debut anniversary." I also heard Seunghyun talking on the phone with his manager. He parroted what the manager had just told him. He's filming right now, so if it's about the article, you don't have to worry. The assistant director is waiting for you. I'm hanging up. Before Jura could react, the line went dead. Jura felt a pang of sadness. The abrupt call only deepened her confusion. She had thought he would explain, but hanging up like that only made things stranger. Kim Jong-gu was quick to defend him. "I know it's the A-Team's filming location. The company can give gifts to actors for management. Don't worry too much." Jura pressed on. "As an actor's manager, it's normal to buy a necklace. It's something they can handle on their own." The more Jura spoke, the more Kim Jong-gu sweated, unable to offer a coherent explanation. Backed into a corner, Kim Jong-gu made a hasty escape. "You wouldn't know, but you'll see him tomorrow anyway, so ask him yourself." He then scurried out of the room, pulling Mina along with him. "Okay, let's leave her alone for now. It's best you think this through yourself right now." Left alone, Jura opened her phone, her gaze falling on the displayed article. "I have to admire how good this photo looks." Gesturing towards Seunghyun's handsome face, she uttered 2 words, "useless." At the heart of the film set, a woman's raised voice caused heads to turn, annoyance evident in their expressions. She was telling some friends how she was going to play the lead role this time, but now she had been kicked out, so what could she do? The speaker was Miran, Choi Jong-gu's wife, ranting and raving as she walked about losing the role. Choi Jong-gu could only offer meager comfort. "Miran, I told you, you weren't fired." Suddenly, the director wanted to change the direction of the movie, so he decided to scrap that script. "What can I do?" "Even so, you're still upset. But if you keep this up, I'll be sad, right?" Miran spun around, her eyes sharp on her husband. "Hey, Choi Jong-gu," she snapped. Choi Yong-gu froze. He watched as his wife continued her tirade. "You said because of you, other people can grow." Somehow, the image of Jura saying the same words to him flashed through his mind. Jura gently held Jong-gu's hand, caressing his cheek, comforting him. "It's okay, we just had bad luck this time." Her smile radiated a warm glow. "Keep trying, Jong-gu." It was strange how the sound of his name, Jong-gu, in reality, was so heavy it jolted him from his reverie. Miran, frustrated that her husband was just standing there, called out, "What are you doing?" Choi Jong-gu quickly replied, "Ah, let's go," eager to avoid further confrontation. I don't know what he ate today, but all these random thoughts are driving him crazy. Inside a luxury boutique, the sales associate gushed, "It suits you perfectly." Miran gazed at her reflection, pleased with how beautiful she looked. Choi Jong-gu quickly made his decision, purchasing the luxury item without a second thought. He calmly continued tapping on his phone, noticing something unusual, a flicker of surprise registering on his face. It's that news about Seunghyun and Song Jina dating again. Reading the article, Choi Jong-gu felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Isn't he dating Hwang Jura? Thinking back, there might have been something between them after all. Did they break up? It makes sense, since Seunghyun couldn't possibly be serious about Jura. Choi Jong-gu celebrated inwardly, feeling as if fate was pushing him forward. Meanwhile, Jura had yet to recover from her disappointment, evidenced by the fact that she only picked at her gimbap and fried food. Kim, eyeing Jura's plate, objected, "Hold on, Jura, what did you even get?" A semblance of composure had finally returned to her. Jura grumbled, "Are you crazy? Why did you take everything?" Kim couldn't help but scold his clueless sister. "Wake up. Thanks to Seunghyun's fans, we get to enjoy this free buffet at the hotel. And all you got are fried seaweed rolls." Sitting at the table, she couldn't bring herself to swallow anything. Her mind was in such turmoil, she couldn't tell if the food was going down her throat or up her nose. Kim, worried, pressed on, but why? As for the necklace, Seunghyun already messaged her, clearing everything up. Recalling his long, rambling message, Jura felt a fresh wave of helplessness. How could anyone think that explained anything? The original message went something like this: "It's a little difficult to talk about over the phone. Did you see the article? Don't worry, it's nothing. There's no misunderstanding. We have filming tomorrow. See you then. Kim, too, was speechless, unable to defend the leading man any further. Kim suggested, regardless, you two should meet and talk. How can you work together like this? Thinking back, filming with her senior was a moment she had long anticipated, but she hadn't expected to face it with this emotional baggage. Suddenly, something startled her, her pupils dilating as if something unpleasant had occurred. Songdina, a plate piled high with food, approached Jura with an enthusiastic greeting. I'm here, long time no see. How have you been? Dina blithely launched into conversation, oblivious to the awkward tension between the two. This is our first time seeing each other since the script reading, right? She placed her plate on the table and pulled up a chair. Jura watched her movements, a deep sense of unease settling in. Why did she have to choose the seat next to me? Jura managed a strained, I suppose so. Suddenly, Dina raised her hand and waved at someone. Jura, her curiosity piqued, followed her gaze, and realized it was Seunghyeon, her senior. I wonder what kind of expression he has on his face right now, she thought. Seunghyeon approached, a small smile playing on his lips, as if lost in thought. The smile only deepened Jura's confusion. He quickened his pace and asked, when did you arrive? Jura replied curtly, just now. Discomfort gnawing at her, Jura shoveled food into her mouth, stuffing her stomach in record time. Seunghyeon, noticing her strange behavior, inquired, you'll get indigestion. Why are you eating so fast? She offered a terse, I'm hungry. Dina chimed in, looks like Jura's starving. She reminded him to eat slowly, as indigestion could affect the filming. Seunghyeon was a little taken aback by Dina's apparent concern for Jura. Right? I don't know the situation, but Dina hasn't done anything wrong, so there's no need to dislike her. Don't be so petty, he thought. Just as a flicker of warmth towards Dina began to surface, she started getting closer to him. Hey, try this, it's really good. Seunghyeon wasn't comfortable with it, but he couldn't exactly push her away. Noticing a waiter carrying a tray, Dina asked curiously, hey, is the waiter carrying cocktails? Do you think it'll affect filming if I have one? Hey, do you think the lines for scene C-17 are a bit much? Dina chattered incessantly, despite Seunghyun's complete lack of response. Jura, meanwhile, just wanted to switch seats. Kang, his usual cheerful demeanor in place, suddenly appeared, a welcome interruption to the awkward situation. Dina greeted him warmly. Long time no see. Kang replied with a bright smile. Yeah, it's been a while. Kang hesitated, unsure whether to join them. Seunghyun turned and declined. It's a shame, but it's full here. I'll go eat over there. Take your time. Jura quickly called out, wait, Kang. Hold on. She abruptly stood up and suggested, come with me. Surprised by her senior's words, she replied with even greater surprise. Okay. Jura responded calmly. Of course, everyone here is from the A-team, so I'm a little shy. Hyan was also taken aback by her actions. Hearing this, Kang was practically moved to tears. Jura added cheerfully, well, who else can take care of Kyung-soo besides June? Seunghyun, listening to their exchange, felt a surge of anger, a burning resentment that seeped into his very bones. Yet outwardly, he remained silent. Kang expressed his gratitude to Jura. Back then, he told me there were no seats at the Team B table, so I didn't know what to do. Hearing this, Jura felt a pang of guilt, but pressed on, even if you didn't know what to do, you should still eat properly. Kang gazed at his senior, his eyes shining, his face still bright and cheerful, genuinely touched. Jura felt a wave of remorse. She had only used this as an opportunity to change seats. Who knew this boy, Kang, would be so grateful? Sorry, Kang. He offered to fetch some water, and Jura agreed, reminding him to hurry back. Suddenly, a message notification chimed from the phone on the table. Jura eyed it suspiciously, guessing the sender was Seunghyeon. Jura bent down, popping a seaweed roll into her mouth, pretending not to notice. However, human nature didn't allow her to suppress her curiosity for long. She finally picked up the phone and was stunned by what she saw. Seunghyun's message, checking in on you, what's wrong? Why aren't you sitting here? The disappointment after high expectations hit Jura hard. Then, anger surged through her. She immediately typed back a furious reply. If her phone could talk, it would have surely cried out in protest. If you leave, Kang would be bewildered, but Dina is there, and he's closer to Team A. Over here, Seunghyeon is secretly texting me, ignoring the two girls chatting away. Isn't that right? We haven't seen each other for 10 days, but you didn't even glance at me, and now you've even changed seats. Jura wanted to end the conversation. Well, just go eat. Seunghyeon, are you angry? Come back. This only fueled Jura's rage. Are you trying to make me mad? If I go back, is there even a place for Kang? She cursed under her breath. Damn it. Kang, just turning around, overheard the last two words, causing him to panic. What's wrong, senior? Jura jumped, mortified. To escape the awkwardness, Jura decided to leave. Feigning a stomach ache, she excused herself to the restroom. She hurried out of the dining area, her inner turmoil still raging. It showed on her face, a look that promised to devour anyone who dared to cross her. Who should be angry? I'm going crazy. You think I'll come back and eat lunch? Seunghyun's loud call startled Jura. For a moment, the waiter was stunned by Seunghyun's dazzling good looks. Jura hesitantly turned around and asked, "What is it, Senior Seunghyun?" Seunghyun slowly approached her, informing her, "We have a scene to film this afternoon." He leaned in and whispered, "Let's go to the rehearsal room for a bit." In the conversation room, Seunghyun pleaded with Jura, like a small kitten, to tell him what was wrong. Jura looked at him sternly and asked, "What do you mean?" But inside, she was utterly bewildered. "Do you really not know, Seunghyun? Let's get straight to the point. There's a reason you're avoiding me and changed seats, right?" Jura looked down, denying it. "I told you, Kang doesn't know anyone from Team A, so he'd feel awkward sitting there. Are you angry because I took care of him?" Jura couldn't hold back any longer. All her pent-up frustration came pouring out. "But if you can give gifts to others, why can't I take care of him?" Seunghyun was taken aback by her words. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "I see. That's what this is about. You said not to worry, that it was nothing, just a misunderstanding." Jura retorted sarcastically. "You didn't mean it like that." She looked him straight in the eye, her voice firm. "It's so obvious, yet you tell me not to misunderstand. Isn't that wrong? If you tell me not to misunderstand, I can't just say, 'Oh, I get it, everything's fine.'" Then, watching Seunghyun's reaction, she was stunned. "You misunderstood. You're suspicious of me and Song Dina." Jura replied calmly, "It's not suspicion. I just don't understand why you would buy an expensive necklace for an actress you've known for less than a month." Seeing everything spiraling out of control, Seunghyun scratched his head, unsure how to fix it. He hesitated, wanting to reveal the truth. After a moment of thought, "Forget it." Seunghyun offered a vague excuse, citing personal reasons. This meaningless explanation did nothing to soothe Jura, and she bluntly pointed this out. She wanted to say more, to unleash the torrent of emotions swirling within her, but seeing his awkward expression, she remained silent. Finally, Jura spoke, "I feel the same way as you. Does this bother you?" Seunghyun looked at her, confusion etched on his face. Unable to speak, he could only stand and walk towards the window, lacking the courage to face her. The two of them stood steeped in complex emotions, one hurt and the other burdened by an unspoken truth. Jura sat quietly on the sofa, her head lowered, seemingly deeply disappointed by their conversation. Seunghyun fared no better, pacing restlessly. After a while, he finally turned and asked, "You just don't trust me, do you?" Jura lifted her head, her voice firm. "It's not that I don't trust you. Please understand me." Seunghyun. Hearing his name, spoken with such a mixture of pain and pleading, Seunghyun was at a loss for words, debating whether to reveal the truth. Seeing his girlfriend sitting motionless, disappointment etched on her beautiful face, he couldn't bear to keep it from her any longer. After all, everything would be revealed on her birthday. He had originally thought it would be a pleasant surprise, but had it truly hurt her this deeply? More importantly, he wondered if maintaining this charade until her birthday would steal any joy from the occasion. He decided to end it. Just as he was about to call out to Jura, his phone rang insistently. Jura answered, "Hello, Kang." Her voice was laced with panic. "Oh, I forgot. What should I do?" "I'm sorry." Hearing that the caller was Lee Kang, Seunghyun felt a pang of unease. Jura responded calmly, "It's okay. Let's meet and talk. I'll be right there." A thought flickered through Seunghyun's mind. Did I give him my number? Jura quickly stood, excusing herself, claiming she had forgotten to tell someone she was going to the restroom. Seunghyun stopped her from leaving, and out of habit, Jura paused. They stood there for nearly a minute, the silence thick with unspoken words. Finally, he spoke. "We're not finished talking." Jura remained still, unwilling to engage. She was emotionally exhausted. She uttered a final, dismissive phrase and turned to leave. Another conversation ending this way. "Is this okay?" Seunghyeon muttered, looking around the room, bewildered. Jura opened the door, giving a cursory nod to Seunghyeon. He reacted swiftly, his long strides quickly closing the distance between them. He grasped her shoulder, his voice sharp. "Didn't you hear me tell you to stop?" Jura turned, tears silently tracing paths down her cheeks. Seunghyun was caught off guard by her tears. Jura pushed his hand away, her voice trembling. "I don't want to argue anymore. This is why I've been avoiding you. Let me go." With that, she left, leaving him alone in the empty room, a hollow ache settling in his chest. Seunghyun reflected on his actions, guilt gnawing at him. "We haven't seen each other for 10 days, and now we're doing this." Suddenly, something caught his eye. A script lay on the chair where Jura had been sitting. Yesterday, he had mused about her wanting to guess the lines and even bringing the script. He walked over to the sofa, picking up the script. "People often do crazy things," he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, Jura, having left the room, leaned against the elevator wall, staring at her tear-streaked reflection in the mirrored doors. "What should I do?" she thought, her face etched with worry. "I can't let Kang see me like this." Just then, her phone chimed with a message notification. As she reached for it, it was a message from Din Kyung. "Dina, I think you need to talk more with Seunghyun. I told Kang you weren't feeling well and were waiting in your room. Don't worry, you two can talk things out." Touched by the thoughtful message, Jura felt a wave of gratitude. Suddenly, guilt washed over her for Kang, and she felt even more determined not to show her distress in public. The elevator doors opened on the 9th floor, and Jura stepped out. As she walked down the hallway, her thoughts returned to the tangled mess between her and Seunghyun. It wasn't that she didn't trust him. She knew, too, that men wouldn't want to talk for too long. Exhausted, Jura opened the door to her room. Exhausted, she sank into a chair, replaying everything that had transpired. He knew exactly why she was so sensitive, yet he remained stubbornly silent. Grief washed over Jura, leaving her completely unguarded. Tears streamed down her delicate cheeks. A knock startled her, as she looked abruptly towards the door. "Who is it?" Jura sprang to her feet, a flicker of hope igniting within her. Could it be Seunghyun? She hurried to open the door. Lee Kang's face was etched with concern as he asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" It wasn't the person she had been hoping for, and a pang of disappointment pricked at Jura. She had been expecting something, anything, from Seunghyun. "I'm fine," she replied. "I was going to the buffet, but I suddenly felt unwell." "I'm sorry." Kang brushed off her apology. "Why are you apologizing? You're sick." He paused, studying her face, a flicker of concern in his eyes. Then he asked a question that caught Jura completely off guard. "Nuna, have you been crying?" Bullseye. She tried to deflect. "What? Who said I was crying?" A wave of unease washed over her. Kang's voice rose with worry. "I know you've been crying. If you're sick enough to cry, it must be serious. Should we go to the hospital?" Seeing the boy's overreaction, Jura quickly waved her hands in dismissal. No, it's not that serious. I just need some rest." Indeed, Kang continued, "How about I give you a massage? I'm really good at it." Jura, looking genuinely startled, was clearly taken aback. "I'm really okay," she insisted. The boy persisted, eager to demonstrate his massage skills to his senior, but Jura kept refusing, not out of distrust, but because. "I thought about it for a long time, but I couldn't think of a way to refuse." Jura stood frozen, listening to Kang's words as if they were needles pricking her skin. Feeling helpless, she let Kang take charge. He happily led her towards the lounge, chattering reassuringly. "Don't worry, I give my family massages when they have stomach aches. I don't know if it will help, but..." The actress's spirits were truly low. Kang continued cheerfully, "Well, Dina has some digestive medicine. I'll go get it for you." Jura, her face etched with worry, thanked him. The doors slowly closed behind them. In the distance, a figure had been observing the entire exchange. Seunghyun stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the room. Kyung and Mina, having eaten their fill, were buzzing with excitement. "They're so sophisticated. The hotel buffet is really something special. I don't think I had enough dessert." Kyung, realizing someone was blocking his path, looked up to see who it was. Dina cheerfully addressed the two of them. "Did you talk to Jura, Seunghyun?" "The girl didn't eat much. I'm really worried about her." He hesitated, unable to form a coherent sentence. Seunghyeon handed Kyung the script, asking him to give it to Jura. Kyung accepted it gladly, but before he could ask why, Seunghyeon had already turned and walked away. It seemed something unpleasant had just occurred. The elevator doors slammed shut, leaving the two girls standing there, bewildered. The atmosphere is strange, isn't it? It seems so. Seunghyeon leaned against the elevator wall, lost in thought. There's no doubt. There's no misunderstanding. It's not that I don't trust Jura. That's not true. He gave a faint smile. As a wave of sadness washed over him, Seunghyeon wondered what this feeling was. The filming crew continued their work. Seunghyeon was in makeup. Yu and Max Cooper were engaged in a lively conversation. Jura watched from afar. Just as I thought, absolutely perfect. She shook her head, a pang of jealousy rising within her. Yeah, perfect. It looks so natural. I didn't mean to. Lee Kong approached, waving at her. Hey, Nuna, is your stomach feeling better? Yes, thanks to you, Jura replied. He pointed at himself proudly, grinning. You trust me, right? I told you I was skilled. Seeing his delight, she gave a small nod. Jura quickly changed the subject. Kong, are you heading to your next schedule soon? He replied eagerly, yes, but I still have some time, so I was planning to go to the set and greet the seniors. She was surprised, asking how he knew when filming would end. Kong chuckled. Besides Seunghyeon Sunbi, you're not just anyone either. He added, if it's all right, I'll head over now. Just as he finished speaking, Kong suddenly noticed something on his senior's face. You have some sweat on your forehead, Nuna, he pointed out. Startled, Jura reached up to wipe it away. Before she could react, Kong swiftly brushed the sweat from her forehead, reassuring her. It's been hot these days. We're talking about winter, so you feel hot, right? Look this way. The unexpected gesture left Jura with no room to dodge. It's fine. I can wipe it off when I get my makeup retouched. Jura quickly declined. A loud bang echoed through the room, drawing everyone's attention towards the source of the sound, Seunghyun's table. He had slammed his hand down, startling his makeup artist and manager. After a few seconds of stunned silence, the makeup artist softly asked, What's wrong? You scare me. Seunghyun ziplit ganli saw the... Only Jura watched from across the room, a flicker of worry in her eyes. As they watched the two walk away, Kong finally spoke. Seunghyeon Sunbi seems to be in a bad mood. Is it because of that article? Jura looked at him, her expression laced with concern. Finally, it was time for the lead scene. The director began explaining. All right, let me explain the blocking. Both Jura and Seunghyun listened intently, afraid to miss a single detail. You two will link arms, walk within the marked area, and then begin your lines, right? With everything set, Jura and Seunghyun took their positions. She linked her arm through his. Okay, ready, the director called out. Noticing her nervousness, Seunghyun teased. What's wrong? You look like a bride about to walk down the aisle. His words sent a blush creeping up her cheeks. A mixture of embarrassment and annoyance flooded through Jura. Pulling him closer, she retorted, Are you going to put your arm around my waist? You seem eager. Seunghyun's smile widened. Teasing her seemed to be his favorite pastime. After the call of action, all their previous bickering had to be put aside. The irony wasn't lost on Jura. They had just been arguing, and now they had to act out an intimate scene. She struggled to focus, acutely aware of the crew's watchful eyes. She concentrated on Seunghyeon Sunbi, not just for his exceptional acting, but because he was a top-tier actor who could flawlessly guide his partner into character. Even though she was upset as an actress, Jura still deeply respected him. Only when the director yelled cut did her thoughts snap back to reality. If filming goes like this today, we'll be done soon. Let's take a break and then continue. Jura was pleased, feeling she had performed well, but then Seunghyun spoke up. Wait, director, I don't think it's quite right yet. Can we do it one more time? His words nearly sent her tumbling. What's wrong? The director asked, perplexed, stroking his chin. Wasn't it perfect? Jura silently agreed, but before she could celebrate, the director continued. Well, if you want to, we can do it again. Seunghyun, having achieved his goal, quickly thanked him. Jura stood there, stunned. What was going on? Perhaps Seunghyeon Sunbi had seen a flaw that others hadn't noticed. Maybe their walk together hadn't looked quite right. She resolved to try even harder. However, strangely, Seunghyun kept insisting on one more time. He had already filmed the scene 5 times and still wanted another take. Jura was bewildered, her inner turmoil growing with each retake. She couldn't understand what he was dissatisfied with. Whispers began to ripple through the crew, questioning what was happening. Everything seemed perfect. Lee Kong, standing outside the set, started to worry about Jura. Her manager walked over. Kang, let's go. We're going to be late. He was about to say something, thought for a moment, then stopped. Yura watched Kang leave, disappointment etched on his face, and a pang of guilt twisted in her stomach. Seunghyeon called out to the director, and Yura nervously glanced at him again, assuming he wanted yet another retake. But he didn't. A bright smile spread across Seunghyun's face as he said, "Something felt a little off, but it's okay. Let's just take a break." Yura stared at him, dumbfounded. Hearing that they were wrapping up, the director cheerfully announced a break, preparing to change the set. Yura, still in a state of shock, kept her eyes fixed on the man who was now smiling contentedly. A thought screamed in her mind. Did this man do all of this just to get back at me? Slamming her hand on the table repeatedly, Yura demanded, "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" Seunghyun, his face impassive, looked at her and casually uttered a single word, "Yes." Yura's voice dripped with anger. He admitted it outright, meaning he deliberately asked for multiple retakes. Kang said he wanted to wait until you were done filming. So you were stalling for time, weren't you? Taking a sip of his tea, Seunghyun calmly asked, "Since you already know the reason, why are you asking?" His easy admission twisted her face in frustration. Yura trembled with rage. "This is too much. You told me not to doubt you, but you overreacted." Seunghyun looked at her and questioned the same thing. Yura immediately erupted. "Of course it's different this time, because it makes no sense." Calmly placing his glass on the table, Seunghyun countered, "You said you didn't want to argue, but now you're the one picking a fight." Sinking back in her chair, Yura replied, "Because I don't know what to do with you. I didn't go anywhere with Kang, but you didn't believe me, and you delayed filming." He stated calmly, "I believe you, but I don't like Lee Kang." Curiosity laced her voice. "What's wrong with him? I just don't like him." Yura retorted, "Don't make excuses saying you're mad at me because of Kang. He did nothing wrong. At the buffet, you were angry because I gave my seat to Kang. Why would you do that? Kang isn't a 2-year-old. His words shocked her to the core. A laugh escaped her lips. Bringing up the past, Yura remarked, "I didn't know you were so averse to taking care of your co-star and buying necklaces." Seunghyeon immediately responded formally. Pouting, Yura Hwang, the female lead, addressed him, "Sunbeam." Suddenly realizing how close his face was, Yura recoiled in surprise. Seunghyun warned, "If you don't want things to be awkward later, don't provoke him." Yura flushed. What was he talking about? The sudden appearance of Song Dina broke the tense silence. "Found you. Are you with Yura?" Seeing someone approach, they quickly separated. Yura offered an awkward laugh. "We were just practicing our lines." Dina responded enthusiastically. "Really? If that's the case, you should have invited me to join. By the way, Seunghyeon Appa." Hearing his name, he looked up. Dina held out a Cartier box. "I can't accept this." Completely taken aback, Yura watched the exchange unfold, utterly confused. What was going on? Seunghyun deflected, claiming it had nothing to do with him, as they had already discussed it with the company. Dina responded shyly, "Really? Then I'll just say Director Mun bought it. In the end, it's me who's causing trouble. I felt like I had to do this to have peace of mind." Standing just outside, Yura listened to their conversation, completely lost. Dina seemed worried, thinking his girlfriend had misunderstood because of the article, and that's why they were arguing, right? Seunghyun sighed, denying any misunderstanding. Because she trusted him. Yura's blush deepened. Just then, his manager walked in. "Seunghyun, the director is looking for you." He hurried after him. Seunghyun quickly disappeared from view, leaving Yura even more bewildered. Scratching her head, she tried to piece everything together. Assessing the situation, it seemed the necklace was more likely from the company, not from Seunghyun. So it was just a gift to celebrate their 5th anniversary? Seeing Yura's pale face, Dina asked with concern, "Yura, you don't look so good. Are you tired?" Yura quickly shook her head. "No, I'm fine." Dina sat down in the chair next to Yura, looking at her earnestly. "So, I'm guessing you saw the article and thought Seunghyun and I went out alone, right?" Caught off guard, Yura awkwardly waved her hand dismissively. "No, not at all." Dina finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. All the comments yesterday were saying we were totally in love. Some comments said that buying her a 5th anniversary necklace meant they'd known each other for a long time. They weren't dating, but still bought each other necklaces, which was strange. Plus, the two of them really hit it off. Dina felt incredibly flustered. She had to talk to Yura. So, when I realized I was causing trouble, I freaked out. I was worried his girlfriend might read it without knowing the context and feel upset. Dina, exhilarated and relieved, assumed they hadn't argued, unaware that she had just turned a couple who hadn't been fighting into one embroiled in a heated argument. Yura, curious, asked, "So what's the real story?" Just then it clicked for Dina. She shared earnestly, "Actually, Sunbi Nim wanted to buy a gift for his girlfriend, and I tag along. I was worried that if he went shopping alone, there would be rumors about him dating, so I went along to help. But I ended up causing more trouble instead." Yura listened, stunned. Seeing Yura's reaction, Dina explained awkwardly, "It's ridiculous, right? Thinking back, if I were you, I wouldn't have believed it was a debut anniversary gift either. I just wanted to get to know you and meet you, but I went too far, and it ended up looking silly." Knowing the whole truth, Yura remained calm. Dina added, "As for the necklace, he said it wouldn't be meaningful if he didn't choose it himself, so he gave it to me. Romantic, right?" Yura realized that he had gone to buy her birthday present, and things had spiraled from there. Although unsure who Seunghyun's girlfriend was, Dina couldn't help but feel a pang of envy for the girl, seeing how much effort he put into buying a gift. Yura was speechless. She remembered Seunghyun's words. "He told me not to mind it, that it wasn't worth misunderstanding." As he painfully admitted it was true, Seunghyun had said awkwardly, "Can you trust me just a little bit?" Now everything was crystal clear. Yura had just realized he kept it a secret to surprise her for her birthday. Anxious, Dina asked, "Why aren't you answering your phone?" Yura waved her hand dismissively. "I can't," Kyung called out exasperatedly. "Are you seriously not going to answer?" "I can't," Yura stated firmly, avoiding Kyung's gaze. Kwang-soo picked up the incessantly ringing phone. "How long are you going to avoid him? Just answer it." Kwang-soo encouraged, "Yeah, just pick up. Don't worry about what others say." Yura refused, her voice low. "I don't know what to say." Turning, Yura complained, "You guys knew and didn't tell me. It's a bit much to hide everything like that." Kim stammered, "Sorry, but the person directly involved is Seunghyun. If you knew, and he didn't, it would be a bit awkward." Yura hesitated, then exclaimed, "Even so, you should have told me sooner. Things wouldn't have turned out like this." Annoyed, Kyung handed her the phone again. "Then go tell Seunghyun yourself." Kung-soo added, trying to calm her down, "I understand how you feel. The situation was tricky, so when Seunghyun told me how the company gave him the necklace as a present, I almost fainted." Recalling that day, Seunghyun had explained the situation to Kwang-soo very calmly. "You have no reason to give her a gift." This infuriated Kwang-soo. "Are you crazy? Why would you go and buy it?" The company budget was blown, and several reporters were put under a lot of pressure. Kwang-soo gritted his teeth in frustration. "But Song Dina and you, Seunghyun, you two are something else." Sensing the tension, Kyung quickly tried to appease Kwang-soo. "Come on, calm down, calm down." After all, Song Dina decided to buy it back as a way to promote the movie. Seeing the poor director, Yura didn't dare argue. Kwang-soo, regaining his composure, continued. "Anyway," sipping his beer, Kyung advised her, "The misunderstanding is cleared up, so talk to Seunghyun. Avoiding him forever won't work." Yura looked thoughtful. Although the misunderstanding was resolved, she still felt a pang of guilt for not trusting him sooner, for not believing him. Things had piled up too much. She didn't know what to say. Hesitating for a moment, Yura confidently raised her beer glass. Under the dubious gazes of the couple, she drained it in one gulp. "So, pull yourself together. Don't drink alone. You're invited. Raise a glass. Come on." The two sitting across from her were still oblivious to what the girl had just gone through. "Let's forget everything and have a good time together. I haven't felt this happy in a long time." The bar was getting more and more crowded, and tables were filling up. It was unclear how long she'd been drinking, but Yura was already starting to slur her words. Not just this time. He's always been a man of few words, only saying what's important. "So I missed a few words." She pointed frantically, her mouth constantly uttering words that led to misunderstandings, right? Yura opened her eyes and looked at the person in front of her, wondering why he had acted that way from the beginning if he hadn't intended to surprise her. Suddenly, she froze, her pupils dilating. It wasn't Kyung and Kwang-soo facing her anymore, but Seunghyun, a handsome and elegant man in a black suit, staring intently at her. At that moment, the noise in the bar began to rise. The person who just walked by was Seunghyeon Kang, right? "What are you talking about? He's right there." The two leads were sitting right there, face to face, their eyes locked. Yura laughed, assuming she was drunk. Shaking her head, she muttered to herself, wondering if Sunbi Nim was still here or if she was dreaming. Seunghyun spoke. "This isn't a dream, and it's not an illusion." Yura stopped her hand, lifted her flushed face from the alcohol, and looked at the person opposite her. "How long are you going to keep surprising me like this?" Seunghyun looked at her and commented, "So brave to come straight here." Jura still couldn't speak, only thinking, I can't let myself be caught like this. Under the flickering lights of the restaurant, the atmosphere gradually became lively, and people started talking about the male lead. Jura was there too. She looked shyly at the man in front of her, and then the girl began to move her lips. He immediately scolded her angrily. Why did you come here without a hat? Seunghyeon calmly replied. Do you think a suit and a hat look good together? The female lead continued to shout. Is that really the issue right now? Everyone can see us now. Seunghyeon immediately questioned. Then who's been avoiding my calls? If there are rumors, it's not my fault. Hearing these words, Jura suddenly paused for a second. She was confused about the rumors people were talking about. Just then, the male lead called over a staff member. The person hurried over to Seunghyeon and said enthusiastically, Oh, welcome, Seunghyeon SSI. The female lead, sitting next to him, went from one surprise to another. She exclaimed, Why are you making it obvious so quickly? Unfazed, the male lead turned and asked the staff member if there were any rooms left on the second floor. About 15 more people are coming. The staff member replied, Of course. Just then, a voice echoed around them. Over here, you've come to the right place. Though it's a bit strange that the company suddenly decided to have a party. A group of people rushed in and started chatting very casually with each other. Jura and the staff member watched the scene with wide eyes. The lead actress hesitantly asked, So, you came here without any plans? Seunghyeon, taking a sip of his drink, replied. The woman suddenly became angry. Your plan was to call all these people here? The lead actor calmly replied, Yeah, why not? He emphasized again, Why not? Jura froze when she heard this. The girl went from excited to shy. Finally, she slowly told him to speak. At that moment, Seunghyeon softly asked, You know, right? A little while later, under the luxurious, shimmering lights of the city streets, Jura and Seunghyeon got into a car to head back. The female lead hesitantly asked, By the way, is it okay for the host to leave the party so early? The male lead, focused on driving, replied, I came to pick you up. Did you want to stay at the party? I already gave them my card, so I've done my part. Why didn't you answer my calls? After listening, Jura felt a little confused. The girl gently stroked her hand. Then she confessed sincerely, I don't know what to say. I've thought a lot, but I'm not sure what I want. Seunghyeon gently asked, Then tell me. You'll know soon. At that moment, the two of them had to stop for a red light. Mustering all her courage, the actress said, Why didn't you tell me sooner so we wouldn't have fought? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have been hurt. She hesitated, then added, That's it. Honestly, I didn't think of that. That's it. Seunghyeon Kang, explaining, We're not done talking yet. You didn't let me finish, and you even went with Lee Kong. Jura immediately denied it upon hearing this. Finally, the girl held out her hand and said proactively, Okay, it's over. What's this? The actor asked softly. Jura said, It's a hand of reconciliation. Anyway, since both sides are at fault, let's make up. Seunghyeon, relieved, commented, Really? Seeing her lover so indifferent, Jura said awkwardly, Isn't it your fault too? Grown-ups should at least extend a hand for a handshake. Before she could finish her sentence, the hand beside her had gently touched the girl's slender hand. At first, the two hands touched each other, and gradually their fingers intertwined. Seunghyeon softly apologized, Because I caused you to misunderstand. A sudden tremor ran through Jura. The actor also turned, gazing affectionately at the woman he loved. Holding hands all the way, the car was filled with happy laughter. Finally, the car stopped in front of a tall apartment building. Seunghyeon thoughtfully reminded the girl to be careful going in. Jura replied sincerely, Thank you for taking me home. As the girl was about to get out of the car, she suddenly asked if he could come in for a while. It seemed a shame to just let him leave like this. She further explained that it was for coffee or something. Surprised, Seunghyeon immediately looked at the girl. Jura waited eagerly for the young man's response. The actor gazed deeply at the woman before him. Then, leaning against the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on Jura. The girl, thinking he wanted to refuse, said it was okay. He could leave if he didn't want to stay. Seunghyeon slowly said the woman on a date. He looked at Jura and sighed. Do you know how to invite me in properly this time? Hearing these words, the actress suddenly became flustered. When she finally realized everything, she blushed crimson. Before she could react, Seunghyeon quickly opened the door and stepped out of the car, while Jura kept explaining beside him. No, I just regretted letting you go like that. So Seunghyeon walked over and opened the car door for Jura. The girl softly asked him what he was doing, and the actor politely said, Let's go. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, A man took a drag of his cigarette and cursed. Why hasn't that Hwang Jura girl come back yet? Yeah, she's probably drunk somewhere. Her relationship with Kang Seunghyeon is a mess, and now that article has made things worse. A car sped past, catching the man's attention. He wondered how a BMW could be in this poor neighborhood. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chongu immediately went to take a look. The car suddenly stopped, and the door slowly opened. Chongu looked at the man in front of him and thought in surprise. Kang Seunghyeon? Why is Seunghyeon helping her? Didn't he break up with Hwang Jura? Oh, maybe he's here to say his final words. With Jura's personality, she wouldn't date someone who's already taken. As soon as he finished that thought, Chongu was stunned by the sight before him. Seunghyeon gently helped Jura out of the car. The couple gazed lovingly at each other, a perfect match in every way. However, the scene left Chongu utterly dumbfounded. He silently watched the two of them, chatting and laughing. Just then a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Chongu, Chongu. The distinct voice gave the young man pause. Sweet memories flooded back, inevitably reminding him of the times when Jura was so happy with him. The scene shifted to a table where a cell phone was ringing. The man hurriedly stood up, saying he needed to take a call. His two friends, hearing this, expressed their displeasure, asking why it was Kim Chongu again. They told him not to answer, reminding him how long it had been since they'd seen each other because of that actor. Despite this, Myongdong ignored their advice and picked up the phone. Chongu, where are you? Come have a drink with me. The voice on the other end, Chongu, who was sitting in his car, said. Myongdong politely declined, saying, Sorry, I'm with friends right now, so I can't. Chongu suddenly became angry, asking, Why? When I call you, do you think your friends are more important? Myongdong patiently explained, asking him to let him off the hook today. They hadn't seen each other since their friend's funeral. These were friends he'd had since childhood. But before he could finish, Chongu interrupted. Too much fake nonsense. Who gives you money for drinks? What's wrong with you? Stop whining and come over here now. Even Myongdong couldn't believe the brother he had cherished for so long would say such a thing. Faced with such rudeness, the man couldn't help but curse directly. That bastard. Am I your family's servant? Chongu, incredulous, asked again what? Myongdong finally poured out all his pent-up feelings. I'm working for someone like you just to make a living. You make me feel so ashamed, I can't even hold my head up. Chongu, shocked, yelled, Are you crazy? Myongdong calmly replied, Yeah, I must be crazy. Why else would I bow down to a bastard like you just to survive? The voice on the other end softly asked why. Myongdong continued, I know you're looking for Jura, right? Stop bullying that girl. Treat your wife well and live your life properly so you don't get cursed at. You bastard. Chongu, who had always pretended to be diligent despite being utterly useless, couldn't contain his rage at these words. He exploded, yelling, Hey, you idiot, are you crazy? Where are you? Tell me. Myongdong didn't respond, simply hanging up the phone. Chongu, unable to quell his fury, could only grit his teeth and utter the name. In a luxurious villa, Miran sat in a chair, calling her husband. It took a while for someone to answer. The voice on the other end said, Miran. Wearily she asked, Chongu, where are you? I know you don't have any schedule today, so why aren't you home yet? Lately, what have you been doing? I don't know what you're planning. Suddenly, Chongu interrupted. Too noisy, isn't it? Miran asked softly. Chongu, his true colors showing, took his anger out on her. I told her she's damn noisy. Meanwhile, at home, Jura was startled by the sound of the kettle. Seunghyeon watched as the girl moved aside, and then asked, Why are you so surprised? The actress could only chuckle wryly and say, I was just concentrating. Concentrating on what? It's just coffee, the actor replied. Jura immediately retorted, You underestimate the power of Vietnamese coffee. You have to brew it the right way to make it delicious. Hearing this, Seunghyeon decided to humor her. Okay, I get it. I'm just waiting to drink it. With her back to Seunghyeon, Jura's heart nearly leaped out of her chest with joy. The girl recalled the phrase, Do you know what a guy thinks when a girl invites her boyfriend home? Then she thought to herself that her senior's words had made her overthink things. As for Seunghyeon, he glanced at the photo on the table and commented, You look a lot like your mother, don't you? The actress suddenly asked. Turning around, she saw the actor holding her family photo in his hand. The actress smiled. When I was little, everyone said I looked like both my mom and dad. But as I got older, I started to resemble my my mother more. Seunghyeon suddenly asked, "Are your parents still in the countryside?" Yura calmly replied, "They passed away when I was still in school." Hearing this, the actor froze, then softly said, "I see." Watching Seunghyeon intently studying her family photo, Yura felt a strange emotion stir within her. She thought to herself that no matter how much time passed, the mention of her parents still brought a pang of sadness. But seeing the calm expression on Seunghyun's face, she felt strangely comforted. The actress recalled the sweet nothings of her previous lover, concluding that compared to those empty promises that were never kept, this gaze held more power than words. Now, he no longer spoke unnecessarily, only murmuring softly. Thinking of this, the actress suddenly laughed. The man beside her, unsure of what had happened, asked what was so funny. Yura simply replied that it was nothing. She suddenly stopped worrying. Seunghyun, hearing this, kindly asked, "Worrying about what?" The actress hesitated, then responded, nothing." Seunghyun coolly asked, "Is it because I said something strange that you're like this?" Yura, shyly turning to pour water, mumbled something about what had happened in the car. It was true anyway. Suddenly, the actor moved closer, whispering seductively in her ear. What was true? The actress turned, staring at the younger man. Then she sighed. Truly wicked. Seunghyun chuckled at her words. Yura, unable to contain her confusion as she watched the actor's continuing smile, murmured, "Well, whether it's Kang Seunghyun or Kim Seunghyun." Seeing that the actor seemed not to have heard clearly, she repeated, "Yeah, Kang Seunghyun or Kim Seunghyun." Seunghyun suddenly kissed her. The love-struck actor gazed at his wide-eyed girlfriend. Just as Seunghyun leaned in for another kiss, Yura abruptly stopped him. She quickly explained, "We're not here because I want to do this with you from start." The actor softly responded, "Really?" His gaze lingered on her. Then she softly told him, "I came because I wanted to clear things up." Now offering no resistance, Yura shared a sweet kiss with him. Lost in the afterglow, they held each other close, unwilling to let go. The two exchanged smiles. Seunghyun gently kissed the actress's neck, a wave of tenderness washing over him. A surge of pleasure coursed through Yura, her heart pounding in her chest. She couldn't suppress a soft gasp. As their lips parted slightly, they gazed into each other's eyes, still clinging to one another. Yura softly asked if he needed to wait. Her eyes searched his, as if seeking an answer. Then she reached out, gently buttoning Seunghyun's shirt. The young man, stunned by this gesture, watched her. The actress slowly lifted her head. An aura of elegance surrounded the actor as he gazed endlessly at her. He pulled Yura into his arms. He leaned down, kissing the soft lips of the woman he loved. And so, they began an intimate moment together. The next morning, after the sun had risen, the kitchen filled with the sizzle of cooking and the aroma of freshly baked bread. Sunlight streamed through the window, falling across Seunghyun's back as he prepared breakfast. Suddenly realizing something, he turned, a smile gracing his lips. "You're awake," he said to Yura. Still half asleep in bed, the actress wasn't quite sure what was happening. As awareness dawned, she couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Seunghyun quickly placed the tray laden with food in front of Yura, softly asking if it was all right, explaining that he'd made it with whatever ingredients he could find in her kitchen. Yura, deeply touched, murmured her thanks, confessing that it was her first time having breakfast in bed. Picking up a piece of food, she softly inquired, "Aren't you going to eat?" The actor replied that he had to leave for filming soon, but first needed to return Kwang-soo's car. Yura felt a wave of complex emotions wash over her. He was leaving again. The dreamlike time they'd shared had been short-lived, but she felt incredibly grateful for every moment spent with Seunghyun. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Resting on the tray was an envelope. Yura picked it up, questioning what it was. "It's a birthday present," Seunghyun replied. A thrill coursed through Yura. Seunghyun, watching her reaction, coolly said, "Open it." Yura quickly tore open the envelope. She stared at the contents, stunned. Hesitantly, she whispered, "This is..." She held up plane tickets to Bangkok, her eyes questioning Seunghyun as if seeking confirmation. The actor grinned. "Let's go together," he said excitedly. In Bangkok, the sound of waves mingled with the fresh sea air. On a balcony overlooking the ocean, an older couple embraced tenderly, lost in a sweet moment. Suddenly, someone approached them. "Excuse me, you dropped this," Yura said, offering a scarf. The woman gratefully accepted the scarf, quickly thanking Jura. "You're welcome," the actress replied softly, turning to leave as the couple continued to murmur about how beautiful she was. Jura walked to a secluded corner and looked up at the vast sky. Lost in thought, she couldn't believe that just a few days ago, she'd never imagined herself on a beach in Bangkok. She recalled Seunghyun's words, "Let's go together." Just days ago, when she'd first received a suggestion of a trip, she'd remarked, "Going to Bangkok feels as casual as going to the supermarket next door." Seunghyun had calmly replied, "Yes, even if we go together, the journey has to be separate. Did you know my team will be filming in Bangkok?" Jura had murmured in response. The actor had continued, "I'll leave a day early, and you can come find me. I'll be waiting." Back in the present, standing on the beach in Bangkok, Jura gazed out at the tranquil sea. She regretted leaving a bit later than planned. If she'd left earlier, she might have already seen Seunghyeon on this unfamiliar island, unnoticed. In another corner of Bangkok, where the sun danced on the waves, Seunghyun was meticulously building a sandcastle with a little girl. The two interacted playfully. Then, Seunghyun suddenly stood up, gently ruffling the girl's hair. He strode towards the spot where his lover was waiting. Only the sound of Seunghyun's footsteps remained. He approached Jura, softly saying, "Hey, you came. It must have been a long journey." Jura's eyes lit up at the sight of him. "Seunghyun," she exclaimed, "I'm so excited and nervous right now, you know." "I understand," the actor replied. Jura continued, "So, could you do something you've never done before?" Seunghyun simply flashed a charming smile. He extended his arms towards her. "Do something you've never done before," he said. Unable to contain her joy, Jura ran towards him, her pace quickening with each step. She launched herself into Seunghyun's embrace, holding him tightly. They spun around, laughing joyfully. A little girl, who had witnessed the entire scene, looked heartbroken as the man who had been playing with her moments before now embraced another. Watching the sun dip below the horizon, Jura couldn't help but comment on its beauty. "The sun sets so fast, doesn't it?" she remarked. Seunghyun quickly agreed. Turning, Jura softly asked, "But who was that little girl you were with earlier?" Seunghyun immediately dismissed it. "Just a tourist," he said a little too quickly. It was strange. No one here seemed to recognize him. Trying to play it cool, he added, "We should head to Hollywood soon." Seeing Jura smile, Seunghyun asked curiously, "What's so funny?" "You're just so cute," she replied tenderly. A look of bewilderment crossed Seunghyun's face. Pointing at himself, he questioned, "Me?" Jura couldn't help but laugh. Gently stroking his chin, she teased, "So cute, Kang Seunghyun." The actor, noticing her boldness, remarked, "Have you noticed you're getting more and more straightforward with me? Why not? Am I not allowed to be?" Jura playfully challenged. Seunghyun, a mixture of exasperation and affection in his eyes, pulled her close. "Only because it's your birthday," he murmured. They stood in comfortable silence, watching the sun sink lower over the ocean. Finally, Jura spoke, her voice soft with emotion. "Everything feels like a dream. Whether at home, at the office, or in the waiting room, I'm just happy to be near you without having to hide. I'm already sad thinking about tomorrow, when it will all be over." "I'm sorry, Seunghyun whisper." "For what?" Jura asked, curious. Seunghyun gazed into her eyes, a depth of emotion swirling within them. He told himself that since he couldn't declare his love to the world, he would love her fiercely, even if it meant she missed out on the simple joys others took for granted. The simple joy of being with the one you love, without the need to hide. Though Jura called out to him, Seunghyun remained lost in his thoughts. These small, everyday moments, he gave them to her as a birthday gift, because words could never fully express the depth of his feelings. Finally, he spoke, his voice regaining its composure. "Because you're too handsome," he said, a cryptic remark that caught Jura off guard. "What?" she asked, surprised. "Why are you suddenly saying such strange things? Do you want to do something you've never done before, like me?" Seunghyun told himself, "I'm sorry, I can't do anything else right now. My love for you is too strong to let go." Seeing Jura's radiant happiness, he insisted, trying to convince himself as much as her, "I know you feel the same way." Night fell. Jura's delighted voice echoed through the hotel. "This is amazing. The dinner was delicious, and the hotel is beautiful. How did you manage to arrange all of this? Seunghyeon quickly replied, of course, I had to ask Manager Kim for help. We really need to thank Manager Kim properly, Yura said, hopping onto the balcony outside their hotel room. Seunghyun's eyes widened in alarm. What are you doing? It's dangerous. Get down, he urged. It's fine, Yura replied cheerfully. The railing is wide. You should come up here too. Pulling her into a tight embrace, Seunghyun sighed. Please just listen to me. Suddenly, Yura jumped onto Seunghyun, whispering, I thought of something I've never done before. What? Seunghyun asked, caught off guard. Hesitantly, Yura asked, can we kiss? Seunghyun was taken aback by her request. He chuckled softly. Where did you learn to ask such questions? Without waiting for an answer, Yura began showering his face with kisses, from his lips to his eyes, her touch lingering on every feature. Their gazes locked, a silent understanding passing between them. Finally, Seunghyun breathed, not bad. Scooping her up in his arms, he laughed, still slightly flustered. Talking about things you've never done before. Under a romantic night sky, sprinkled with countless stars, they walked hand in hand towards the bedroom. Unable to stay apart any longer, Seunghyun gently placed Yura on the bed. Happy birthday, he whispered. Thank you, Yura replied. I really love this gift. There's still one more birthday present, Seunghyun said, his voice husky as he began to unbutton his shirt, revealing his toned physique. Blushing, Yura reached for his shirt. Seunghyun kissed her lips, slowly removing her jacket as they drew closer, the air thick with anticipation. Seunghyun gazed at Yura's face, his voice hushed with awe. You're so beautiful, he murmured, gently brushing a stray strand of hair from her cheek. What followed was a moment of shared intimacy, a moment too private for words. Some things are best left unsaid, experienced only between two souls. Let your imagination paint the scene. Some things are better seen than described. It's still early, Seunghyun whispered. You haven't even opened your second present yet. He paused, noticing tears welling up in Yura's eyes. Stroking her cheek, he said softly, let's stop here. Yura quickly explained, no, it's not that. It's because I'm so happy. I'm just so overwhelmed with happiness. As soon as she finished speaking, Seunghyun gently kissed the corner of her eye. I'm even happier, he murmured. Neither of them was willing to concede on this point. No, imapia. How can you say that? I think I'm happier. I'm telling you, you're wrong. Finally, Yura whispered, I love you. Seunghyun froze for a moment. Then a satisfied smile spread across his face. Seeing her smile, he teased. Why are you smiling? Don't you have anything to say? Yura giggled. I do, she admitted, then paused, a playful glint in her eyes. But I'll keep it to myself. What? Seunghyun asked, confused. I'll keep it to myself, Yura repeated, and then I'll keep it to myself some more, and I'll tell you later. Seunghyun let out a breathy laugh. Okay, then you're in big trouble tonight. I won't let you off the hook. Okay, Yura replied slowly, and they kissed again, their embrace deepening. Seunghyun, she whispered against his lips, I love you too. They spent the rest of the night lost in each other's arms. It's a shame to let those words slip out, Yura thought to herself. I wanted to keep them hidden in my heart. The next morning, the soft glow of dawn gently woke Yura. Beside her, Seunghyun stirred. Are you awake? He murmured, stroking her hair. Feeling the warmth of his touch, Yura smiled softly. Go back to sleep, Seunghyun said gently. It's still early. You have filming today, so you should rest some more. Yura looked at him quizzically. I wanted to watch you sleep, Seunghyun admitted honestly. Yura, ever the stubborn one, insisted he was lying. It's true, he replied sincerely. She leaned against his shoulder, a hint of concern in her voice. Why aren't you sleeping? You barely slept at all. It's a waste of time. You can sleep on the plane. Yura chuckled. Seunghyun gazed at her, his eyes filled with love. He couldn't resist leaning in and kissing her forehead. Let's go for a walk and watch the sunrise, he suggested. Okay, Yura replied eagerly. Outside, the sky was a vibrant shade of pink, the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore in the distance. They walked hand in hand along the beach, taking in the breathtaking scenery. It feels so different walking at this time compared to yesterday, doesn't it? Yura remarked. It really does, Seunghyun agreed. This reminds me of when we were filming, Yura thought, glancing at him. Back then, it ached to think that Seunghyun and I would never cross paths in real life. Now, I'm dating him with no cameras around, and I still can't believe it. I'm getting greedier and greedier, you know. Seunghyeon was lost in thought, admiring her beauty. Finally, he spoke. There's something I want to ask you. What is it? Yura asked. Do you want everyone to know about us? He asked, his voice hesitant. Yura hesitated. Seunghyun's gaze intensified, waiting for her answer. Yes, Yura finally replied. Actually, I never wanted to before, but now I don't know anymore. If the public finds out I'm your first love, my nickname might change from actress Hwang Jura to Kang Seunghyun's lover. I'm also worried that TN Entertainment will get hurt because of me. Before I became a successful actress, I told myself I wouldn't have these desires. Jura continued, a bright smile on her face, as if brushing off her concerns. Humans are so cunning, so greedy. Seeing Seunghyun lost in thought, she elaborated, acknowledging the complexity of the situation. It's not a simple decision. My life is good enough now, so you don't have to worry about those things anymore. When he remained silent, she pressed gently. Why aren't you answering me? Don't worry about it, okay? Seunghyun's heart warmed at her understanding. He pulled her close. Okay, I understand. Let's hold off a little longer, all right? When this relationship goes public, you'll be known as Hwang, Jura's boyfriend. Jura's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Will that day ever come? She asked. Of course, Seunghyun replied quickly. It won't be long, because you're an actor I approve of. Jura seemed to want to hold on to this moment forever. Yes, she agreed softly, resting her hand on his shoulder. It won't be long. Seunghyun smiled at her, and they walked side by side, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, savoring the sweet, precious moment. The next morning, at the airport, a woman called out cheerfully, Jura! Recognizing the familiar voice, Jura exclaimed, Uni. The two sisters embraced warmly. It's only been a day, Dinkyong remarked. How was the trip? The island was truly beautiful, Jura replied brightly. You should definitely go with Sherman next time. Dinkyong glanced around, then shielded Jura with her coat. Okay, if you're going to explain, do in the car so no one notices the rising star. Jura chuckled awkwardly. Anyway, she began, then stopped abruptly, startled by her sister's words. Isn't that Kim Chong-woo? That sweet image is all an act. It gives me goosebumps. Surprisingly, someone even saw them hugging in a car and at a high-end restaurant. So they had to get out of the car, but how could they hug? Jura's curiosity was piqued. What was her sister talking about? Kyung, she asked. What do you mean? Oh, it's nothing. While you were on vacation, Kyung explained, you shouldn't have gone online. Right, Kang Seunghyun has been right in front of you, and his pictures are all over the internet. Jura blushed, quickly interjecting, no, it's not like that. But what happened to him? Kyung hesitated. A moment later, after catching up on the situation in the car, Jura stared at her sister, speechless. What? Such a shocking article. Yes, Kyung explained quickly. As soon as he arrived back in Korea, those anonymous reports were widely published. The articles were very detailed, even providing some convincing evidence. Former staff who worked with Kim Chong-woo kept posting on social media in agreement, not defending the male idol at all. Fans also left after reading about Chong-woo's scandals. The public was outraged by the actor's terrible character. Kyung continued. Kim Chong-woo's agency quickly admitted it before the evidence was released. Anyway, all of Korea was in chaos yesterday. After reading about Chong-woo, Jura's mood plummeted. She had just landed in Korea a day ago, and all of this had already happened. Kyung then interjected, mentioning that Cho Mi-young had written the articles. Jura couldn't hide her surprise. Yes, that's my guess, Kyung replied calmly. But Cho Mi-young-ho is the only one who knows Kim Chong-woo so well, right? But really, that jerk's marriage and affair would have been revealed eventually without his intervention. That kid seems to still feel a little guilty towards you, right? Jura remained silent, absorbing the information. Now that he's back, Kyung added, don't overlook someone as talented as Kim Chong-woo. He was finished. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a cold, unforgiving figure hurled luggage into a courtyard. Chong-woo stared in disbelief. Myra, he stammered, What is this? What is this? Myra retorted icily. Isn't this Kim Chong-woo's luggage? Get out, and don't forget to answer the lawyer's calls. She turned to walk inside. Desperate, Chong-woo grasped at straws, lowering himself to beg. Myra, wait. He clutched her hand. Please, give me another chance. I know you love me. But Myra wasn't the naive girl he'd married. Shielded by her bodyguards, she looked at him coldly. There's nothing to talk about. She boldly shook off his hand. Chong-woo, she stated firmly, you should be honest in this situation. We got married for love, right? What, for love? No. Chong-woo, you wanted my family's money and status, didn't you? At first, I thought you would be a romantic husband. I believed it because he was so aware of his place. He was like a little puppy clinging to my leg, making it easy for me to lead him around. If it were a movie, we could reshoot it, but the articles about him are all over the internet. I will never forgive a dog that climbed on top of my head. Chongu, filled with regret, desperately tried to explain. Myra, I was drunk back then, so I acted a little out of line. Without a word, Myra slapped him hard across the face. Enjoy this, Chongu, she said mockingly. I really like that face too. With that, she slammed the door shut. Back in the car, Kyung remarked, if they lose their value, the other person will immediately abandon them. She was referring to people like Chongu. Noticing Jura's downcast expression, Kyung asked, what's with that look? Nothing, Jura replied softly. Every time this is mentioned, you seem a little uncomfortable, don't you? Kyung pressed. Jura hesitated. It just feels a little strange. I was the victim, after all. I don't want to hear anything more about that Kim Chong-woo guy. Oh, all right, Kyung responded quickly. It's all settled anyway. It's just karma. What goes around comes around. She added, you must be happy, right? Kyung burst into laughter. I've been wanting to laugh like crazy all day, she admitted. As Kyung smiled in satisfaction, Jura gazed thoughtfully out the window. So this is how it ends, she thought. He had weighed so heavily on her heart. Why did it turn out this way? I feel so sorry for you, she thought sadly. Truly sorry for your life. Suddenly, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, a look of surprise crossed her face. It was a video call. She quickly answered, and Seunghyun's face appeared on the screen. Her demeanor instantly softened. Sunbae, she greeted warmly. Can you see me clearly? He asked. Yes, she replied with a smile. I'm done filming, he said. No, take a break. We'll continue filming tonight. Jura, are you alright? Yes, she replied. But why are you video calling? I just realized we've never video called before, he explained. Jura changed the subject. You must have heard about Kim Chong-woo, right? Seunghyun didn't respond, instead asking gently, have you eaten? You must be hungry. You probably ate on the plane, right? I haven't eaten anything, Jura admitted. Seunghyun's expression shifted to one of surprise. Finally, he gave a faint smile. Okay, just this once, okay? Jura thought. His simple response, surprisingly, made her feel more at ease. Karma is something you have to face yourself, she mused. I still don't know if that's truly good in this world. Since I've encountered some exceptions, I still want to live and believe that no matter how arrogant a person becomes, they eventually have to return to the finish line. I hope the world becomes a better place. Amidst the bustling streets, Jura pushed open the door of a hair salon. Hello, owner, she greeted. The woman inside welcomed her warmly. Yura, komein. Just a light trim today, right? The owner confirmed. Yes, Jura replied. I'm still playing this character for a while, so I can't make any drastic changes. Oh, I just remembered, the owner exclaimed. Today is the premiere of Lies, isn't it? Yes, Jura confirmed. Tonight, we're all getting together with the staff to watch the first episode. The owner buzzed with excitement. I'm really looking forward to it. Me and the other staff will definitely be watching. Jura smiled, her thoughts drifting to her dreamy first trip with Seunghyun. She was back to her hectic filming schedule, barely able to keep her eyes open from exhaustion. The premiere had crept up on her before she knew it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a stack of papers landed on a desk. Seunghyun stared at the pile in bewilderment. What's this? He asked softly. Kwang Jae chuckled. You already know. Why pretend you don't? It's the script for the film you're considering, of course. Director Leiden's character looks really cool in this script. The background is completely different from yours, but somehow it fits your image perfectly, right? Seunghyun immediately refused. I can't take it. After this round, I'm taking a break for about a year. Kung Ho, sitting nearby, persisted. Hey, why are you saying such scary things? Just read the script first. You might change your mind after reading it. A knock interrupted them. Come in, Seunghyun called out. Lee Kyung opened the door. Good morning, he greeted. Seeing all the senior staff present, he added, What's up? Is it about the contract? Seunghyun responded coldly. Just then, Kwang So walked over. Kang, come in quickly. Lee Kyung remained polite. Yes, Sunbae, please have a seat. CEO 2. Hwang sat down. Come on, Kang Seunghyun. You should also look after your company's artists, he said. Hwang pulled out a folder. Kang read the script. Have you heard about Manager Lee? Although I heard that Manager Lee's salary isn't much, what do you think? I really like this brand too. If his salary is right, I want to accept it, Kang replied. As they discussed work, Seunghyun quickly glanced at his phone. A message from Hwang Jura filled the screen, detailing her schedule and mentioning that due to the crowd, they might not be able to act close. A smile played on Seunghyun's lips as he read her message. He typed back, It should be fine. If you come to my office in about 5 minutes, the two people next to me are still deep in discussion about work, so I'll leave this contract to you. Of course, if you need help, you should ask the advertising company, right, Kang? So you go down to the meeting room first. The CEOs will also watch the premiere, right? Kwang so confirmed, that's right, we'll go down early. Suddenly, Lee Kwang spoke up. By the way, CEO, do you have any concerns about the contract? He asked hesitantly. It's not that our company absolutely doesn't get involved in any dating matters, right? The worried CEO asked, are you dating someone? Lee Kyung replied cheerfully, not exactly, but there is someone I want to date. The CEO said casually, I won't interfere, but it can't be public, okay? The premiere is today, and absolutely nothing can get in the way of the film. Seunghyeon, overhearing snippets of the conversation, thought to himself, what does he mean? He already has someone he likes? If that's the case, I don't have to keep an eye on that guy anymore. Lee Kyung quickly added, if all goes well, it might even help with the film's publicity. Kwang, so stunned, asked, what's going on? Lee Kyung, practically beaming, revealed his crush. It's Yura. She's the one I like. The CEO choked on his tea. Still confused, Lee Kyung asked, manager, are you all right? That was like a scene straight out of a comic book. Hwang, recovering, stammered, yes, I'm fine. But more importantly, the target. So it's Yura, he murmured. Kang Seunghyun, equally bewildered, chimed in, are you okay? That was like something out of manhwa. Oh yes, I'm fine, Hwang repeated. But the important thing is, the target is Yura, he reiterated softly. Lee Kyung responded casually, yeah, we play lovers in the film, so if it gets out, who knows? It might be even better for marketing, right? I haven't confessed to her yet, so is it a bit much to say this? He trailed off, starting to pour out his feelings. Actually, I fell for her at first sight the moment I saw the VISS music video. When I heard I'd be acting in the same film with her, and that we'd be a couple, I was so excited. And working together has made me like her even more. Yura's personality is truly amazing. Her professionalism is admirable. There's so much I can learn from her. She's also very caring and considerate towards me. Just as Lee Kyung was lost in his romantic reverie, a single sentence shattered his dream. Kid, she has a boyfriend. Seunghyeon Kang nonjan. Lee Kyung, shocked, asked, really? Seunghyun calmly replied, yes. Lee Kyung's emotions spiraled. I've been filming with her all day and didn't sense a thing. Do you know who he is? Is she dating someone in the industry? Hwang, playing ignorant, mumbled, really? Is that so? Seems like there isn't, or something like that. Lee Kyung continued to exclaim in disbelief. Oh my god, I was planning to confess after the premiere today, but this earth-shattering news. Seunghyeon's Wali. Just watch before you even confess. Although, now that we've gotten this far, he might give up. The young actor's budding love seemed to wither before it had even bloomed, leaving him devastated and utterly shocked. However, he quickly regained his composure, making a startling declaration. Even so, we can't just give up, right? If this flower already has a pot, I'll find a way to break the pot and take the flower. I'm someone who will put in the effort no matter what. The CEO cringed, wishing he could shut him up. If this went on, he was sure to infuriate Kang Seunghyun and get punched. Kang Seunghyun, however, was pleased with his own newly proposed initiative. He remained oblivious to the simmering jealousy radiating from Seunghyun. Even Kang so thought those subtle, barely contained expressions were more terrifying. Finally, Lee Kyung said his goodbyes. Then I'll go and think about when to confess. CEO, see you later. Just get out of here while you still can, the CEO thought. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Seunghyun couldn't contain himself any longer. Indeed, he declared coldly, going public with a relationship is the best option. I can't stand other people approaching my lover anymore. Kang So, alarmed, rushed to placate him. Calm down, calm down. Even if you're an A-list star or whatever, if you get caught in dating rumors, one article can bring you crashing down. Seunghyun's manager immediately bristled. Since Chonghyun and Lee So went public with their dating, their film has been turned upside down. Don't you know that? He snapped. He sighed, watching Seunghyun's impassive face. Seriously, he still won't listen. Desperate to stop Seunghyun, he resorted to his trump card. Honestly, between the two of them, Juro would face more trouble. The gossip and public opinion definitely won't let Juro off. They'll crush her completely, beyond recognition. A fragile soul like Jura's, once wounded, would likely be plagued by sleepless nights, don't you think? The tactic worked perfectly. The moment Seunghyeon heard this, he immediately cut Kwang So off, preventing him from uttering another word. You're interrupting to say you're just joking. Lighten up the mood a bit. The CEO finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that only by invoking Jura's well-being could he get Seunghyun to listen. That's Seunghyun. He's usually easygoing, but when it comes to Jura, he always pulls these stunts, so it's hard to relax. Even so, Kang Seunghyun, Song Jin-ah, and Lee Kyung, they're the core of the company, the brand. Lost in thought, he silently lamented, Din Kyung, I miss you so much. Back at the office, Jura, having caught up with Seunghyun and now fully understanding the situation, exclaimed, So you really do like her, huh? Of course, he replied coolly. What exactly did he say? Jura pressed. I don't know what he was talking about, but that's how it is, Seunghyun answered vaguely. Jura paused, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, he mentioned being a fan since he first saw her. After 6'6", 8, I 9'9". A flicker of jealousy crossed Seunghyun's face. He lightly flicked Jura's forehead. Not a fan. Love at first sight. Anyone with integrity would say that. Did you really confess your love for me? Jura asked, surprised. That's right, Seunghyun replied casually. In front of my senior and the CEO? Jura pressed, still stunned. Yes, Seunghyun confirmed. Jura fell silent for a few moments. Then, a smile spread across her face. Happy are you? Seunghyun dizet. No, not because he's happy, Jura quickly denied, but because I'm imagining your face when you heard those words. So you're amused, are you? Someone like you, being so naive, Seunghyun retorted. Yes, but your face fell, Jura teased further. Seunghyun insisted it hadn't, while Jura continued to playfully prod. Really? I have a lot of admirers too. Hearing a rookie actor declare his love for his girlfriend should make you feel proud and happy. But Seunghyun's expression remained dark, anything but pleased. Jura responded cheerfully. Why? Why aren't you happy? Looking at Jura's face, Seunghyun chuckled softly. You figured it out, didn't you? Jura poked his cheek playfully. Why have you become so cute after all this time? You're too adorable. Seunghyun added, I only say these things to you. Jura burst out laughing. Seeing her amusement, Seunghyun couldn't help but comment, Miss, you're laughing like a fool. Their playful banter continued. Come on, admit it. You know you're cute, right? He said. A moment later, Seunghyun abruptly stood up and extended his hand to Jura. Come on, we need to go to the conference room. The show's about to start. Jura quickly responded. That's right. I've been looking forward to the premiere all day, but you almost made us lose track of time. But we should go in separately. No need. Since we're at the company, let's go in together, Seunghyun replied softly. They opened the door to the conference room. Inside, Kwang So apologized politely for their late arrival and invited them in. The young man leading the meeting announced that essentially everyone who needed to be there had arrived. Everyone has worked hard so far. Although filming hasn't fully wrapped up, it's gaining momentum now. But today, let's pretend we're the audience and see the results. Before we start, I'll turn off the lights. Everyone enjoy. Jura felt a surge of nervous excitement. It's finally starting, the film where I'm the female lead. Seunghyun and Jura stared intently at the screen. Lost in thought, at some point during the summer of August, a hybrid blockbuster began, and then it became one of my most representative works. On the starlit streets, the lead couple in the film got into a car and drove away. Jura, unable to contain her exhilaration, whispered, Even now, my heart is still pounding. From the art direction to the music, I never imagined I could be part of such a brilliant film. It feels like a dream. Seunghyun asked softly, If it were a dream, what would you do? Jura replied, Your acting is truly top-notch. Seunghyun responded with a smile. Your acting was amazing too. Hearing this, Jura giggled like a child. Being praised for my acting by the Seunghyeon Kang makes me incredibly happy, she exclaimed, still buzzing with excitement. Really? He asked softly. Yes, Jura continued, because I know it's not empty flattery. Exactly. In that running scene, Seunghyun, suddenly, a ringing phone interrupted their conversation. Seunghyun glanced at the caller ID briefly and asked, Who is it? Jura hesitated, asking aloud if she should even answer Seunghyun's call. Then, with an awkward expression, she turned to Seunghyun. He calmly said, Are you hiding something from me? Jura thought to herself, if he's with me and I don't answer, he'll definitely misunderstand and feel worse. She quickly answered the call. Yes, Seunghyun. Are you home yet? Seunghyun asked. I'm on my way. I couldn't say goodbye because you were in the restroom. The voice on the other end asked, really? Are you far? Jura patiently replied, not too far yet. But why do you ask? Seunghyeon hesitated for a long moment, then finally blurted out, there's something I need to tell you, something I have to say today. What is it? Jura asked, puzzled. The young man simply replied, yes, if not today, I'll never get the chance. Jura responded vaguely, thinking to herself, not sure what's going on, though I have a hunch. At the same time, she was fully aware of what Seunghyeon was thinking. The more I delay, the more guilty I feel. Maybe it's better for both of us if I say it sooner. Finally, she said to Seunghyeon, let's meet now. I know the place. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. After she hung up, Seunghyeon exclaimed in a panicked voice, what are you thinking? Jura answered frankly, if things drag on unnecessarily, it'll make both of us uncomfortable, especially since I know how Seunghyeon feels. It's tiring to keep pretending I don't. It's better to clear things up quickly and sort out our relationship. We start filming together tomorrow. These words hit Seunghyeon hard. They were too accurate. Seeing her boyfriend so distressed, Jura said, so don't worry. I'll be completely honest with you. Seunghyeon stared intently at her face. Looking into her unwavering eyes, Seunghyeon finally had to concede. He agreed to her request. Whatever happens, happens. Moments later, the car stopped in front of a cafe. Looking out the window, Jura thought, we should go straight to the second floor of the cafe, right? It's late. There shouldn't be any other customers. Suddenly, Seunghyeon turned to her. Go ahead, and then come back, okay? Yes, are you staying here? She asked. Really? Seunghyeon responded, a mixture of apprehension and disbelief in his voice. Jura quickly reassured him. I know. I'll be back as soon as possible. She then stepped out of the car and headed directly for the second floor of the cafe, waving goodbye to him as she walked away. Watching her go, Seunghyeon muttered to himself, this is going to be interesting, isn't it? It's our first time starring together, and she's already putting me through this. Who knows what's next? He sat in the car, waiting anxiously. 3 minutes passed, then 6. 10 minutes ticked by, and still, Jura hadn't returned. He started to worry. Why wasn't it over yet? Jura wasn't exactly known for being cold and decisive. He pictured the scene unfolding between her and her rival. Jura saying, I'm sorry, Seunghyeon, and Seunghyeon smugly thinking, seeing this reaction, I can still pursue her, right? He concluded that rival. That guy said he already has a girlfriend, but he's still stubbornly trying to compete. He waited a while longer, the silence in the car amplifying his unease. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer and went to find Jura. Meanwhile, inside the cafe, Jura was astonished by her surroundings. Seunghyeon, did you rent out the entire cafe? She asked. No, he replied. This is a friend's place. They were about to close, so I borrowed it for a bit. Don't feel pressured. Pressured? You have no idea? Jura screamed internally. Seunghyeon quickly added, don't just stand there, come and sit. Okay, she replied softly, thinking, now that I look closely, Seunghyeon, you're dressed very formally today. You don't usually wear such smart clothes. As they sat at the table, Seunghyeon asked softly, is the air conditioning too cold? I can get you a blanket. No, it's fine. Thank you, Jura replied politely. He arranged some delicate pastries on the table and asked, you like sweets, right? The pastries here are delicious. Try some. Thanks, Jura responded quietly, thinking it would be rude to refuse. I thought she'd suddenly, Jura noticed Seunghyeon's hands trembling. She looked up. He seemed nervous, incredibly flustered. The usually playful, casual guy is so awkward now, she thought. When Seunghyeon mentioned Seunghyeon's feelings for me, I thought his serious demeanor was cute, so I didn't think much of it. When did this kid start having feelings for me? Finally, Jura broke the awkward silence. It's really uncomfortable like this, isn't it? Let me put on some music. No, it's okay, Seunghyeon replied softly. Jura smiled in response. Is there something more important than what you wanted to say? She asked. At that moment, she reminded herself that it was best not to prolong this and to end it quickly. Seunghyeon hesitated after hearing her question. Well, he continued to hesitate, unable to get the words out. Finally, he mustered all his courage. That word you said earlier, Seunghyeon. Actually, suddenly, Seunghyeon appeared, plunging them into an awkward silence. Before Seunghyeon could finish a sentence, Jura turned to Seunghyeon with a look of exasperation. The atmosphere had never been so heavy. Both Seunghyeon and Jura expressed surprise, asking how he got there and why he was so eager to steal the spotlight. Seunghyeon responded in a stern voice. Seunghyeon, still oblivious to the situation, innocently replied, yes. Seunghyeon scoffed, stepping closer to his rival, their eyes locking. Seunghyeon emphasized each word, stating pointedly, I'll take you down first. A while later, on their way home, Seunghyeon, like a shy rabbit, could only manage, I understand. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. So please stop looking at me like that. I can't concentrate on driving, Yura exclaimed, irritated. Did you really have to? She started, but Seunghyeon interrupted. Really? Why would you do that? It was so reckless, Yura scolded. Hearing that, I just couldn't take it anymore, Seunghyeon confessed. Am I really that untrustworthy? He explained that he didn't know why. There wasn't a reason, other than his low tolerance for such situations. That's just how it is. 1 minute or 10 minutes, it's all the same. I just couldn't stand it. Yura ruffled his hair, then immediately asked what she should do if filming with Kang Seunghyeon tomorrow felt too awkward. Seunghyeon immediately dismissed the idea. Awkward? What? Professionals should be able to handle it. It's none of your business, yet you dared to interfere, Yura thought, bewildered. She turned to Seunghyeon. Are you checking up on me while working? Seunghyeon, what about you? What if things go wrong? Seunghyeon replied. Yura continued. I didn't think it would happen, but what if Kang Seunghyeon tells others about us? Anxious, Yura fidgeted with her hands. Seeing this, Seunghyeon gently placed a hand on her shoulder. I didn't think it would happen, but what if Kang Seunghyeon tells others about us? That's not going to happen, so don't overthink it and worry about unrealistic things. Yura, considering the scene that had just unfolded, thought he was right. It's not easy to publicly date Seunghyeon. He has more to lose than I do. It's best not to pressure him. If it's unavoidable, then why did you suddenly show up like that? It was late now, and the car was parked in front of her apartment building. Well, thanks for driving me home, Seunghyeon, Yura said shyly. Suddenly, Seunghyeon reached out and grabbed the strap of her handbag. What's wrong? She asked, curious. You just gonna leave like this? He pressed. What else? Yura asked innocently. Seunghyeon calmly explained. We haven't seen each other for 4 days. Only you know how that feels, right? Yura was taken aback. Was he being jealous, sulky, or was it something simpler? Maybe he wants to spend a little more time with me. She snuggled closer to him. Yes, I missed you more than you missed me, my little Seunghyeon. Go inside and think about it carefully. Seunghyeon paused for a few seconds, then reacted. Are you punishing me now? Yura chuckled inwardly at the absurdity of it all. She turned to grab the door handle. How is that even logical? But I really have to go now. Suddenly, a hand caught her arm. Seunghyeon leaned in close. Where do you think you're going? He whispered. He gently touched her lips. Yura didn't hesitate to kiss him back. They shared a passionate moment in the car. They shared a sweetness that belonged only to that night. Seunghyeon gently caressed her body. He stopped at her first button. Yura suddenly realized what would happen if someone saw them. Seunghyeon was silent for a moment, then cautiously looked around. A smile played on his lips. He gently embraced her. It's okay. The streetlights have been off for a while now. He leaned in closer, and they continued their intimate embrace. Just like before, in the car, in the heart of the city, unaware that someone seemed to be watching silently from behind. The next morning, time moved on, and the city bustled with its usual energy. Everyone at Seunghyun's company was buzzing with excitement. Did you see? Yesterday's ratings hit 30.4. I'm telling you, every episode lately has been scoring over 30. In contrast to the energetic atmosphere, Lee Kyung felt listless. His mood was far from optimistic. The more he thought about it, the more dejected he became. He had been quite surprised yesterday at the agency when he heard she had a boyfriend, but truthfully, deep down, he had always been confident. The reason? He had been adored by everyone around him since birth. Lee Kyung, the hottest actor of the moment, every woman's dream, had grown confident, believing he could outshine anyone. But I never thought the one who got her would be Seunghyeon, he muttered in disappointment. It's like playing soccer against two people, and even if one of them stands still, it's like facing a steel wall. This is beyond my abilities. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Lee Kyung turned around and exclaimed in surprise, Yura, I didn't expect to see you here. Kang Seunghyun, she said softly. Can I come in? Though his heart was pounding, unprepared for this encounter, Kang Seunghyun plastered a cheerful smile on his face. Of course, come in. Yura stepped inside. Did you hear about the 30.4% viewer rating? She began. Oh, yes. Kang Seunghyun replied politely. Everyone in the studio's talking about it. Hitting 30.4% right after the broadcast. That's senior Seunghyun's power for you. Suddenly, The memory of Seunghyun's warning the previous day to stay away from Yura flashed through his mind. A wave of sadness washed over him. Yura, noticing the somber expression on Kang Seunghyun's face, brought up the previous day's incident. "You must have been surprised," she said. Kang Seunghyun hesitated before answering. "To be honest, I was completely stunned." Yura nodded, a sympathetic look on her face. "Yes, it was quite surprising. Seunghyun can be impulsive," she explained. "You probably couldn't just sit and wait. He's always been straightforward, and he was worried you might, well, misunderstand things if he didn't show up." She added with a small smile, "I do like to tease people and surprise them." "Even so, they're not perverts or anything," she reassured him. Kang Seunghyun, subdued, managed a weak smile. "What are you even saying?" Yura asked, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. "So, it wasn't because Seunghyun had something against you that he acted that way. That's what I mean. I'm sorry, but in the end, those are just excuses from your senior," Kang Seunghyun retorted, instantly regretting his words. He felt a pang of shame in front of Yura. "We still have a lot of scenes to film together. It's all because of your selfishness, wanting to confess your feelings so quickly that you put her in an awkward position. But she's still considering your feelings, so stop being so presumptuous." Yura's voice was firm. Finally, deciding to put an end to the conversation, she said softly, "Kang Seunghyun, I'm fine, so you don't have to worry too much. On the contrary," she continued, "you should apologize to Seunghyun for this serious mistake. Thinking back, it's a miracle that a guy who confessed to someone else's girlfriend was able to leave the agency office safely. Yesterday was the first time I saw his face up close, and honestly, even a man would be moved by his looks. Just a quick glance, and that expression could convey such excitement," she mused, almost to herself. "When I was deliberately acting, he couldn't help but praise him. Besides, he trusted me enough to let me go to the cafe. If it were me, I would have lost my temper. That's why he's practically the #1 senior. Like the ocean, the Pacific, no, more like the universe," she continued, taking the opportunity to lightly tease her boyfriend. "Trust? What trust?" He couldn't even hold back for a second and came running over. "That's called trust? He's good at making excuses for himself." "Oh, about that. It's not so much that he didn't trust you, but rather he was just afraid of losing you to a rival like yourself." Kang Seunghyun seemed bewildered. "Am I imagining things?" And he didn't know there were only 2 people at the cafe, but he still came. Even though he knew there was a chance of being seen, he still did it. "You would never do that." Kang Seunghyun's casual comment made Yura think. Sometimes, even I don't understand him. Is he acting on his own accord? Or is he confident he won't get caught? Or is it neither? He might not care at all about our relationship going public. Lost in thought, she was interrupted by Kang Seunghyun. "Oh, right, about you and your senior dating. I won't say a word, so tell him not to worry. I'm really good at keeping secrets." Seeing Yura's lack of response, he added awkwardly, "Did what I just said sound unreliable?" A second later, his eyes widened in surprise. "When I received such a convincing answer, I believed you." "Thank you, Kang Seunghyun." Yura's voice was sincere. "I mean it." He paused, then replied awkwardly, "No need to thank me. I should be apologizing for messing everything up." "I mean it," Kang Seunghyun reiterated. "I know it might be a little awkward, but please continue to treat me casually, like before. Like a younger brother," he added with a hopeful smile. "I really like you as a person." Faced with his earnest plea, Yura readily agreed. "Of course." As she opened the door to leave, Kang Seunghyun's manager appeared, his voice laced with concern. "Kang Seunghyun, what are you still doing here? Hurry to the set." He trailed off, his eyes widening in surprise. "Are you crying?" Kang Seunghyun quickly wiped his eyes, feigning confusion. "I was just a little overwhelmed. About the 30 billion views." But the look in his manager's eyes told him his lie wasn't convincing. He likely knew about yesterday's confession. His manager patted him on the head, his voice gentle. "Hey, it's okay, kid. First love is always like this. Everyone has to taste the bitterness of first love. Life can't just be about success." The encouraging words hit home. "Yes," Kang Seunghyun admitted, a wistful smile gracing his lips. "It's actually a blessing. A late first love, but she's really amazing. Even though you played it cool in the end, you still have that mature aura." Kang Seunghyun mused, his thoughts drifting back to Yura. His manager chuckled. All right. I can't see it, but maybe it's true. Out on the streets, conversations revolved around their drama, The Line. Hey, have you seen The Line? Yeah, it's really cool. My hobby these days is watching The Line. Yeah, because it's really interesting. Even younger students were captivated. Hey, I even started subscribing to YouTube just to watch that guy. I started watching because of Kang Seunghyun, but I really like that actor. right? Hwang Jura. During the auditions, when the cast was selected, I thought the director would add some new faces, but she acts so well, and she's really pretty. I even saved her picture. She's become a trendsetter among women for using the Hwang Jura lipstick in the line. Yeah, it's really popular these days. You haven't seen it yet? Then watch it quickly. It's really interesting. Two girls continued their chat. I listened to the soundtrack of that drama at least 10 times while walking today. My older sister is so influential these days. Is that drama really that captivating? You're the only one who hasn't seen it yet. I want to buy everything Hwang Jura wore in the line. Me too. Every piece suits her perfectly. I heard Hwang Jura debuted 7 years ago. It's amazing that it was kept a secret until now. Really? I thought you watched Embers. She debuted when she was 14. Engrossed in their conversation, the two girls bumped into a man on the street, quickly apologizing. They even boldly predicted that every time they met someone these days, they'd hear them mention the line at least once. It seemed they would sweep all the awards, big and small, by the end of the year. Hwang Jura would likely reach the top. At the entertainment agency headquarters, laughter and chatter filled the air. Oh my God, seriously, this situation is so overwhelming. The outside world keeps requesting interviews with the company's actors, and even choosing who to interview has become a problem. Seunghyeon, noticing the CEO's cheerful demeanor, asked, "You must be happy." The CEO readily admitted it. "Of course I'm happy." The show's response is incredibly positive. The audience's reaction to Jura is exceptionally favorable, and interviews and advertisement offers are pouring in every day. If this continues, it will be a major turning point in Jura's career. At this, Seunghyeon suddenly remembered something. Then we should quickly set a date to organize an offline fan meeting for Jura. Looking at her picture published in the newspaper, he couldn't help but smile. Kwang-soo suddenly chimed in. "Now that I think about it, Kang Seunghyun might be worried, right?" Jura surpassed him and is now leading in the search rankings. Despite voicing the question, Kwang-soo already harbored suspicions, observing Seunghyun closely. Seunghyun's face radiated a joy that seemed even brighter than when his own film succeeded. Recalling the incident in the hallway a few days prior, Kwang-soo blurted out, "By the way, you and Kang Seunghyun seem to be getting along well these days. How did you manage that?" He remembered Kang Seung-hyun's nervous plea at the last company gathering. "Please forgive me, Sunbi Nim." Kang Seung-hyun had stammered. "I didn't know she was your girlfriend, so I dared to make such a huge mistake." The memory made Seung-hyun chuckle involuntarily. At the time, everyone had been shocked, crowding around to see what had happened. "What's going on?" "I was in the back, so I missed it." After Seunghyun's calm reply, "Is that so?" Kang Seunghyun had joined everyone in drinking merrily. Thinking back on it, Seunghyun responded hesitantly. It wasn't because of Jura, nor were there any personal reasons. Seunghyun added a final comment about Kang Seunghyun. "He's cute. It's fun being around him." This left Kwang-soo momentarily speechless. While Kang Seunghyun's reactions are cute, don't tease him too much. After saying goodbye, Seunghyun quickly reminded Kwang-soo, "Wait, Kang Seunghyun is also going to the filming location." "What are you doing?" Seunghyun asked. Kwang-soo's decisive reply, coming to help, coupled with Seunghyun's friendly demeanor, brought a fully satisfied smile to Kwang-soo's face. The director's exasperated voice echoed across the set. "Cut, cut. Now what are we going to do?" The stammering lines are like words forcefully shoved into a mouth. How many times has this happened already? Although the supporting actor kept bowing apologetically, "I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry," the director's frustration remained palpable. "Focus, just focus," he roared. Lost in thought, Lee Kyung was startled by the director's outburst, making it even harder to concentrate. Suddenly, he heard Seunghyun call his name. Surprised, he stammered, "Sunbi Nim, when did you get here?" Seunghyun continued to tease him. "What's with that outfit? Are you playing a prince?" Lee Kyung, flustered in front of his senior, defended himself. This outfit received a lot of positive feedback from the viewers. After his nonchalant comment, "I never said it was bad," Seunghyun stared intently at Lee Kyung. This further solidified Lee Kyung's belief that his sister was right. Seunghyun enjoyed teasing people, pausing to relish their stunned reactions. Seunghyun then voiced his concern, "But why does the atmosphere on set feel so strange?" Kang Seunghyun, standing nearby, quickly answered, "Oh, it's because the supporting actor keeps messing up, so the filming schedule is delayed. That's why the director is scolding." Unable to ignore the situation, Seunghyun called out, "Director." The director's face broke into a smile upon seeing him. Seunghyeon, what brings you to the set? Seunghyeon responded warmly. I just stopped by to show my support. I've ordered a whole coffee truck outside. Everyone, take a break. The director was delighted. Just the thing to ease the tension. Thank you, Seunghyeon. He then hurriedly announced to the crew, everyone, Seunghyeon has ordered a coffee truck. Let's take a break here. Everyone's eyes lit up. Indeed, Sunbi is the best. Seunghyeon scanned the crowd, searching for Yura. He spotted her warmly coaching her co-star, gently handing the girl a handkerchief. She continued to encourage and motivate her colleague. Seunghyeon couldn't help but smile tenderly. The sun had begun to set. Thanks to Seunghyun's coffee truck, the team's workday became less strained. Back in Yura's office, her voice could be heard expressing her gratitude. Honestly, how do you always know the perfect time to show up? Anyway, I was quite exhausted. I was about to ask for a break, but Seunghyeon, having overheard me, spoke up first and stopped me, right? Seunghyeon Kang, you're blaming Sunbi again, aren't you? Yura confessed candidly. I'm just like you used to be. Her expression momentarily clouded with a distant memory. Receiving comfort back, then, was a great source of strength for me. So I also want to comfort others in the way I was comforted. You must be surprised to hear this, right? Seunghyeon looked at Yura with deep empathy. He quickly changed the subject, mentioning that he'd just realized he hadn't seen Dinkum today. Yura immediately replied that she had gone back to her hometown for her mother's 60th birthday. Try this Sunbi, she offered. It's a handmade cake, really rich and delicious. Seeing Seunghyeon pout, Yura almost burst out laughing. It wasn't from a guy, just a female student fan. So don't give me that death stare. Seunghyun's expression instantly changed. Okay, I'll enjoy it. He shyly took a bite of the cake. Then, widening his eyes at Seunghyeon, he urged, Sunbi, aren't you going to have some? It's really good. He quickly gestured with his hand. Yura looked confused, then shyly refused. No, we can't. What if someone comes in and sees us sitting together like this? Seunghyeon suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. If you're afraid of someone coming in, shouldn't the first thing we do be to lock the door? She explained again. If they come in and find the door locked, it'll only raise more suspicion. Regardless, she moved closer to Seunghyeon as she spoke. Deep down, she couldn't help but think that sometimes Seunghyeon acted as if he didn't care if things were exposed. Today, they hadn't even mentioned whether the filming location was Gang 1 or somewhere else, and he just suddenly appeared. I really wish I had looked in the mirror before coming in, she mused, still lost in her thoughts. Seunghyeon suddenly whispered, Wait, this is too close. He leaned in even closer, his voice a low murmur near Yura's ear. Before we get to Gang 1, I want to see your face a little more. This made her respond awkwardly. Can you even see me like this? Suddenly, laughter erupted from outside the office, startling her. Hold your breath until the voices disappear, Seunghyeon instructed. Only then can you breathe a sigh of relief. In contrast to Yura's apprehension, Seunghyeon, unafraid, continued. My heart was racing from nervousness, but you already burst out beforehand. He then gently brushed his lips against Yura's hair, making her extremely embarrassed. Seunghyeon had always been a straightforward person, but lately, he'd become even more unrestrained. It seemed she could no longer control this heart, not at this rate. After sharing a sweet kiss and fearing what might come next, Yura quickly intervened, pushing Seunghyeon away. No, not here, she whispered urgently. Why not here? Seunghyeon asked, his voice laced with longing. If you go to Gang 1, I won't see you for 3 days. His words made Yura waver. Earlier, she had been determined to remain rational, but despite her best efforts, she couldn't seem to stop him. Don't be like this, she pleaded. Let's just eat some cake. Her feeble resistance only strengthened Seunghyun's resolve. He pulled Yura into his arms, murmuring, You're eating something right now. He continued to pursue her, drawn to her like a moth to a flame. The prospect of being apart for several days made them cling to each other. Yura's fear gradually dissipated. Seunghyun's irresistible initiative, his bold expression, filled her with a deep sense of embarrassment. Even so, resistance in this moment felt impossible. Yura naturally followed Seunghyun's lead, though the act felt truly awkward. Just then, Yura urgently called Seunghyun. Sunbi, did you arrive safely at Gang 1? He replied cheerfully, Yes, I just finished showering and I'm lying in bed now. You're probably still on set, right? Yes, it might end a bit late, Jura answered. Seunghyeon Shizepli wadit gang Seunghyeon. Dinkim didn't go to work today, so how will you be getting back late? He asked. After a moment of hesitation, Jura finally replied, I was planning to get a ride with Kang Seunghyeon. Is that okay? Kang Seunghyeon, initially tense, suddenly relaxed upon hearing her answer. Of course, the manager and Mina will be in the car too. He rushed to explain, why do you care so much about what I think? As long as you get home safe. His words reassured her. Afterwards, she didn't forget to remind him, you're filming at 5 a.m. tomorrow too, right? You should go to sleep now. Seunghyun quickly suggested, I know, I'll call you when I get home. But she quickly objected, who knows what time you'll finish? You go to sleep first. He suddenly had an idea. Tell you what, I'll put my phone on silent and not answer. This suggestion left her completely bewildered. What? Seunghyun, he chuckled, then said, I'm serious. I'm going to sleep now. Make sure you call. Determined to ignore her words, he added, I won't wake you. I'll just text. However, due to his insistence on a call, Jura reluctantly agreed. So stubborn. Just turn your phone off, okay? Before ending the call, they didn't forget to say goodbye. I'll definitely put it on silent, so remember, you have to call. Got it. I know. You should rest now. Seunghyun smiled happily, setting his phone to vibrate and turning up the volume. Feeling temporarily reassured, he slowly drifted off to sleep. Though quite exhausted, he clutched his phone tightly. As expected, filming ended past midnight. Before leaving, Jura didn't forget to thank and say goodbye to her manager. Thank you for taking me home. Thanks to you and everyone, I can get home safely. He kept urging, it was nothing. You must be really tired today. Go inside and rest. Hearing this, she nodded happily. Yes, please drive safely. Kang Seunghyun, you too get home safe. As the two gradually disappeared from sight, she started to complain to herself. Getting home and suddenly feeling completely exhausted. Too lazy to even take off my makeup. And of course, Seunghyun had told her to call him when she finished. I really don't want to wake him when he's tired, but that guy will almost certainly get angry if I don't call. Thinking about this, Jura suddenly had an idea. First, I'll pretend to call, but hang up immediately, leaving a missed call. That way, if I'm asked about it later, I'll have an excuse to say that I did call, but he didn't answer. She walked up the stairs, focused on her phone screen. I just called Seunghyun. Jura's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. Anxiety had made her oblivious to the fact that her boyfriend had already answered in a concerned tone. Are you finished? Hello? Jura. Seunghyun sat up, worried. Jura, can you hear me? Suddenly, he heard a faint voice on the other end of the line. Yes, it's that jerk soon. Seunghyeon Kang is here again. Certain that she was in danger, he immediately became anxious, calling out Jura's name repeatedly. After a brief pause, as if remembering something, at that moment, in Kwang Soo's apartment, the phone rang incessantly. A weary Kwang Soo reached for his phone, his voice thick with sleep. Yes, Seunghyun. What's going on so late? The frantic voice on the other end replied, Hyung, I'm sorry to wake you, but please go to Jura's house right now. A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. He asked again, his voice tense, what happened? Did something happen to Jura? He quickly received a reply. It seems Kim Chongu showed up. Shocked, Kwang Soo exclaimed, what's with that psycho? Seunghyun's desperate voice continued on the phone. We can't reach Jura's phone right now, so please go there. Today, he scrambled out of bed while trying to reassure Seunghyun. I understand. I'll go right now. Seunghyun, whatever happens, you have to protect Jura, so don't worry and just wait there for news. You know there are only 3 hours left until that time, right? Anyway, by the time you get back to Son's case, the situation will be resolved, so don't make a fuss. Do you understand? Despite her attempts to dissuade him, Kwang Soo couldn't stop Seunghyun from rushing back. He could do nothing but yell, Kang Seunghyun, why aren't you answering? Don't tell me you already left, Kang. I'm rooting for you, buddy. At that moment, Seunghyun was still speeding down the road at a breakneck pace. Accusatory words still echoed on the stairwell. Hwang Jura, you and that bastard made me like this. That bastard is something else. It's hard to even see you these days. Look, now it's just the two of us. It's bound to be fun. Jura, smelling the strong stench of alcohol on Kim Chongu's breath, snapped, what? Shut your foul mouth right now and get lost before I start screaming. Chongu, utterly shameless, even dared to provoke her. Oh yeah? Try it. Unlike you, I'm already here, so mere words can't bring me down. It's lonely tumbling down alone, but seeing the disgust in your eyes now is quite entertaining. He immediately feigned innocence. Can't do it? What a shame. just starting to enjoy a bit of fame. How could it crumble so meaninglessly, right? At his words, Jura's tone hardened. Then what's your purpose in coming here? What more do you have to say? Chongu suddenly lost his composure, trembling as he continued. Hwang Jura, you and that guy. His tearful expression genuinely startled her. Chongu moved a little closer, stammering, He suddenly lowered his head. She shouted furiously. Did you sleep with that bastard Kang Seunghyeon? Did you really sleep with him? Answer me. Did you sleep with that bastard? Every word that spewed from his filthy mouth was repulsive. Jura glared at him, the disgust evident in her eyes. Then he let out a sickening laugh and continued. Yeah, probably slept with him. That bastard wouldn't miss a chance with a top star like Kang Seunghyeon. His words were cut short by Jura's fierce retort. If you continue to threaten me, I will seriously report you to the police. Even if it damages my reputation, I will make sure you go to jail. He listened intently, his eyes wide. Then he burst out laughing. Right? Jura has really grown up. Having a powerful partner really makes you look confident. You always hated trash like me, so this noble act is all yours. In the end, you're no different from me. Faced with Chongu's taunts, Jura could only sigh in frustration. Then he scoffed. Is that so? My senior gave me a chance, right? But creating that opportunity, seizing that opportunity, now it's all about me elevating myself, about my own strength. Why didn't you? I don't know. Her words truly stung him. Chongu violently shook Jura, yelling, This is really... He repeated, What do you know? His ferocity made her scream in fear. Let go of me. I said let go. Chongu continued to taunt her, regretting not calling Kang Seunghyeon sooner. Let's see how long she can run. Right, that's great. Where's your phone? Call that damn guy over here quickly so I can rip off that show-off's mask immediately. Grabbing Jura's phone, he exclaimed excitedly, I see it. Right here. Why won't it open? She tried to escape his grasp, and Chongu quickly pursued her. She's running, is she? Panic filled Jura's eyes. As he grabbed her again, she cried out, Let go of me. As she struggled to wrench herself free from Chongu's grip, a mishap occurred. As she thrashed, he slipped, and Chongu, too, was now in a state of panic. With a loud thud, Jura fell. Her eyes squeezed shut, and she was just about to open them when she heard an urgent voice calling her name. Jura quickly breathed a sigh of relief and responded, Kwang-soo, how did you get here? More importantly, are you hurt? Chongu stood by, patiently observing their exchange. I'm Fine. Damn, that hurts. What's wrong? Where does it hurt? My ankle hurts like hell. Don't move. Kwang-soo comforted her, glancing in Chongu's direction. I'll handle this. Then I'll take you to the ER. Seeing Chongu attempting to flee, he yelled, Damn it, where do you think you're going? Stop. Chongu quickly ran and sped off in his car. As he drove, Chongu was consumed by panic, muttering to himself, If I get caught, it's over. If I get caught this time, I'm really finished. In his subconscious, he instantly heard Jura and Kang Seunghyun's voices. He imagined her sitting beside him, smiling seductively, continuing to call out affectionately, Seunghyun. He unconsciously turned his head towards the passenger seat, muttering incessantly under his breath, Hwang Jura. Chongu's speeding car shattered the peaceful midnight atmosphere. At that moment, two men were chatting on the sidewalk. How about we go back to my place and have another drink? Sound good. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a car speeding past. The two men looked on in confusion. What was that? Is that car all right? Must be a drunk speed demon. But just a second later, their eyes widened in shock. We need to call the police right now. Hurry. The reason being, Chongu's car had suddenly crashed into a large tree. The next morning, at the media company headquarters, a voice called out, Hey, you there? Kwang-soo kept reminding Seunghyun, Stop sitting around. Get a move on. Thanks to you, I'm in deep trouble at work. Seunghyun, even in that state, felt like only 2 hours had passed. Seeing that Seunghyun still showed no signs of responding, he muttered to himself reluctantly, Something's not right. Thanks to Jura getting hurt. No, of course not. But even so, all the attention is focused in that direction right now, so it's wise to pull out of filming temporarily and take a break. Kwang-soo quickly went to the filming crew and requested a change in schedule, easing everyone's worries. Earlier, Kwang-soo had taken Jura for a checkup and breathed a sigh of relief when a doctor told him she wasn't seriously injured. Nothing to worry too much about, just needs plenty of rest and she'll recover quickly. He kept reassuring Seunghyun that the previous filming had gone perfectly, so there wouldn't be any obstacles to the broadcast. As for Kim Chongu, That crazy bastard wrecked his car, trying to escape, caused damage to public property, refused a breathalyzer test, and even assaulted a police officer, so he's now locked up in jail. The police station was buzzing with gossip, and there was a line of reporters outside. If there's chaos, it's perfect for them. They're probably itching to write their stories. A congressman's son-in-law, huh? But he just got divorced recently. A police officer looked at Chongu, scoffing. Isn't this guy from our province? Isn't this that talented nobleman? Huh, life's full of surprises. Kwang-soo was still excitedly talking, adding that Kim Chongu was so drunk he couldn't even remember the botched attempted assault, let alone anything related to Jura. Everything's already been resolved. What are you still brooding over? Don't just sit there. I told you to stay at a hotel for the time being until Jura finds a new place. So go check it out. He kept nagging, oblivious to the fact that Seunghyeon was genuinely worried. For what he did to Jura, any punishment wouldn't be enough. Seeing him suddenly stammer, Kwang-soo quickly interrupted. You have a hotel, right? Jura's phone is broken, so contact Dinkum first. Unexpectedly, Seunghyeon said coldly. Leave him alone, that lunatic. Later at the hospital, Kim, Jura's manager, jokingly brought a spoonful of food to her lips, teasing, come on, Jura, open wide, ah. She could only smile at the gesture. Uni, my condition doesn't seem to require being fed porridge in bed. It's just a slightly sprained ankle. Despite this, the manager's enthusiasm didn't diminish. No more talking, come on. Then she continued encouragingly. That's the spirit. Jura's cheerful expression suddenly dimmed. But, I'm sorry, I didn't expect to cause you such sudden trouble. She didn't expect to be met with Kim's disapproval. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one apologizing for not being by your side yesterday. Honestly, that damn lunatic, if I had known earlier, I would have killed him. The manager's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait, it's not too late. Kim's outburst startled Jura, and she quickly intervened. Calm down. It's not worth wasting your energy on someone like him. Finally, her manager started to calm down. Yes, even mentioning him is too much of a luxury, such a waste. Although Jura tried to appear cheerful, she couldn't help but think, now, every time I think of the name Kim Chongu, I feel disgusted and nauseous. I never want to be associated with anything related to him ever again. Kim suddenly looked at her curiously. Speaking of which, how come we haven't heard from Seunghyun yet? You notified him, right? Jura gave her manager a short reply. Yes, he'll probably call soon. She also said to herself, perhaps Seunghyun is trying hard to control his anger. Even if he tried to act nonchalant when he heard my voice, seeing my bandaged leg might make him afraid of revealing his uncontrollable rage, so he might be cooling off somewhere alone. Is that it, Seunghyun? As soon as her thoughts trailed off, she started to act coy with her manager. So, can I even go to the bathroom by myself? She received a firm reply. Absolutely not. Not until you're completely healed. Jura, don't even think about getting out of bed because I'll do everything for you. At the police station, as evening approached, after coming out of the restroom, Chongu muttered to himself while looking around, damn it, even in a place as unthinkable as the restroom, the police still follow. If that's the case, at least take the handcuffs off. This is so surreal. I don't remember anything about last night, but I woke up already in lockup. What's going on? I seem to vaguely recall seeing Hwang Jura. How is that possible? Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a voice. You're pretty clever, aren't you? It echoed in his ears, startling him. What? Why is that bastard here? Another sentence popped up. You know perfectly well. Chongu jumped in surprise and turned around, shouting, what? What's going on? Seeing Kang Seunghyun standing behind him, he continued. Your situation, you can tell at a glance, can't you? Fear suddenly washed over Chongu's face. What? How did you know I was here? Don't touch me. Kang Seunghyun angrily emphasized, didn't I tell you to behave? Then he delivered a resounding slap. Suddenly jolting awake from a deep sleep, Jura realized with a start, I must have fallen asleep. What time is it? The answer, 8 o'clock, made her eyes widen in surprise. As soon as I looked over, I saw Seunghyun already lying next to me. I didn't even notice. Jura suddenly asked nervously, Seunghyun, when did you get here? Before she could hear a reply, he pulled her closer on the bed, gently embracing her and whispering, go back to sleep. However, curiosity drove Jura to continue asking, since when? What about Dinkum? He looked at her with loving eyes and replied, an hour ago. Dinkim has already left. Hearing this, Jura felt a sense of relief and even joked, "Wherever you are, you always show up unexpectedly. Do you have teleportation powers?" Seunghyeon smiled faintly, but said nothing. Her voice suddenly turned playful. "So if that's the case, are you teasing me?" This made Seunghyeon berate himself, wishing things could have been that way. "I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you when it mattered most." Jura instinctively understood she shouldn't ask what had happened, feeling even more grateful and touched by the emotions Seunghyeon was displaying. Seunghyeon continued to gaze at her affectionately, making him have the illusion, "What's wrong? Am I too handsome?" Then, gently embracing his beloved, he called out, "My dear Jura." After a moment of silence, she whispered shyly, "Actually, it was me. I'm the one who caused you worry. Because of me, your schedule is all messed up." Seunghyeon looked at her reassuringly. "It's not your fault. Stop thinking that way." With tears of gratitude still in her eyes, she immediately heard Seunghyeon whisper, "Jura, until you find your own place, do you want to stay at my place?" The suggestion left her completely stunned. Unable to stop her thoughts, Jura's mind raced. Living in that house, she would be living with Seunghyeon. Worried that Jura might refuse, Seunghyeon quickly elaborated. "Lately, because you've been staying in hotels, Dinkyun has to drive you home every time. My place is much safer than a hotel." Hearing this, she suddenly realized her misunderstanding and said in surprise, "I thought you were suggesting we live together." "Honestly, don't speak so vaguely. It causes misunderstandings." Jura immediately rejected the idea. "No, it would inconvenience you, and I wouldn't dare go to Seunghyun's house right now. It's impossible. Plus, reporters can clearly see your face now." Then she snuggled closer to Seunghyeon, feeling completely at ease. His next words were as sweet as honey, but he wasn't reassured. He couldn't leave her alone. Knowing how worried Seunghyeon truly was, she quickly reassured him again. "How could I be alone? I have you, and a strong Seunghyeon like you." After that, Jura leaned in and gave her beloved a deep kiss while assuring him, "I'm not scared at all." Seunghyeon had no choice but to smile tenderly. Of course, it has to be this way. Jura still felt grateful in her heart. "I'm truly lucky to have Seunghyeon by my side. Being able to be near you, I'm really happy." At that moment, filming was also taking place in the studio. "Hello, everyone. I'm Kim Jina from Entertainment News Today. I'm currently at the filming set of Group B, where the final episode of the currently most popular drama, Donkey, is being filmed. The drama stars Hwang Jura as Duan and Lee Kang as Chung Som, the most eye-catching couple in the show. This is the translated text. It seems both actors are feeling the intense popularity, right? Jura continued cheerfully, "I've been living on set recently, so I haven't really felt it yet. Maybe after I go back tomorrow, I'll start to feel it." Gina suddenly asked, "Oh, I don't know if you've noticed, but it seems actors have to move around with bodyguards now." Jura quickly replied, "To that extent? I really..." Secretly, she was pleased and even relieved. Despite this unexpected question not being on the prepared list, she managed to answer clearly. "This is a big improvement for you, Hwang Jura." The host redirected the question to the other interviewee, Lee Kang. "Since today is the last day of filming, you must have mixed feelings, right?" He replied confidently, "Perhaps because Group A hasn't finished yet. I'll feel sad once filming is completely over, but right now, I'm still enjoying it." Then Jura focused on recalling her prepared answer. "In the future, I promise to continue doing my best in all the roles assigned to me, with diverse expressions." It's starting to get cold now, so dear viewers, please dress warmly and avoid catching a cold. She was so focused on memorizing that answer that she overlooked Kim Jina's next question. "Oh, by the way, we conducted a survey a while ago about which on-screen couples viewers wanted to see become real-life couples, and you two received the most votes. Miss Jura, did you know?" Hearing this, she suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Yes." Gina's mind raced with confusion. This question was completely beyond her expectations. How should she respond? "It's truly an honor. Thank you for the viewers' support." Of course, the outcome is still uncertain. If she simply answered with a casual, "Really?" it would be a waste of time and make the atmosphere even more awkward. She thought everything had reached a dead end, but Lee Kang suddenly spoke up to save the situation. "Really? That's truly an honor. What do you think? Should we promise to go on a date sometime?" His seemingly casual words, "How about we try dating?" made Jura deeply grateful for the timely rescue. Jura managed to regain her composure and responded, "Oh my, I really thought Lee Kang was serious." Even if it was just a joke, Lee Kang's serious tone made me believe it. This made her think, her face paling slightly. "Lee Kang, you're going a bit too far now." Then she quickly covered up by saying, I need time to think about it. Who would have thought even a host was eager to push this on-screen couple together? With this atmosphere, it feels like you two are really going to become a couple. If you two are dating, you must inform entertainment news first. Lee Kong burst out laughing at this. The company has already decided. Kim Jina cheerfully agreed. That's right, your company's representative is Kang Seunghyeon, so I must ask Kang Seunghyeon about this. Yura forced a smile, her inner thoughts a whirlwind of anxiety. Please don't let him find out about this interview. Kim Chongu's drunk driving incident had spread everywhere. A month and a half had passed. As the cooler season arrived, Yura and her manager, Kim, moved into a house the company had found for them, completely out of the blue. Kim exclaimed upon arrival, "What a beautiful house, right? Hwang Yura." A flicker of disappointment ran through Yura. Although I thought I'd move soon, I kept putting it off because I was busy. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The controversial news about Kim Chongu had been circulating in the media for days. Reports detailed how much Kim Chongu would be fined in compensation, caught red-handed damaging public property. According to residents' reports, actor Kim Chongu was driving under the influence, so drunk he couldn't even remember what he had done. Yura had long anticipated this day for him, but those stories were gradually fading from memory. More accurately, due to her relentless work schedule, constantly involved in new projects, Yura was too exhausted to pay attention to such news. After the celebratory wrap party for the successful filming of Donkey, new schedules popped up frequently. Yura barely had time to rest. Posters of her were plastered all over various centers, big and small. Then, a surprising message arrived from Seunghyeon. "What time are you arriving tonight?" Reading the message, a wave of happiness washed over her. Finally, they were meeting again after 2 weeks apart. Yura ran excitedly, her spirits lifted, calling out, "Seunghyeon!" Seunghyeon opened his arms wide, urging her forward. "Hurry, come here. It's been so hard to see you." In that precious moment, she thought, it feels like all the fatigue I've accumulated recently has disappeared. What would it be like if I could come home to Seunghyeon's smile every day? The memory, though born from a misunderstanding, flashed through her mind, brief but vividly warm, and the thought lingered. Yura looked up, gazing at her beloved. Seunghyeon's face was radiant. She was truly captivated. After so many days apart, they shared a passionate kiss. Then, what was bound to happen happened. They both leaned into the blissful moment of love. In that moment, she couldn't help but think, Seunghyeon must be thinking about this too. Perhaps so, as they came together with an intense force, bridging the longing of the days they'd been apart. Yura hesitated. Even if he had genuine feelings, expressing them at this uncertain juncture might only make things awkward, wouldn't it? So, she decided to let the thought go, choosing to fully inhabit the present moment. Night had fallen. Seunghyeon strolled out of the bathroom, about to start his skincare routine. Suddenly, he heard a call of Seunghyeon. He immediately laughed at Yura's innocent question. "What do you think of me? Is it your shirt?" She replied without hesitation. "Yes, I heard that a woman wearing a man's shirt is more attractive." Seunghyeon responded with a chuckle. "Isn't that usually a white shirt?" This prompted a flustered explanation. "So, I wore a white shirt at first, but it didn't seem to cover much." Seunghyun's teasing gaze and words flustered her, causing her to quickly cover herself. "Don't be pervy." No matter how he explained it, he wasn't that kind of person. This was just his usual self. Seunghyun couldn't help but laugh at her adorable reaction. "Open your arms wide for a hug. Come here. You need to change into that white dress quickly. I told you to come here quickly." With a satisfied grin, he pulled Yura into his embrace. She feigned a little resistance, but it wasn't very convincing. In that moment, Yura wondered again if Seunghyun had ever thought about a future with her, even just once. If he had, she thought, I would be so happy. The sound of Yura's cheerful voice echoed from the kitchen. "Seunghyun, I want cooked egg yolks. And don't cook the noodles too soft, okay? I know. I'll make them just like they do at the restaurant. So go relax and watch TV in the living room." She readily agreed. "I'll leave it to you then." After Yura left, Seunghyun suddenly realized it had been a long time since he'd cooked noodles like this. He couldn't even remember if he had any at home. It was thanks to her noticing and persistently saying, "Seunghyun, I'm hungry. Can you cook me some noodles?" Those adorable actions made him smile. The way she flitted around felt familiar, reinforcing the feeling that she was truly beautiful. With that thought, he glanced over at Jura, who was casually watching television. How could she be so cute? Jura's focused gaze piqued Seunghyun's curiosity. Was she staring at so intently? In fact, Jura was captivated by a news story about fellow actors. Finally, their love is public, and they'll be together forever. The two entertainment stars have gotten married. Let's wish the newlyweds happiness from now on. Seunghyun heard it all too. Don't just stare blankly at your loved one. Finally, the bowl of noodles, made just as Jura requested, was finished. She kept praising it, saying it was truly delicious, the best. But then Seunghyun's earlier cautionary words came to mind. It's usually not a good idea to eat instant noodles at this time. Jura was a little surprised. He sounded like her older brother. Then Seunghyun even joked, "If you think so, just call me Appa. You call me that on my birthday. Why take back a gift you already gave?" Hearing this, she immediately put on a disgruntled expression. "I said, who gets birthday presents every day? Plus, the number of people who call you Appa, including your fans, is countless. Do you really want to hear me call you Appa that much?" Seunghyun asked curiously, "What's the difference between this Appa and that Appa?" "You don't have to call him Appa, because he's completely different from everyone else." Despite herself, hearing him say this made her laugh. Then, softly, she said, "Kang-soo, my husband." He looked at her tenderly and replied, "Yes, my wife." Suddenly, he was startled by her loud no. Jura's face turned mischievous, a flurry of thoughts crossing her mind. That was dangerous. Then, she continued awkwardly, "I'd better stick to calling you Seunghyun. If I accidentally call you something else in front of everyone, it'll be a disaster." The next program caught both their attention. Hello, viewers. I'm Kim Gina from today's entertainment news. Recently, I visited the set of the drama The Line from Group B. This drama has received a lot of love from viewers. I'm here with Hwang Jura, who plays by Joon, and Lee Kang, who plays Chongu. As Jura wondered, bewildered, why this was airing, Seunghyun asked excitedly, "Were you filming this show?" A wave of worry washed over Jura. Did they edit us to look like a couple, even surveying the most popular couple in the film? I hope he doesn't watch this show. She hadn't expected it to appear while they were watching TV together. Suddenly, Seunghyun's voice startled her. "Now you can do interviews without being nervous, right?" The host's voice echoed. "Speaking of which, we surveyed which on-screen couple viewers wanted to see become a real-life couple, and you two ranked first. Jura, did you know?" Lee Kang's excited expression and words. "Really? I'm so grateful to the viewers. We're broadcast as well." Then came a question. "What do you think? Would you go out with me?" As Seunghyun listened to their exchange, his expression began to change. "I'm serious. Let me think about it," Lee Kang had said. With Gina enthusiastically playing matchmaker, who knew maybe they really would get together. This made Seunghyun look at Jura even more intently, a question in his eyes. "So, have you thought about it?" His strained smile only added to her confusion. His happy face looked terrifying. Jura immediately explained that it was just a little joke for the viewers. Seunghyun suddenly barked. "Funny, is it?" He quickly followed up with a compliment, saying it was excellent improvisation. Despite this, Jura couldn't shake her worry. "Will you be safe tonight?" The next day, they had a pleasant gathering. The three of them hadn't been together like this in a long time. Director Myongdong continued excitedly. "Ever since Seunghyun started dating Jura, it's been hard to even get in the door of this house. If Seunghyun, Jura, and Asa weren't free today, you definitely wouldn't have agreed to see us, right?" Faced with Seunghyun's indifferent attitude, he continued to complain, "At least deny it." Chonghyeon quickly responded, "That's right, Jura is really popular these days. Now Seunghyun, you probably understand how I feel, right? After the huge success of last year's film, you should all be more grateful to me. Because I was constantly being bothered by broadcasters, I ended up complaining." Suddenly recalling the past, he brought it up again. Back then, Seunghyun's reaction was like this. "No matter who interferes with the relationship, when Sa is with you, he always looks so affectionate. So what are you worried about? If we can't trust each other like that, what's the point of dating?" "Exactly," Hyan chimed in, using the opportunity to ask. "So now you understand that feeling?" Seunghyun immediately admitted without hesitation, "Yes, I understand it deeply." His best friend added a warning. "Just wait, this is only the beginning." This made Seunghyun even more anxious. Of course, the temptations around him were also a problem. But when Jura is having the hardest time and there's no one around, that's when she's most vulnerable. "When I'm busy like recently, I want to give her nutritious food." Understanding Myongdong's concerns, he suggested, "If you're feeling uneasy, you could go public with your dating, like Chonghyeon and Asa. Chonghyeon agreed. As someone with experience, I don't think this is a small matter. You should come to an agreement with Yura first. Myongdong immediately added wisely. If Yura wants to go public, would she say let's go public? Even though she's involved, to avoid putting Seunghyeon in an awkward position, she can't directly say let's go public. Instead, you've been by her side, so you understand her feelings, right? There must have been some hints or suggestions. Seunghyeon suddenly remembered they had discussed this once. Should we go public? At that time, Yura had responded awkwardly. As an actress, before establishing my position, I don't want to have that kind of scandal because people seem cunning as greed is endless. Hearing this, he silently confirmed that his girlfriend was considering going public with their relationship. Seunghyun was about to speak again when Seunghyun and Myongdong suddenly looked towards the door, asking in surprise, "Is someone else coming?" And they quickly got their answer from Asa. "Oh, I called him." Both of them paused abruptly. The person standing before them was none other than Lee Kang, who nervously greeted them. "Seunghyun, I'm here." Seunghyun welcomed him warmly. "Come in quickly. I really enjoyed that interview." Lee Kang was immediately startled by that statement, his face paling. He quickly explained, "That was just improvisation. Really, that's all it was." Then Seunghyun's expression turned serious. "Do you really know what you did wrong?" Lee Kang, terrified, could only manage a single word. "Yes." With a pleading look in his eyes, Seunghyun almost burst out laughing, thinking that the kid's cuteness probably saved his life. "If you're truly sorry, call me Hyung from now on." Lee Kang froze for a moment, then quickly replied, "Yes, yes, Hyung." Seunghyun's cold stare as he turned back, coupled with the question, "Don't like it?" startled Lee Kang again, making him tremble as he called out, "Hyung, Hyung." Then they launched into an effusive conversation. "From now on, I'll be completely loyal to you, Hyung. I won't dare do anything you don't allow." Chonghyeon and Myongdong joined in, vying for attention. "In that case, call me Hyung too." "And me." This made Lee Kang exclaim excitedly, "I'm so happy." "Oh, my Hyungs." Yura grumbled to herself, feeling truly exhausted. Her manager, Kim, sympathized. "Just hang in there today. Tomorrow is Sunday, no schedule, so we can go to the hospital to get some nutrients. For the fan signing and the awards ceremony, you need to be in top condition." Hearing this, Yura responded cheerfully, "Of course, I have to be." She kept reminding herself that this was the fan signing and the awards ceremony, the most special events on her schedule. Myongdong suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, the sponsor for this advertisement must be spending a lot of money, right? How did they come up with the idea to invite all four main leads of Donkey at once? Kim eagerly explained, "I heard the chairman is a huge fan of Donkey. There's still some time before the program starts. Yura, get some sleep. Mina and I will go out for a bit and then come back." "Okay, thank you both." She waved with a smile until they left the room. While dozing, Yura suddenly realized, how should I put it? The warmth and softness of a ring feels comfortable, like Seunghyun's hand. When she opened her eyes, she unexpectedly saw Seunghyun looking at her tenderly. "You're awake?" Yura immediately broke into a happy smile. "When did you arrive? We've been apart for 20 days, haven't we?" Seunghyun notet sopti. "Yes, your schedule must have been very busy lately." Seunghyun, her voice suddenly softened. "I've been out and about, and now my stomach hurts a bit." This made Seunghyun's heart ache. "That's right. From now on, even if I have to threaten Kwang, and tell him not to schedule anything for me, or else I'll get a stomachache." "Not allowed." Yura sat up with a laugh and replied, "If you don't, I won't accept any schedules from tomorrow until the award ceremony. I also have a fan signing that day." Hearing this, Seunghyun didn't forget to remind her, "Then make time to rest and eat well. I don't like you being too thin." Tears welled up in her eyes, touched by his words. She nodded in agreement. Then she suggested, "So, I said I wanted to eat the ramen that Sanbei makes." But Seunghyun quickly refused. "You need to eat nutritious food, not ramen." Faced with Yura's vehement protests, No, I want ramen." Seunghyun remained firm. "No, you have to eat ginseng chicken soup." "I'll eat both." Hearing Seunghyun call her Jigia, honey/darling, made her incredibly happy. It had been so long since she'd been called that, and it brought her immense joy. One more time, just once. This girl really, hearing herself called Jigia again made Yura overjoyed. "Hurry up, call me that again." Seunghyun immediately feigned displeasure. "I really hate it. I won't do it." But he couldn't resist Yura's pleading. "Come on, hurry up one more time." A bright smile quickly spread across his face as he walked towards her. The day of the event arrived quickly. In the main hall of a large center, the audience was incredibly excited to be attending Hwang Jura's fan signing. She nervously called Seunghyeon. "Sunbae, what should I do? I feel like I'm going to throw up." He quickly asked, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Jura's voice immediately softened. "No, it's just that I'm so nervous. The place is packed with people outside." According to the organizers, everyone lined up early in the morning, so the tickets sold out quickly. "So, they'll add extra tickets in the proper order, right?" He immediately replied, "Yes." This made her relieved. "That's good, really good. But I'm so nervous. Where are you?" Seunghyeon quickly replied that there was a problem with his awards ceremony outfit, so he was trying on again. Kim hurried into the room, urging Jura to get ready. But before hanging up, she didn't forget to remind Seunghyeon, "Then I'll see you tonight at the award ceremony." "I have to go now." The MC's voice began to boom. Everyone has been waiting a long time, and the fan signing is about to begin. Actress Hwang Jura is taking the stage. She looks radiant, waving to everyone alongside her security team. Seeing the enthusiastic support of so many fans, her eyes filled with surprise. A mixture of excitement and apprehension welled up within her. The MC gestured and announced, "I now declare the fan signing officially open. Starting with ticket number 1, please come up to the stage one by one." Jura beamed as she received gifts from fans, constantly signing autographs, her smile bright as she chatted pleasantly. She also made sure to interact with the younger members of the audience. She felt a thrill receiving those adorable little presents and signing her name so many times. It was a feeling of happiness and pride in her journey. Finally, the MC cheerfully announced, "Yes, finally, the entire hall has received autographs. Miss Hwang Jura has worked very hard. Now, let's invite Miss Hwang Jura to give her closing remarks for the ceremony." She hesitated for a moment, then agreed, "Yes. To be honest, today's signing event was very crowded, and I was very nervous. Even though I was on stage, I was anxious. This is my first fan signing, so I made some mistakes. I am truly sorry." Everyone must have had a hard time waiting in line in such cold weather, but no one complained, and everyone was so happy, so I'm really grateful. Thanks to all of you. I've gained immense strength today. I hope that in the future, you'll continue to. Jura's eyes widened in surprise, her face paling. As she watched footsteps approaching the stage, she stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Disbelief etched on her features. Seunghyeon confidently raised his voice. "I'm here for an autograph. I'm a huge fan of Hwang Jura." The entire event fell silent. The crowd immediately erupted in whispers. "What's going on? Isn't that Kang Seunghyeon? So there are actually 2 celebrities here? Why is Kang Seunghyeon here? What's happening? This is unbelievable." He pressed, "An autograph? Aren't you going to sign it?" This flustered Jura, and she quickly signed, murmuring, "Autograph, autograph. Of course I'll sign it." After a moment of fumbling, she suddenly stopped, her eyes wide with astonishment. The realization that she had just signed a marriage certificate sent a wave of confusion washing over her. Seeing this, Seunghyeon quickly explained, "I know you're surprised, but I've already prepared everything else. All that's left is for you to come. Let's go home, Jura. Let's get married." Finally, reporters had their chance to break the hottest news as actor Kang Seunghyun publicly proposed to Hwang Jura, asking for her hand in marriage. Thousands of female fans at the scene went wild. 33-year-old Asia's top movie star, Kang Seunghyun, made a surprise appearance at the fan signing event of 27-year-old actress Hwang Jura. Kang Seunghyun's public proposal stunned the thousands of fans present. Actress Hwang Jura was moved to tears by the unexpected proposal, too overwhelmed to speak. The two then left the venue hand in hand. It's predicted that they will attend the SBC channel's Film Awards ceremony at 9 p.m. This shocking news caused a stir in public opinion. What? Kang Seunghyun and Hwang Jura? When? When did they start dating? There wasn't any news. According to the agency, they started dating earlier this year while filming together. The agency has already admitted it, and with a public proposal like that, who can deny it? The two of them running away hand in hand has already been posted. There's no movie here. At first, I thought it was just reporters making it up. So, this is how Kang Seunghyun proposed? Yes. Today they will be on stage together to receive awards. I don't know if they answer that question. The ratings for the awards ceremony are skyrocketing right now. The stations are all scrambling to report on this event. Hello everyone, I'm Kim Gina from Entertainment News. I'm currently on the red carpet of the SBC Actors Awards ceremony. Right now, this place is more like a human volcano than ever. The reason? If you're a citizen of South Korea, you probably already know. On the way to the awards ceremony, Jura looked incredibly nervous. Seunghyeon, what should I do? I'm so nervous. Seunghyeon replied with a gentle smile. Have you already forgotten what I said earlier? He reassured her. Don't forget, you just need to trust me. Yes, just trust me. Seunghyeon continued to gaze at his beloved with adoration. You're so beautiful, our Jura. The two of them had just stopped their car in front of the red carpet when shouts erupted. Everyone, they're here. Kim Jina continued her report. The couple who made a public proposal is causing a sensation in Korea. The couple is Hwang Jura and Kang Seunghyeon. Seunghyeon whispered in her ear, be confident because you're the star. Jura's eyes sparkled even brighter, her thoughts swirling like a galaxy. Ever since I was little, I wanted to shine. Even though I miss home sometimes, I can let them know I'm here. I'm right here. The event officially began, the announcer proclaiming, the final night of the year is a feast of the most beautiful stars. The ABC Film Awards ceremony now begins. The winning film, The Line, has garnered countless accolades from critics and the admiration of the public. The first award is for Best Director. The next award is for the most popular film of the year, Best Couple Award, and even the Best Actor and Actress Popularity Awards. The film's 4 main actors all received multiple awards. The most surprising moment was when Kang Seunghyun and Jura took the stage together for their acceptance speeches. For those present, this wasn't a surprise. As expected, the broadcasting company arranged for the two to share their thoughts together. The audience was also incredibly excited. Jura felt bewildered by the station's obvious attempt to create a media frenzy. But there are 4 of us here. Why is all the attention focused on just the 2 of us? Earlier, when we received the Best Couple Award, the camera only focused on us and our seniors well. The host continued, now, I will present the Best New Actress Award. She truly poured her heart and soul into this role. Sitting below, Jura waited anxiously. Finally, the moment for the Best New Actress Award arrived. Even though everyone had told her beforehand who the winner was and told me not to worry, the moment of the announcement had finally come. The winner of the 30th SBC Best New Actress Award is... The winner is Hwang Jura from The Line. Happiness threatened to burst from her as she slowly made her way to the stage, accompanied by the MC's praise. Award winner Hwang Jura naturally portrayed the lively and intelligent character of Duan in the film Dong Ki, and she brilliantly delivered her supporting performance. Congratulations, Miss Hwang Jura. A hush fell over the room as everyone listened to her acceptance speech. First, I want to thank everyone who supported me. This year marks my 7th year in this industry, and it took a full 7 years to finally receive the Best New Actress Award. I truly never imagined I would one day receive such a prestigious award. I really don't know how to fully express my gratitude. First, Jura began, her voice trembling slightly. I want to express my deepest gratitude to the person who has silently taken care of me and encouraged me every day for the past 7 years. She always greets every member of the film crew with kindness. As she spoke, a sudden sting pricked at her eyes, and she paused, composing herself. Dear Uni, she continued, her voice thick with emotion, thank you so much. And to the representatives of SDS Company, thank you for the material and spiritual support that has allowed us to stand here. Mina and all the members of the company, friends who worked hard together like DICO, and director Lee Kong, the screenwriter, and so many other members of the crew, thank you all. Everyone put in so much effort, and I'm so happy that all the hard work has paid off. I've received so much love, and to repay everyone's love, I will strive to become a more diligent and skilled Hwang Jura. A ripple of surprise went through the room as her speech abruptly ended. The host quickly interjected, Miss Hwang Jura, is that the end of your speech? Jura glanced out at the audience, suddenly noticing the expectant faces. Seunghyeon, too, looked surprised. The audience shifted restlessly, waiting with bated breath. The charged atmosphere made a bead of sweat trickle down Seunghyun's spine. Was it really over? Just like that, with the host prompting her and everyone hanging on her every word? The pressure mounted, making Jura's mind race. Her eyes found Seunghyun's. He returned a nervous smile, his eyes filled with anxious anticipation. And then it clicked. A montage of memories flashed through her mind. Their first meeting, the hesitant exchange of messages, the blossoming of their challenging whirlwind romance. Seunghyun had been there for her, every step of the way, through thick and thin. He was still the one who always held her close, his embrace warm and loving. And it was all thanks to him. With a newfound boldness, Jura gripped the microphone. Seunghyeon, a mixture of intense nervousness and surprise swirling within him, leaned forward, hanging onto her every word. I don't know what to say. I'm so shocked and surprised that I can't speak. Her voice suddenly softened, taking on a sweet, almost shy quality. Seunghyeon held his breath, his heart pounding. Will you just take me away? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience. The room was electrified. Kim beamed, but perhaps the most touched of all was Seunghyeon. The host, recovering quickly, offered her congratulations, bringing Jura's heartfelt confession to a close. Watching his beloved shine on stage, Seunghyeon chuckled, a blush creeping up his neck. I'm going crazy with happiness. My crazy Jura. She beamed, her eyes sparkling, before finally relinquishing the microphone. As night fell, the event drew to a close. Seunghyeon, having just unlocked his car, reached for Jura's hand, holding it tight. A sudden awkwardness settled between them. They exchanged quick glances. It's unusual coming back together like this, isn't it? Seunghyeon said, breaking the silence. It's nice. Although Jura had been to his house many times, it always felt new. Accepting a steaming mug of coffee, she murmured a quick thank you before taking a sip. He sighed, finally able to relax. So much had happened in just one day. The fan signing, the award, the very public proposal. But why did you act so quickly? Jura asked, curiosity lacing her voice. Seeing his confused expression, she quickly clarified. You know, those words you said during your acceptance speech after receiving the award? Seunghyeon, a wave of emotion washing over him, recalled his words. Lastly, I dedicate this award to my beloved wife. Recalling that moment, Jura cringed. The MC excitedly added, the couple of a century has finally arrived. Do you know how embarrassed I was? I just wanted to disappear. Hearing this, Seunghyeon chuckled, teasing her relentlessly. Why didn't you just take him away? That really would have been something. Jura, mortified, tried to deflect. I wasn't thinking straight. Don't mention it, he said, his tone suddenly serious. You weren't being vigilant, were you? So, if you were thinking straight, you wouldn't have agreed, right? Jura bristled. You know that's not what I meant. Why do you keep teasing me? Seunghyeon quickly soothed her. I'm only doing this because seeing you flustered is just too cute. She leaned against his shoulder, muttering, You're so annoying. Then, sighing, she asked, Why did you propose at that moment? Why not announce our relationship first? Seunghyeon explained, Because if I did it that way, I definitely would have chosen the harder path. A wave of gratitude washed over Jura. Thank you, she whispered, for understanding my hopes, for understanding the words I wanted to say but couldn't express, for calming my restless heart and helping me overcome every challenge, for being by my side. The ocean stretched out before them, calm and serene, the golden sand imprinted with playful footprints. Jura, running ahead, glanced back and called out, Seunghyeon is aside. Hurry up and come here. Seunghyeon caught up, asking, Why are you so excited? Her voice took on a dreamy quality. I told you to come quickly. Right there, the place where you build a sandcastle with that little girl. Though Seunghyeon feigned forgetfulness, Jura insisted. Yes, from that spot you can see the entrance to the resort. When I watched you quietly from afar, my heart suddenly started racing for no reason. The scene of you building a sandcastle with that little girl felt like something out of a movie. It's a shame that scene wasn't filmed. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Seunghyeon replied with a gentle smile. No, it's just because you're beautiful. Jura suddenly felt flustered, unsure why it made her so uncomfortable. You thought I'd say that, didn't you? I'm all grown up now. I don't get shy anymore. Seunghyeon chuckled, the feeling less like genuine amusement and more like he was simply pretending not to be embarrassed. He hurried after her, reminding her to be careful, saying she'd fall into the ocean if she carried on like that. 3 months had passed since the award ceremony. Although they had announced their engagement, they still couldn't comfortably date in public back home. So, they planned a months-long vacation at this very spot, the place where they first traveled together. Jura suddenly gasped, Look, a star! Seunghyeon looked up, feigning surprise. Seeing a star at this hour must mean the sky is incredibly clear. After all, the stars are always shining, he said. At that moment, an idea sparked in Jura's mind. Appa, she declared, I'm going to do something I've never done before. Seunghyeon, curious, asked, What? Only to be startled by her sudden kiss. They both laughed, embracing the afternoon, wrapped in shared happiness. basking in the sweet glow of the setting sun. They gazed lovingly at each other. Jura whispered, "I love you, Appa. There's so much to cherish," Seunghyeon replied, his voice thick with emotion. "I'll save it and respond later." Overjoyed, Seunghyeon swept her into his arms, adding a playful warning. "Just so you know, you're done for tonight." Winter had arrived in Korea, and everyone was caught up in the festive atmosphere of Christmas. On a brightly lit stage, a reporter spoke. "Hello, everyone. I'm entertainment reporter Kim Jina. Today, I'm at a commercial filming set. The main photographer is an artist whose work has always shone and never faded. Now, she has rightfully become Korea's top actress. That actress is Hwang Jura." Hearing this rather grand introduction, Jura shyly greeted the camera. "Hello, dear viewers." The two sat facing each other in front of the cameras. The reporter, Kim Jina, began, "Jura, first of all, let me offer my sincere congratulations on winning the grand prize at this year's award ceremony." Jura responded, "Thank you." Jina, her voice brimming with enthusiasm, asked, "But what are you filming today?" Jura replied, "I'm shooting a commercial for a new phone model as the company spokesperson." Kim Jina, watching Jura, seemed a little envious. "I've been sitting next to you for a long time, and you haven't stopped smiling, even though the shoot has been really long. Before coming to film today, your loving husband must have given you a lot of encouragement, right?" Jura, smiling, answered, "Yes, my Seunghyeon says I call me a lot to cheer me on." Slightly surprised by Jura's response, Gina hesitantly probed, "Just phone calls?" She thought to herself, her face is practically glowing. Hearing the question, Jura calmly explained, "Oh, he's busy filming in Busan." Kim Jina's voice held a note of disappointment. "It's a shame you two are apart like this, so soon after getting married." At this, Jura could only offer a wry smile. For behind that smile, a hint of sadness lingered. "This is why I said that," she thought. The scene shifted to a luxurious skyscraper, the elevator stopping on the 37th floor. Jura stepped out, checking her phone. 9:10 p.m. A little later than I expected, but since Seunghyeon SSI isn't home yet, it should be okay to go back a bit later. Time flies. Tomorrow is the end of the year. It's been a whole year since I won the award. A happy smile touched her lips. 3 months since we got married. Her phone displayed a blissful wedding photo of the couple. She recalled how busy she'd been with filming, even after the wedding. Seunghyun, too, was engrossed in his own filming projects, which had taken him to Busan, making even daily calls a challenge. Feeling a pang of wistfulness, she wondered if their trip earlier in the year should have counted as their honeymoon. However, unlike last year's anxiety and overwhelming happiness amidst the chaos, I'm grateful to be working as an actress loved by the audience. Even if I'm a candidate for Best Actress, I shouldn't get my hopes up too high, she thought with a shy smile. Lost in her thoughts, she reached the front door, keying in the access code. Stepping inside, Jura suddenly realized something. A pair of men's dress shoes were neatly arranged by the door. Her husband was home. A thrill of excitement coursed through her as she rushed inside, calling out, "Seunghyeon SSI." Before she could finish, she saw him, sprawled casually on the sofa, asleep. His form, even in repose, was strikingly handsome, his impeccable fashion sense accentuated by the shimmering lights, adding to his irresistible charm. Jura approached, peering at him closely. For a moment, she wondered if this man was truly her husband. Like a curious kitten, she gazed at the breathtaking sight, debating whether to wake him with a gentle pinch, a kiss, or a simple call of his name. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in her mind. Seunghyun, deep in sleep, felt a slight weight press down on him. Slowly opening his eyes, he found Jura lying on top of him. "You're awake?" she asked, a radiant smile illuminating her face. The air crackled with a sweet intimacy. He looked at her, a triumphant smile playing on his lips at her playful antics. Pulling her close, he murmured, "You're late." She pouted. "It's your fault. If you told me you were home, I would have known to come back earlier." "Because I knew you like surprises," Seunghyun replied. She laughed, delighted. "You know me so well." Gently touching his face, she said with concern, "Filming must have been tiring. You look thinner." He took her hand in his, answering, "You haven't changed a bit." Hearing this, Jura feigned surprise. "Do I look that haggard? I'm so hurt. I need to take better care of my skin." As he listened to his wife, Seunghyun kissed her smooth, pale hand. "Even so, you're incredibly beautiful." At her husband's praise, Jura beamed. "You know me so well, right?" He looked at her, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Wow, she changes moods fast, he thought. Suddenly, she closed the distance between them, their lips almost touching, leaving Seunghyeon momentarily stunned. Brushing her hair aside, revealing her exquisite face, she whispered, "Yes, I know." And then, she kissed him. It wasn't clear what came over her, but Yura seemed to tremble with a sudden excitement. He gently wrapped his arms around her, deepening the kiss, his legs beginning to tremble. His lips were now firmly captured by hers. After a moment, they finally parted, having just performed a high-quality, public display of affection. Their breathing gradually growing stronger and steadier, their eyes and faces flushed with love. Yura pulled away, a triumphant smile playing on her lips, while Seunghyun, slightly bewildered, asked, "How did you get so good at kissing? Did you secretly take lessons without telling me?" Her eyes widened in mock surprise. "There are even kissing lessons?" He chuckled. "But you weren't usually like this." At his words, she seemed amused. "I've had quite a few kissing scenes in my recent films. My skills have leveled up since then." At this, his face fell. Slowly sitting up and pulling her hand, he said, "Really? Get up, you're heavy." Seeing his expression, she burst out laughing. "Why are you sulking? I think you look cutest when you sulk." She pinched his cheek playfully as she spoke. He could only shake his head at her, this extraordinary young woman. Suddenly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her down, reversing their positions. Now he was on top. Yura, feigning a hint of regret, said, "I might get scolded if I misbehave." He grinned. Duly noted. He leaned in close, their gazes locking. But then, both of them broke into laughter, unable to maintain the serious moment. Happy smiles filled their faces. He helped her up. "Come on, even if you're going to scold me, let's do it after we eat. I've made dinner." She responded, a touch of concern in her voice. "You made dinner? What if I was going to go home after eating? Why didn't you tell me?" "How did you make so much?" she exclaimed, taking in the spread of food on the table. He answered, a hint of pride in his voice. "Most of it was already in the fridge, and I brought some things back from Busan." She picked up a piece of food, took a bite, and smiled. "But anything you make, I always want to eat." Chewing for a moment, she suddenly covered her mouth, a look of surprise on her face. Seeing this, Seunghyun asked, "What's wrong? Is it not good?" Yura looked at him, a worried expression clouding her features. "No, it's delicious, but I have to wear a dress for the award ceremony tomorrow, so I probably shouldn't eat too much." "I'm really sorry," Seunghyun replied. "Just eat as much as you can. It's okay." Yura, still seeming a little worried, continued, "Oh, right, you're giving a speech at the Grand Prize Awards ceremony tomorrow, aren't you? You did last year too." Seunghyun looked at her and smiled. "That's right, but I might have to go to the ceremony alone. I have a meeting with Kim Min-ji Sunbi Nim in the afternoon, which might take a while." Surprised by this news, Yura said, "You and Mark have to meet?" Seunghyun replied slowly, "Yes, just tomorrow there's no time. It's a shame we can't walk the red carpet together." She quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'll be fine on my own. Just focus on your contract. I'm sure you'll do great." As they continued to eat and chat, he asked, "How's the filming going?" "You know, the director is a complete madman." She smiled at him. "You're exaggerating." Then, her expression turned slightly melancholic, remembering something from earlier. Suddenly, Jura's eyes lit up. At the Rugo apartment complex, Dinkium shouted, "Kwang-soo, do you want jam toast?" Kwang-soo, vacuuming, replied, "Of course. If you're making it, that would be great." Dinkium smiled. "Then bring me a cup of coffee, too." "Right away, ma'am," he answered cheerfully. The scene shifted to the dining table, where the two were seated. Spreading jam on her toast, Dinkium remarked, "Today's the last day of the year, isn't it?" Kwang-soo nodded. "Yeah, time really flies." She spoke excitedly. "It does. This first year has been like a dream. If our Jura wins the grand prize tonight, it'll be the perfect ending. Nothing could top that." Kwang-soo smiled confidently. "She wins awards every year. I have a good feeling about the winners. I correctly guessed Seunghyun would win last year too." Suddenly, the phone rang. Dinkium's eyes widened. "Speak of the devil." Kwang-soo looked up, curious. "Is it Jura?" "Yes," she confirmed, then answered the call. Jura, of course I'm up." "Yes, I'm having coffee with Kwang-soo right now. Maybe you should ask the shop. They might have some for the awards day." "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" "Flats with that dress. Only heels would suit it." Suddenly, Dinkium stood up, exclaiming in surprise, "What?" Her voice was so loud that Kwang-soo, sitting across from her, sipping his coffee, sprayed it out in shock. shock. He stared at her, bewildered. What's wrong? Ignoring him, Dinkyum continued her conversation with Jura. Really? Does Mr. Kang Seunghyeon know about this? The scene cut to Jura, holding a pregnancy test with 2 lines, as she replied, Not yet, I haven't told him. He had a schedule this morning and left early. I'm planning to keep it a secret from him for now. A blissful smile spread across Jura's face. Every day is full of surprises, so I want to surprise him too. She spoke excitedly. That's right, the first year has been as sweet as a dream. If our Jura wins the grand prize tonight, it'll be the perfect ending. Nothing could top that. Kwang-soo smiled confidently. She wins awards every year. I have a good feeling about the year-end winners. What should we do? Attend the SBC Drama Awards, of course. Just a few minutes ago, in this very square, the stars that shine over South Korea have started to arrive. Veterans and rookies alike. A foot gracefully stepped out of a car, and under the flashing lights stood a leading actress in a breathtakingly beautiful gown. The host's voice boomed. It's Hwang Jura, last year's Best New Actress, and this year, an actress reaching new heights. Even though it's cold winter weather, she brings the feeling of a spring goddess, doesn't she? Where's Kang Seunghyeon? Didn't you two come together today? This will disappoint the fans who are hoping to capture photos of you both. So, Miss Hwang Jura, please come up here. Jura, with a radiant smile, answered the reporter's questions. Yes, Kang Seunghyeon had an important schedule, and I was a bit impatient, so I came early. It was just a scheduling conflict. Please don't worry. As she spoke, she lifted her hand, displaying her wedding ring. After Jura finished, the host continued. Yes, everyone can rest assured. This century's top star couple is still as loving as ever. Turning away, Jura thought to herself, it seems my ability to respond has improved a lot. Maybe because I attended so many events last year, I've gained more experience, and now attending award ceremonies feels more relaxed than last year. Sitting in the audience, she glanced at Kang Seunghyun's empty seat beside her. But he really is late. The program is already in its second part. I wonder if there's a problem with the contract termination. Suddenly, the host's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. Ladies and gentlemen, we've kept you waiting long enough. Let's move on to the second part of the program. First, please enjoy a congratulatory performance by the band Nick. The music began, capturing everyone's attention. Deeply moved by the music, Jura thought, I never imagined I'd be able to witness Nick's performance live from this seat. A memory surfaced, bringing a happy smile to Jura's lips. Jura, do you want to become more famous? That was the first opportunity my senior manager got from me. A spot in Nick's music video. It was considered my first leading role. Everything was so new and awkward, but 2 years have passed so quickly. Suddenly, a low voice whispered beside her. You seem quite pleased, no matter how you look at it, right? Startled by the voice, she froze for 5 seconds. Seunghyeon, she exclaimed. You appeared like a ghost again. He chuckled. What's with you? Maybe you should quit acting and start making youth potions. You can't keep this up forever. Jura took a deep breath to regain her composure. What are you talking about? More importantly, why are you so late? What about the contract? Seunghyeon looked at her confidently. Success. Her face lit up. Congratulations. Just then, a member of the technical team approached them. Kang Seunghyeon, the grand prize ceremony is about to begin. Please come backstage with me. Seunghyeon looked up at him and replied, all right. He turned back to Jura. I'll call your name if. He trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. Jura's excitement was palpable. See you later, she whispered. As he walked away, she thought to herself now, what should I do? As the moment for announcing the winner drew near, her heart pounded in her chest. It's not good for the baby if I'm too nervous, she thought, instinctively placing a hand on her stomach. The scene shifted to the two hosts. The male host spoke. Yes, the SBC Drama Awards are live, and now, only the grand prize winner remains to be announced. The female host continued. The announcement of the winner will be handled by last year's grand prize winner, Kang Seunghyeon. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kang Seunghyeon, and it's a tremendous honor to be entrusted with announcing the winner. I won't keep you waiting any longer. I'll announce the results now. Seunghyeon stood on stage and began to speak. The winner of this year's SBC Drama Awards is... He looked towards his wife with a knowing smile. Catching his gaze, Jura's breath hitched. Then, Seunghyun's voice rang out. Hwang Jura, congratulations. Surprise washed over Jura. She hurried onto the stage to receive the award as Seunghyun's voice continued. Actress Hwang Jura showed outstanding performance in the movie Life, demonstrating captivating acting skills like never before, receiving widespread acclaim from the audience. Congratulations. Looking up at the stage, Jura thought, all his life, this is a position I never imagined I could reach. Seunghyeon, holding a bouquet, looked at her with pride. Tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. Looking at him, she thought, I finally reached it. Clutching the microphone, Yura began to speak. First of all, thank you so much, everyone. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. Thank you to everyone who has supported this movie. To the director who gave me such an incredible piece of work, the screenwriter, and all the hardworking staff members, thank you. To Representative Man Kong-soo, Miss Dinkium, and my managers who always support me, I sincerely thank each and every one of you. Her voice choked with emotion. I promise to always work hard, strive not to lose myself, and become a true actor, always moving forward. Finally, tears glistened in her eyes. You were always curious why this man always loved surprises so much, she thought. It's so hard to give someone a hint, but every time you do, it surprises and touches them deeply. But now I finally understand why. It's definitely because. She smiled softly and spoke her final words. I want to dedicate this award to my beloved husband, Kang Seunghyeon, and our little baby who is on the way. Seunghyeon stared at her, utterly stunned. Silence fell over the room. Then, a voice from below broke the silence. Oh my God! It was like a switch had been flipped, and the entire audience erupted in cheers. Everyone pulled out their phones, live streaming the surprising scene. Female fans, unable to contain their excitement, chattered amongst themselves. Hwang Jura just said she's pregnant. So if the baby is born, the father is Kang Seunghyun, and the mother is Hwang Jura. Wow, debuting right at birth. Other actors, also thrilled by the shocking news, buzzed with excitement. From last year to this year, I'm really looking forward to next year, one remarked. Me too. The baby must be incredibly cute, another chimed in. Dinkium chuckled, shaking her head. Looks like our Jura learned someone's habit of surprising people. Kim Jina added, maybe our manager Mun has fainted by now. Kwang-soo tossed his papers into the air, tears of joy streaming down his face. All right, I give up. For now on, just do whatever you want, as long as you're happy. Seunghyun, still on stage, looked utterly bewildered. Honey, what did you just say? Jura turned to Seunghyun, a triumphant smile playing on her lips. He stared back, his expression a mixture of disbelief and overwhelming joy. Tears welled in his eyes as he pulled her close. He embraced her tightly, whispering, "Thank you." She looked at him, surprised by his quiet intensity. His eyes, now glistening with tears, spoke volumes of his sincere gratitude. Seeing this, Jura's own eyes filled with tears of joy. This is a moment I never imagined, she thought, a moment that makes me feel like I'm holding all the happiness in the world in my heart. They held each other, tears streaming down their faces as the room erupted in cheers. Time continued to flow, and the awards ceremony concluded in a joyous atmosphere. So, Hwang Jura, how would you describe Kang Seunghyun? The female host asked. Jura smiled. While this is the host question, it's actually quite challenging to give a satisfactory answer. She paused for a moment, then spoke softly. Kang Seunghyun and I have a favorite travel destination. In the past, even before the sun had set, the stars were already visible. I see him as a star. Why? Because even when we can't see them during the day, they are actually there, growing for me. To me, Kang Seunghyun is like that. Even when he's not in front of me, he's always watching over me. No matter where I am, I never feel alone. He gives me that feeling. Sometimes, the love I receive is so immense that I lack the courage to reciprocate. I'm eternally grateful to Kang Seunghyun. I also want to become a star like him. She smiled. Of course, that goes for our child too. Happiness radiated from her face. She continued. Then, a truly happy picture of family of three appeared. The scene transitioned to a few years later. Honey, wait, are you really okay? Jura asked Seunghyun, concern lacing her voice. He looked at her tenderly. I'm fine. The shoes aren't too high. Your hair looks amazing, and the makeup isn't too heavy. Very beautiful. Seunghyun leaned closer to Jura's face, whispering, I think I've complimented you over 10 times already, but I can do more if you want. Jura smiled at Seunghyun. It's not about excessive flattery, but trusting your judgment. Although it's a bit sudden, I'm here to greet your parents. So, 3 days before today, the most famous couple in history got engaged at a fan signing event. That night, the whole world went crazy for the two of us. The voice on the other end of the phone scolded Seunghyun. Hey, you're so inconsiderate. My son proposes to someone on TV, and how can I not be the first to know? Your dad has been really angry this week. Hurry up and bring her home. Jura whispered, confused. Why? What did your family say? Seunghyeon explained. They said if I don't bring you home soon, they'll come to soul themselves. With that as the reason, here we are today. A warm voice greeted them. Komin. It was Seunghyun's mother. His father added, was the trip tiring? Are your parents well? Seunghyun addressed his parents while Jura bowed her head nervously. Hello, Mom and Dad. My name is Hwang Jura. Seunghyun's mother smiled gently. Oh, what a polite girl. Seunghyun, feeling a bit helpless, looked at his parents. Why you keep staring at Jura? Seunghyun's father looked at him, starstruck. It's so exciting to meet a real celebrity. Seunghyun replied, your son is a celebrity too. His father scoffed playfully. Son, you're still just a kid. Don't dream too big. Slightly embarrassed, Seunghyun responded. That's not it, but how long are you planning to stand there? Come in already. Jura, watching Seunghyun's awkward exchange with his father, chuckled softly. Yes, sir, you not want to talk about yourself before asking about others. So all this time, I've known almost nothing about you too. Even just glimpsing this, I can be sure of one thing. I grew up in a family that has long lacked this kind of harmony. Are you still upset that I didn't tell you first? I know you never wish for these two to live long, yet you still say these meaningless things. Seunghyun's mother smiled gently. You must be hungry with a table full of food in front of you. Please sit down. Seeing the spread, Jura gasped. Mom, did you prepare all of this? Seunghyun's mother chuckled, covering her mouth. It's been a while since I've had a chance to show off my skills. Hey, take some home with you when you leave, Seunghyun's mother offered. Okay, Seunghyun ziplit. Witnessing this warm exchange, Jura couldn't help but think, asterisk strange compared to this. I have so little. Can I fit into this perfect picture? Asterisk suddenly, Seunghyun's mother spoke. How did Jura grow up to be so beautiful anyway? Jura, surprised, stammered, oh, well, yes, she's beautiful on screen, but even more stunning in person today, Seunghyun's mother complimented. Hearing this, Jura responded, oh, Mom, you're like a beauty yourself. I'm not lying. I'm being completely honest. Seunghyun's mother laughed heartily. Of course it's sincere. My son takes after his mother. That's why he's so handsome. Seeing her so happy, Jura thought she must be truly happy, not pretending, but genuinely joyful. Of course, Dad is a very handsome man too, but Mom is so beautiful. If I didn't know this was Seunghyun's family, I would have thought you were his older sister. Seunghyun chimed in, Dad, it's natural to spend a lot on upkeep. His mother retorted, what? Seunghyun, slightly disgruntled, muttered, what? His father intervened, just keep eating. Seunghyun's mother, a little annoyed, said, did I say something wrong? Can't you behave yourself for one day? Observing this, Jura worried, but the current situation seems a bit off. Seunghyun suddenly placed a piece of meat on her spoon. It's okay, he reassured her. They're just expressing their love for each other. You don't have to worry. Jura took a bite of her food, watching his parents' playful banter. Eat more. You won't gain weight, even when you get older, Seunghyun's father said, placing more food in his wife's bowl. His mother immediately responded, stop piling food in other people's bowls. Jura, covering her mouth gently, thought, asterisk Seunghyun's looks definitely come from his mother, and his sense of humor is inherited from his father. The atmosphere in this house, everything seems to be overflowing with love. Thinking this way only makes me want to belong here even more. Asterisk. The scene shifted outside the house. So, have you two decided on a wedding date? Seunghyun's father asked, preparing to swing his golf club. Seunghyun replied, no, we're not sure yet. We both still want to work this year. All right, his father agreed. This kid has been in the entertainment world for a long time, completely ignoring his parents. There must be a reason for these actions, he said, hitting the golf ball. You still have to give feedback on your eldest son's decision. The ball slowly rolled along its trajectory. Seunghyun's father continued, she seems like a good girl. Seunghyun looked at him thoughtfully. It seems Dad doesn't have much to say. I heard from Mom that his dating history was quite colorful when he was young. Hearing his son say this, he choked up, covering his face. Dad, are you okay? Seunghyun asked softly. Inside the house, the mother and daughter-in-law were talking calmly. Seunghyun's mother said, although there aren't many of us, it's a bit noisy, isn't it, Jura? Jura replied shyly, not at all. It feels warm and friendly. Seunghyun's mother looked out at the yard, a twinkle in her eye. That Seunghyun seems worried I'll eat you alive. He keeps glancing over here. He's probably dying of anxiety by now. Jura, slightly embarrassed, said, he's probably just worried I'll make a mistake, since I'm a bit clumsy. Seunghyun's mother laughed. Oh, honey, do you think I don't know my own son? Internally, Jura screamed, Seunghyeon, please come back quickly, darn it. She continued aloud, but I truly appreciate you trying to keep me from being bored. Now, put down the tangerine and have some of these grapes, Seunghyun's mother said, extending a fork towards Jura. Jura quickly declined. It's okay, Mom. You eat first. I'll get everything ready. Seunghyun's mother grasped Jura's trembling arm. Come on, don't refuse. Make yourself at home. When I first got married, everyone in my husband's family treated me like a guest, Jura said, perplexed. Seunghyun's mother gave a reassuring wink. What, isn't that type of mother-in-law quite popular these days? I'm not the type to force my daughter-in-law to act like my own daughter. Jura, stunned, looked between Seunghyun's mother and the yard, stammering slightly. My child, she began, tears welling in her eyes. I still have many shortcomings, and my parents, they were in an accident. Seunghyun's mother smiled gently. But you still grew up to be a beautiful person that makes everyone proud. While we need to spend time together to truly know each other, I trust my son's judgment. She continued, her smile softening. Having a wounded heart is not a flaw. At that moment, Jura couldn't hold back the tears that welled in her eyes. Suddenly, a shout broke the spell. Mom! The two women turned to see Seunghyun rushing in. Jura quickly wiped her tears. Seunghyun looked worried. Why are you crying? Did Mom say something to Jura? Jura quickly explained. No, it's just, I was so moved. Seunghyun's mother looked at him exasperatedly. Oh, good heavens! Seunghyun's mother playfully shoved her husband. Raising her voice, she said, you only realize how useless raising a son is after you have one. Even though he's a bit of a rascal, the only one who takes my side is Mr. Donggam. Let's go outside and give these two some space. Jura, relieved, said, don't be like that. You're making me uncomfortable. Seunghyun gently stroked her cheek. But why were you crying? Jura quickly explained, just from happiness. Too much happiness. I can't breathe because I'm so happy. A feeling I thought I'd never experience again. Having a place in that warm home. That fact makes me so happy. The scene shifted to the afternoon. In fact, he knew you'd meet their criteria. On their way home, Jura asked curiously, why is that? Seunghyun replied, because parents are easily swayed by beautiful people. Hearing this, Jura chuckled awkwardly. What are you talking about? Seunghyun responded with a confident smile. It's true. Didn't you see those two constantly staring at you? Because you're so beautiful. Jura beamed, basking in the compliments from her husband. Suden Lee, Seunghyeon spoke. But when are you going to introduce me? Jura replied, puzzled. Huh? Well, you should visit your in-laws too. Seunghyeon Jukga. No way. Jura stared blankly at her husband. Then, she smiled blissfully, having spent a wonderful day at the memorial. A couple walked in hand. It was the main couple. Jura suddenly spoke. I bet your parents will be surprised. Seunghyun looked at her, surprised. What? Then, they exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them, and smiled. Jura said confidently, your son-in-law is incredibly handsome. With that, the two slowly walked in. Any wishes for the wedding? Jura asked his wife, a smile playing on her lips, slightly bewildered by Seunghyun's unexpected question. Jura simply replied, yes. Seeing his wife so flustered, Seunghyun continued, for our wedding, I want it to be exactly how you'd like it. Hearing her husband say this, Jura, still a bit flustered, replied, oh, the wedding, it's where everyone witnesses their lifelong commitment to each other. When I was a child, seeing my parents so happy, I used to think about that day in the future. But somehow, it seemed like a distant thing for me. Jura said shyly, maybe that's why I sometimes thought about living with you, but I never really considered what kind of wedding I wanted. The scene shifted to Jura's car, where her manager, Dinkium, said exasperatedly, that's right, not long ago. The question was whether or not to go public. Jura responded, yeah, now suddenly it's come to this. Dinkium continued, I really didn't have a dream wedding. Jura said awkwardly, come to think of it, before I met you, I never thought about marriage. I was just focused on becoming an actress. Honestly, I didn't think a wedding ceremony was necessary. Dinkium, surprised by Jura's answer, asked her, you don't want one? Jura quickly explained, it's not like that. Blushing, Jura confessed, before marrying Seunghyun, I thought just living together would be great. Waking up together, going to sleep together? I couldn't think of anything more I'd want. Hearing this, Dinkium couldn't help but be amazed by the girl. She said, that's true. What could be better than having Kang Seunghyun as your groom? It doesn't matter if the ceremony is under a bridge or on an elementary school playground. Jura felt a little embarrassed at that thought, but Seunghyeon was putting so much effort into planning everything, and she didn't want to just vaguely say everything was fine. She could sense the joy in his words, and she wanted him to keep feeling that way. With fiery determination, she thought, just wait, Seunghyeon. I'll find my dream wedding, even if I don't know what it is yet. Thinking this, she sighed in frustration, still unable to pinpoint what she wanted. There are too many choices, and I like them all. Because what I want is unclear, it's hard to find a direction. Suddenly, something caught her eye. Awestruck by a ceremony on the screen, she exclaimed, "An outdoor wedding like this is amazing. Under the clear blue sky, with flowers blooming in vibrant colors, and Seunghyeon appearing in a pristine white uniform." Lost in the breathtaking image she'd conjured, Jura suddenly realized something. She screamed internally, "This is getting interesting." "Jura, I'm home," Seunghyeon called out to his wife, but he was met with silence. He found it a bit odd, as Jura was usually quite talkative. "She must be happy I drew Seunghyun's house," he mused. But then Seunghyun brushed it off and approached her, thinking how cute she was when she was engrossed in something. He called out to her again, "Hey, little girl over there." Suddenly, Jura exclaimed, "Seunghyun," startling him. Her face beaming with joy, she announced to her husband, "I've chosen." But Seunghyun was still confused. Jura, with a brilliant smile, declared, "I've chosen the wedding I want." The outdoor wedding finally took place, with everyone applauding and congratulating the newlyweds. Jura, now in a beautiful, pristine white wedding dress, walked towards Seunghyun, who looked incredibly handsome in a white suit. She closed her eyes, savoring the most beautiful moment of her life. Amidst the cheers, she gazed lovingly at her husband, Seunghyun, who returned her gaze with a warm smile. Perhaps, in this moment, only the two of them could truly feel this happiness and emotion beyond words. Seunghyun took his bride's hand. Amidst the blessings, the two held each other's hands tightly, symbolizing their unbreakable bond, no matter what the future held. Seunghyun looked at Jura and asked, "Has your dream wedding come true?" Jura, beaming, replied, "Everything is perfect. What about you, Seunghyun?" Marking the perfect end to the wedding. 3 months passed, and Jura, Dinkium, with a bright smile, said, "Congratulations again on your pregnancy." Holding shopping bags, she handed over a gift and continued, "This is a gift from Kai and Kwang-soo." Jura replied, surprised, "Thank you so much." "Why so much?" Dinkium said cheerfully, "Gift certificates, supplements, cosmetics, candies safe for pregnant women, and a few other things." "Thank you so much. I'm so happy." Jura said, "Still, I feel guilty towards my manager ever since the wedding." Dinkium replied, "What are you talking about? Your timing for taking a break is perfect. You'll even be getting awards at the end of the year." Even so, Kwang-soo has come to terms with it, so don't worry too much. He's been meditating lately, living a good life. Hearing this, Jura was taken aback and quickly said, "I'm really sorry." Dinkium cheerfully asked, "So how's Seunghyun? Is he treating you well?" At this, Jura hesitated, saying, "Well." Dinkium eagerly asked again, "Really?" Jura said exasperatedly, "Well." While Dinkium exclaimed in surprise, Jura recounted how she could walk by herself and didn't need to be carried. She wondered why he had to carry her to the restroom, assuring him that walking a short distance wouldn't be a problem. Hearing this, Dinkium could only sigh at the absurdity and commented that if she went to the restroom, he would probably just wait outside. Jura, covering her face, replied, "You stick to me like gum all day, and now, when I need you, you're nowhere to be found." Jura hurried off to find her husband. She saw him standing in a room, doing something. She thought, what's he doing in here? Jura quietly went inside and heard Seunghyun murmuring to himself, "The bed goes here. The toys should be over there. Maybe I should move this a bit." Feeling a little exasperated, she tried to tell Dinkium that he had been standing there for a long time, visualizing the room. "Isn't that funny?" Dinkium replied with a deadpan expression, "Yeah, real funny." Jura said shyly, "Besides that, every time he acts according to the schedule, he gets all flustered, and it's only early morning." Jura gently patted Seunghyun's head, saying, "Even if you do that, he can't hear anything. It'll be a long time before he can hear." But Seunghyun just lay on her lap, acting cute. "You know, he just wants to be close to you." Feeling embarrassed, Jura suggested, "The manager is waiting downstairs. You need to hurry." Seunghyun looked at her silently, then buried his head in Jura's lap, ignoring her calls of Seunghyun. Then he said something that made Jura freeze completely. I don't want to. I just want to lie on your lap like this all day with our baby. Hearing these sweet words, Jura blushed, thinking how adorable Seunghyeon was in that moment. Dinkyum, seeing her daydreaming, said, "Okay, I get it. No need to say any more. I already know. You've been able to see Seunghyeon within arm's reach every day since the wedding, haven't you?" Jura asked, surprised. "Yes, why do you ask?" Dinkyum, with a teasing expression, looked at Jura and said, "What else? What were you expecting?" Jura replied shyly, "Well, that prediction was accurate. About a month ago, at Chonghyeon and Dizio's wedding, we got married too. After their wedding, we had a small celebration. The party atmosphere was lively and fun. Diesel, holding a glass of wine, said, "Seunghyun, Jura, I'm really grateful that you two, being so busy, could still come to the after-party." Jura, with a smile, said, "Of course we had to come. Your wedding was truly beautiful." Hearing this, Dizio happily responded, "Thank you, Jura. That must be true then. By the way, when are you two going to let us see that beautiful second generation that looks just like you? I'll have my son marry into your family." A flustered Chonghyun tried to stop his wife, Dizio. Jura, looking at the couple in front of her, thought if this were any other situation, I wouldn't know how to react. Chonghyun said, "She's drunk." "I'm sorry, Jura. She's just saying that because she's drunk." "I'm not drunk," Dizio retorted. "Drinking with two close friends on such a wonderful day makes me feel even more relaxed." "All right, let's do it," Jura said with a bright smile. Seunghyun added, "You're drunk too." Dizio then turned to someone else and asked a question. Watching Jisoo talking, Seunghyun sighed helplessly and said, "If they have children, Chonghyun and Jisoo's kids will definitely be beautiful." "All right, stop drinking now. But what if both children are the same gender?" Jura's husband asked. Seunghyun replied, "Well, if they like each other, there's nothing we can do about it, is there?" "Even so, you make it sound like everything in the world is so simple," his wife said, to which Seunghyun just smiled. He placed his glass on the table and said, "If it doesn't work out, as long as there's a boy and a girl, everything will be fine." Jura looked at him, perplexed, and sighed. "There you go again, making it sound so easy. But when are things ever that simple?" "Well," Seunghyun said softly, gently stroking Jura's cheek, "first, even if it means death, you have to try." The scene transitioned to night, and a soft cry could be heard. Seunghyun was passionately kissing Jura, and the two were making sounds not suitable for children. Seunghyun slowly undressed, suggesting that children should skip this part, while adults could continue to enjoy. Panting, Jura exclaimed, "Wait, honey." Taking a deep breath, Jura pleaded, "Hold on." Perhaps at this moment, the beast within Seunghyun awakened. He asked what's wrong. Jura softly replied, "I need to take a shower first." Looking at Jura's alluring body, he couldn't help but pick her up. "You're in the mood for that now," she said passionately. Jura looked at her husband, her face covered in sweat. Gently lifting Jura, they began to make strange sounds. Seunghyun tenderly held Jura's body, placing her on the bed. As mentioned before, Seunghyun pretended to look deeply captivated. "I'm going to make you faint. Take off that annoying shirt and reveal your perfect, sweat-covered body." Jura encouraged him. "Go on." Jura's face was now completely red. She thought, "Seunghyun, I hope you can help. No more, no less. Give me a child just like you, please." Jura sincerely recalled that day. "I earnestly prayed to the universe to give me a child exactly like this man. Perhaps the universe was moved and agreed. He'll be just like you," Seunghyun said. "Come here, Jura. You've worked hard today." Their child also called out, "Mommy." Seeing the father and daughter together was like an emotional explosion. Yes, they were identical. Seunghyun asked, puzzled, "Jura, why are you standing there? Come in." The child also called out, "Mommy." 10 months later, our child was born. Amazingly, the boy looked exactly like his father, Seunghyun. Around 6 months old, Seunghyun's parents also confirmed this, saying the child looked just like Seunghyun when he was young, identical to their own son. Gently placing Kang's shin in the cradle, Jura looked at the sleeping child's face and thought, just like an angel. Of course, Jura gave a light kiss on the child's forehead. "I hope when this boy grows up, he'll be as loving as his father." Seunghyun said, surprised, "You look tired." Jura replied, yes, honey. You worked hard today too, didn't you? He looked at her and smiled. Even so, this boy hasn't caused too much trouble. However, you've been working hard outside. Jura worriedly thought, was that a ghost just now? Did he really say even so? Lying next to her husband, Jura asked, but are you really okay? Seunghyeon was surprised by her question. Why? Jura explained, the script director Lim introduced is really good, but now. Hearing his wife say this, Seunghyeon gently placed his book on the table. I've been acting to my heart's content, so it's okay to take a short break. It's not because of you that it's been postponed until now. Jura looked at her husband with affectionate eyes and suddenly kissed him on the cheek. I'm eternally grateful to you, my love, she whispered softly in Seunghyun's ear. Seunghyun's face flushed. He hugged Jura tightly and asked, you're resting tomorrow, right? Jura softly replied, yes. Then they prepared to spend a passionate night together. Jura thought to herself, indeed, this is what happiness feels like. With no more obstacles from the outside world, time flew by. Now, the shelves were filled with the trophies they had both won, and the walls of the house were adorned with family portraits drawn by Kang Shin. 6-year-old Kang Shin lay drowsily in bed. Suddenly, a man's voice called out, Kang Shin. He woke up groggily, but he still wanted to sleep a little longer. The man, with a smile, continued to call him. Son, wake up. We're going to play with Dad today, Seunghyun said as he tickled him. Kang Shin, exhausted from laughter, hurriedly pleaded, Dad, stop. Seeing this, Jura said, get up, honey. Kang Shin quickly replied, I will. He smiled brightly at his father. Dad, did you sleep well? Yes, I slept well. How about you? They hugged and chatted. Then, father and son went to the bathroom to wash their faces. Seunghyun squeezed toothpaste onto his son's toothbrush, and they smiled at each other as they brushed their teeth. Afterward, he helped Kang Shin change into new clothes. Time for breakfast with my boy. Having completed their morning routine, Kang Shin walked towards Seunghyun with some notebooks. For Dad, Seunghyun said in surprise. Are these all scripts? Shin is really famous. Hearing his father's praise, Kang Shin said, yes. What's the next script, Dad? You choose. Seunghyun said, how about this one? Although he was playing with Kang Shin with one hand, he carefully reviewed each script from the beginning. Seunghyun's face reddened as the little boy kept climbing on him. Climb up on my neck again. Finally, he chose the blue one, saying Dad likes this one. Hearing this, Kang Shin replied happily, Mom and Uncle Kangso told me to do this too, so I already chose it. He said in surprise, what? Kang Shin, we already made a decision, but you still let Dad choose. Kang Shin looked at his father and replied, Mom said if only she and I chose, Dad would be unhappy. So she told me to show you too. He seemed to realize he had said too much and quickly covered his mouth, whispering, Mom told me not to say this, but I completely forgot. Hearing this, Seunghyun felt a little upset. Really? Only Dad was left out? Dad is really angry this time. Seeing this, Kang Shin quickly apologized. Dad, please calm down. Well, let me give you a massage. Putting on a pitiful expression, he asked again, right, Dad? Seunghyun couldn't resist that expression, so he turned around and tickled his child, saying, you know Dad loves you. That's why you do this, right? Not today. Kang Shin's father replied, is that so? Then what should we do? Seunghyun looked at his son and smiled gently. He said, all right, let's do it Dad's way today. The scene transitioned to a pot of soup simmering on the stove. A woman lifted the soup bowl for a taste. It was Jura, wearing a beautiful apron. Suddenly, a pair of arms wrapped around her from behind. It was also a very handsome man. They gazed lovingly into each other's eyes and were about to kiss. A sudden noise interrupted the flow of emotion. The director, noticing, cleared his throat several times and turned to scold the crew. Hey, the atmosphere is great, but be careful when you're filming. Everyone was confused. What was that? Who did that? The director, clearly startled, said, guys, there are no children on set. Don't say such scary things. Just then, in a corner of the studio, Dad, did I do well? Seunghyun chuckled softly, glanced at the stage, and praised, well done, my dear. Kang Shin replied, I'm so happy. Secretly watching his wife's performance in the film, Seunghyun thought to himself, the time has finally come. If we keep meeting like this, we won't get tired of it no matter how many years pass. Jura said, feeling a little embarrassed. We might have to do it again. Another person responded. I've had enough, Jura thought. That cough sounds familiar. Maybe I just misheard. The director said urgently, let's do it one more time. It's a little disappointing, but let's keep going. Ready, action. The second attempt was also ruined by the noise. The same thing happened on the third try, and then the fourth was no different, interrupted right at the climax. Everyone was bewildered, trying to figure out where the sound was coming from and why it kept repeating. Just then, Yura seemed to realize whose voice it was, and a wave of anger washed over her. Who else would do this but him? The director was still confused. Could it really be the ghost of a child? By now, Yura had undone her hair, ready to confront the culprit, while comforting the director. Don't worry, it's probably not a ghost. In a corner, the father and son were still unaware of the impending doom. Kang Shin excitedly asked his father, "Dad, what happens next? What are we going to do?" Seunghyeon, still patting his head, continued, first the menu, then clapping, stomping, and hitting the wall. A woman's voice startled them. "So you were here," Yura said furiously. "You're pretty good at directing my son, too," Kang Seunghyun. Seeing her smug look, Seunghyun replied, "You're really something." Meanwhile, Kang Shin kept calling for his mom. Hearing her husband's smug remark, Yura responded angrily, "You're still in the mood to joke around." Because of the two of them, before she could finish her sentence, the girls in the room had gathered around. "What's going on? What happened?" Gang Sung-hee Yura quickly turned around and said, "I'm so sorry, everyone." One girl said, "So it really was you, Kang Seunghyun." The girl next to her, utterly surprised, responded, "Really?" The whole group began to buzz. Yura came to get him. Nervously. No. A tall man suddenly emerged from the shadows. Seunghyun grabbed Yura's shoulder, pulled her close, and said, "Hello, everyone." Kang Shin, mimicking his dad, also greeted everyone. Seung-hee continued, "Everyone's worked hard on the shoot. I prepared coffee and snacks outside. Take a break." Seeing her husband like this, Yura was utterly astonished. She thought to herself in exasperation, manipulating people with bribery again? What a charmer. Meanwhile, Shin, "Do you want an apple?" Seunghyun asked his son. "You have to say thank you." Kang Shin obediently said, "Thank you." Suddenly, Seunghyun turned to look at his wife. Yura seemed bewildered by the look. He suddenly stuck his tongue out, teasing her. Seeing this, Yura, both angry and embarrassed, thought, "That man is unbelievable." Kang Seunghyun, "Don't think you're getting away with this when we get home." Taking a deep breath, "If I think about it carefully, the biggest problem is his unchanging jealousy over time. But I don't hate it." She smiled happily, thinking, "I'm definitely not telling him, but I'm going to scold you severely when we get home." Seunghyun replied, "How are you planning to scold me?" While Kang Shin kept exclaiming, "Oh my gosh." It created a picture of a perfectly happy family. That night, the elevator was currently on the 37th floor. Yura, looking at her phone, thought, "It's already 11:30. Shin is probably asleep. I really scolded them because of him and his request, so I feel guilty. I'm really sorry. It's okay. We thought it was quite fun, right?" "Yes, that's right. Actually, I haven't been angry for a while, but I have to stay strict to maintain discipline. I'm home," Yura said as she pushed the door open and walked in. "Mom." Suddenly, she heard Kang Shin call out. Yura excitedly hugged Kang Shin and said, "Welcome home, Mom." Yura suddenly asked, "Shin, you're not asleep yet?" From a distance, Seunghyun said, "Come here." "I waited until now because I have something to show you." Yura looked at her child in surprise. "Something to show me?" Kang Shin replied excitedly, "Yes." Kang Shin quickly grabbed his mother's hand, urging her, "Hurry up." A curious Yura asked, "What is it?" Kang Shin led his mother into the kitchen. Tajda. Yura was surprised by what her son and husband had done on Christmas Eve. "Wow, it's beautiful." "Did Dad decorate it?" she asked delightedly. Kang Shin held up something and replied, "Yes," and to his mother's surprise, Kang Shin produced a small, golden star. She smiled and asked expectantly, "Did he tell you to tell Mommy that the last ornament is something he wants us all to hang together?" Seeing her son like this, Yura couldn't help but smile happily. The whole family placed their hands on the little star, and the three of them happily completed the decoration of the Christmas tree. But Yura asked Kang Shin with a touch of worry, "By the way, have you decided what you want Santa to bring you?" An innocent Kang Shin replied, "Yes." "Really? What is it? Can you tell me?" Yura thought to herself, "Please tell me." Last year, Kang Shin had answered, "It's a secret." Kang Shin put his finger to his lips, thinking for a moment. Yura, meanwhile, was screaming internally, "Please." Suddenly, he exclaimed, "A little brother." Yura and her husband were both stunned. Concerned, she said to her son, "Shin, didn't you say you didn't need any siblings? Kang Shin replied. But if it's a sibling like Ji-sung or my other friends, we won't have to say goodbye and can play together forever. Mun Ji-sung was Din Kyung and Kwang-soo's eldest son, a year younger than Shin. Jura put her hand to her forehead in exasperation, muttering under her breath, "Please, not that. If Santa has to bring that, isn't that too difficult?" Kang Shin replied, "I know, because Santa has to come from very far away. So, 10 months later is okay, too." Seunghyeon replied with a laugh, though the most uncomfortable ones were the couple themselves. In the bedroom, Jura said helplessly, "Honey, where on earth did you learn about these things?" Seunghyeon quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, kids learn all this at kindergarten." Jura looked at him and said, "You seem to know it very well." Seunghyeon replied with a smile, "Parents are also informed in detail." "I see." Jura seemed to understand, but she fell silent. She clasped her hands nervously and said, "Thinking back, I've been working hard while the kids are growing up, but it seems I still don't understand my own child very well as a mother. Maybe I'm not a very good one." Seunghyeon looked at his worried wife and sighed softly. "There's no way children could not love their mother," he said sincerely. Later on, "This boy will think our amazing mother was actually Korea's top actress." Hearing her husband's words, Jura couldn't help but be moved. At that moment, she quietly stood up and said, while undressing, "I was planning to have a serious talk today." Jura got into bed and sat on top of her husband. "But you gave such good advice, you deserve a reward." Seeing Seunghyun's reaction, Jura whispered, "Feels more like a punishment than a reward." "How did you know I was going to punish you?" Then they kissed. He replied with a gentle smile, "I love everything you do for me." Honestly, Jura thought, there's no way to resist this man in this lifetime. The scene shifted to a beautiful beach. Kang Shin's little feet ran across the sand. "Wait, don't run off by yourself," Seunghyun said, holding their second child. Kang Shin replied with a laugh, "I won't run far." Seunghyun handed his daughter to his wife and, looking at Kang Shin, said, "Dad's going to catch you now. Jura, hold Seunghyeon tight." Jura looked at him and replied, "Okay." Somehow, I think the energy between father and son is just as wonderful as before, Jura thought. Then she gently stroked her daughter's face. "Your dad is working hard, Seunghyeon, but understand Mommy's words." Seunghyeon giggled and said, "Mommy, many years have passed since we came to this beach together. Back then, it was just the two of us. But now there are 4 of us. It's been a long journey since I first wanted to be recognized as an actress, becoming a member of the Kang family. These days I feel like my happiness has reached its peak. If this is the peak, I worry I might fall at any moment." A familiar hand suddenly rested on Jura's shoulder, calming her fears. Looking at Seunghyun, she thought, "But in that moment, being with my family, I realized that happiness can become even greater." Letting the breeze caress her face, Jura turned her gaze towards the ocean. "Now that star will come to us, both as a senior and as a star among us. This shining star is closely connected to the children, just like when we decorated the Christmas tree together." Seunghyun suddenly spoke, and Jura replied, "Yes." He looked at his wife with loving eyes and said, "We'll be this happy for the rest of our lives, right? To you." The thought of happiness continuing to grow made Jura smile radiantly. "Of course, if I'm with someone like him." The image of Jura on the screen blurred, then returned to normal. "Yes, for the wild Jura," Kang Shin's voice asked. Jura laughed and replied, "This question isn't new at all, but I don't know how to answer it properly." After a moment of thought, she answered, "There's a tourist spot that both Kang Seunghyun and I like." "There's a tourist spot that both Kang Seunghyun and I like." A little girl repeated Jura's past words. "In that place, when the sun hadn't set yet, we saw the stars." A boy continued. They both looked at each other and said in unison, "When I looked at those stars, I found that Seunghyun and I were very similar." Mom looked exactly the same back then as she does now, still so beautiful. Suddenly, a yell interrupted the siblings' sentimental moment. "Are you two watching that video again? Stop it, please." Jura's hands trembled with exasperation, while Kang Shin and Seunghyeon said cheerfully, "Mom and Dad are back. So happy." "Why don't you like it, Mom?" "If we look up some of your old videos, there are so many," Kang Shin said happily. Hearing this, Jura replied, "Even if it's old work, it's a bit embarrassing to let my daughter see it." Kang Shin continued, "But you talk about these things in front of us all the time." Suddenly, Seunghyun hugged both children and said, "I haven't seen this in a while. Let me watch it with you too." Jura could only say helplessly, "Even you too? This is too much." Seunghyun suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her down. "Jura, just give up and watch it with us." The family of four sat on the sofa watching the interview. Even when he's not in front of me, I feel like someone is watching over me, making me feel not alone wherever I am. Sometimes I receive too much love, and I don't know how to return it. To me, Kang Seunghyun is someone I will always be grateful for. I also want to be the star by Kang Seunghyun's side, together for the rest of our lives. Of course, along with our little one. Hearing her own voice on TV, Yura felt incredibly embarrassed. Suddenly, a voice pulled her out of her shy feelings. Mom, Kang Shin looked at her and said, "To me, you've always been like a star." Hearing her children say this, Yura choked up. Seunghyun continued, "It's amazing. It's the same for me." Seunghyeon, also feeling the same way, said while hugging them both, "Everyone is acting so strange." At this moment, Yura's face was flushed with embarrassment as her whole family hugged her tightly. She choked back tears and asked why. Kang Shin asked awkwardly, "Mom, are you crying?" Seunghyun replied, "Did that kid make you cry?" While Seunghyeon kept comforting her, "Mom, please don't cry. Dad cries even more than you." Perhaps at that time, she also remembered standing alone and crying. Why are tears falling again? We have to keep moving forward, Yura comforted herself. Suddenly, someone held out a handkerchief in front of her, and she stared at the person in surprise. It was Seunghyun. From that moment on, the harmony of the universe began to bring me happiness.